In this session, we have a panel. Sorry, we have a panel. Professor Jagdish Kumar, who has the pulse of the educational ecosystem in India. Then, of course, we have an industry leader, Mr. Ajay Chaudhary. Then Professor Arvind K. Nima, who has produced so many brilliant civil engineers, and Commodore Sujit Samala, who understands the maritime dimension of the connectivity. So I will not take any more time to talk anything about this issue. Straight, I will call upon Professor Jagdish Kumar to make his thoughts and share his views with us. Professor Kumar.
Thank you, Chintamaniji. Can we turn on the clock here so that we can keep an eye there? Since morning, we have been hearing about economics, commerce, trade, infrastructure, and so on. But all this is possible only when we have highly skilled and competent workforce. Central to India's developmental story is the skilling of our youth, because you know that 65% of our Indian population is below 35 years. And that's the reason why Indian government has launched various schemes to skill the youth of this country, starting from the skill mission to launching the national skill qualification framework. And regulators such as University Grants Commission have brought in a lot of reforms to bring in flexibility in the higher education so that these skill programs, micro credentials, nano credentials, can be seamlessly integrated in the higher education. And as you know, that Indian higher education system is one of the largest in the world with 300 million students. And we have nearly 45 million students in our 1,200 universities and 55,000 colleges. With our aim to increase the GER to 50%, this number is going to become close to 80 million or 100 million in higher education alone. And that's the reason why we have launched the National Credit Framework, which brings in a lot of flexibility so that students can focus both on their academic goals as well as the career goals based on the kind of skills they acquire. We have been working during last 2-3 years with industries in various sectors, starting from realtors to logistic management to commerce, economics, and finance, and designing courses and making them available on a large digital public infrastructure that we have built known as SWAYAM Plus. And these courses will be made available to the students. They are already being made available to the students in a distributed and hybrid mode, meaning that students can attend physically, they can also do self-learning, they can also use online mode of education. And the result of which is already being felt. For example, India has produced nearly 20% of the semiconductor chip designers in the world. And India is also supplying large number of workforce globally in addition to meeting the national requirements. One of the important components which will be of interest to the IMEC corridor is India's efforts in internationalizing our higher education. We would like to invite as many international students as possible to our country and also encourage our own institutions to set up their campuses abroad. Already my colleague from IIT Delhi, from where I retired as a professor of electrical engineering, we have set up a campus in Abu Dhabi, and IIT Madras has set up another campus in Zanzibar, and there are many more such efforts that are going to come. Another important thing that we have done is facilitating international universities to come and set up their campuses here. Already a large number of delegations met me before I stepped down as the chairman of UGC from Europe. Recently, we have considered an application from Italy, a great institution, to set up a campus here. All that I would like to say is that these are exciting times in India for greater collaboration in education and skilling. I think the institutions which are there in the IMEC domain, they can collaborate on joint projects, on joint skilling programs, and India is a fertile ground to realize this goal. So I would like to stop here and continue later.
Professor Kumar, thank you very much. The key takeaways is everything cannot be made in India. We have to collaborate with the partner countries and internationalize our skilling system as well as the education. Sir, there are some reports which says that millions of new workforce in India are coming every year. And of course, millions of them are already working in the Middle East, in Europe, and elsewhere in the world. But then the other reports, they complain that almost 50% of the graduates in India are not employable. How do you think, sir? How do you really upscale those who are already the workforce? And then, of course, the new trained forces will come. And the skilling is not going to be just one-time affair. A lot of new innovations are taking place. Technology is changing. Challenges are changing. So how best we can do that, sir?
Well, in India, right now, we have 17 universities which are focused only on providing skill education to the students. These are called skill universities. And similarly, the introduction of digital technology in reaching out to the students. One of the challenges that we need to look at is how do we make the skilling and access to high quality education seamless and inclusive. And India has already launched such as the PM's internship scheme, which aims to provide skilling and internship to nearly 10 million students, especially coming from the socio-economically weaker background. And today, if you look at the female graduates in STEM area, we know that the 2030 agenda for sustainability is realizable only if there are more female and women participating in the STEM education. We can very proudly say that in India, the female graduate participation in STEM was about 38.4% 10 years ago. And today, it is 42.6% in the STEM area, the female participation. And this is the highest number compared to anywhere on the globe. So that is the kind of inclusivity that we need to bring in. And we also need to do it on a mass scale and introduce a lot of flexibility to the students so that our students become not only employable, they will become self-employable and they will become entrepreneurs. They will become people with courage to take risks in establishing startup companies. And I would like to conclude here by saying that India is now the third largest ecosystem for startup companies. Today, as we speak, we have 159,000 startup companies in the country, and majority of them, they come from tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities. And these youth are from universities which are spread across the country, indicating that India has a huge talent resource.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, who is actually an industry leader. Sir, do you think the education system in India is well enough to feed the workforce into the industries? Are you happy with the system? Or how best to have that industry academia interface? Is it enough? We need to do more. What are the challenges? Sir, what do you think? Your thoughts, please.
See, for many years, one particular challenge was there in front of us, which was that students and parents always regarded degrees as important. And then the change that took place when the government decided to include skills into regular education, which is what Professor was telling us. And we started giving degrees in vocation. I think that's changed the situation, but it's still a very long way away. And that single issue still needs to be solved. But the good news is that in the last 10, 15 years, the large number of sector skills councils that were set up in India helped us create a huge amount of skill capability. And all of them are employable. So that's the big difference. For example, I personally led the Sector Skills Council for Electronics, and we created people who were all going to be able to get jobs immediately after getting, the skills being imparted. So I think that change has taken place to some extent. But this is something that we can offer to the corridor, because this skill capability that we have developed in the country and the capability to create more and more people in different areas of skills will be of great benefit to IMEC, because really, as somebody said earlier in the earlier session, we are the most populous country and we produce a large amount of graduates every year. Now, if we are creating vocational people as well, I think that makes it very, very interesting, because that is going to be a huge requirement globally. As a lot of, for example, if you look at European countries, a lot of them are aging. And that is an area of absolute interest for India, because that is where we can step in and help and, give skills available. So that's part one of what I wanted to mention. The second part is that there are some frontier technology skills that we are now creating. And these are in areas like AI, semiconductors, and quantum technology. So these frontier skills are something that will be of great value with certain countries, and collaboration in developing, co-developing products and technologies and training will be a good way to go forward. I can spend more time on that and tell you.
Thank you, sir. We are living in such difficult times. There were times hundreds of thousands of Indian laborers went abroad and worked. And of course, we have the skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled laborers in the Middle East, millions of them, they are working there. Indian workforce in Europe and America are also there, everybody knows, in all kinds of jobs, white collar, blue collar, any collar, right? Now, at this difficult moment, you have certain amount of anti-immigration sentiments in the US, in Europe. Luckily, such a thing has not happened in the Middle East yet. But then when we prepare our workforce, not just to work for India, but to prepare them to be globally relevant in the IMEC project, which connects India with the Middle East with the Europe, what kind of workforce we really visualize that they will not be working only in India, but abroad, and they will contribute towards realizing the great goals of IMEC.
I think IMEC connectivity is a very critical aspect. And therefore, when we look at our digital technology that we have created here, the DPI, the Aadhaar, etc., as we add more areas like artificial intelligence into it, then we start to see expansion of the DPI itself taking place. And today, India is one of the largest in terms of artificial intelligence capability. Now, if I look at the whole corridor, artificial intelligence, I think, will play a huge role wherever you go, whatever you do, because it's going to be the center of it all as we go forward in the next few years. And artificial intelligence and digital technology that we have created in India would be of great value to various countries in the IMEC corridor. Now, going beyond that, if we look at semiconductors that Professor talked about, we have a huge plan to create close to 80,000 semiconductor professionals as part of our India semiconductor mission. So I think, again, there can be a lot of interest that we can create between different IMEC countries to be partners in terms of creating a new value chain, supply chain. See, today the supply chain is getting disturbed. So how do we create an Asian, European type, Middle Eastern type of area rather than depending on the existing situation? And therefore, look at the situation which is in China and Taiwan today. We really don't know what the future will be. So if we are going to remain dependent on Taiwan, it is not going to be a very comfortable situation. But if the rest of the world in IMEC corridor starts to look at India as a resource for design to manufacture. Our biggest strength is design. We have the largest number of semiconductor design people in the country. And therefore, that is where we can add tremendous amount of value and create a new value chain along the corridor. So that's something that we can extend for quantum technologies also. I am the chairman of the quantum mission, and we are actually working on different areas of quantum technology today. And one of the big areas that we are extremely good at today is quantum communication. Now, the future of all cryptography and security of communication is going to be around quantum. And therefore, how we can, as India, help the rest of the countries with quantum technology and quantum safe communication capability, which is already existing in India. And we have a couple of great startups who have created products for that. And they can easily be taken to each of these countries to start preparing for an era when a quantum computer might appear that will break all the existing cybersecurity.
I think that's a very, very optimistic and positive way of looking at it. In years to come, millions of jobs are going to be created, both in the countries where the population is aging too fast and the countries we need it right now. We have that workforce. So with technically highly skilled Indian laborers, millions of jobs for Indians will be available in the IMEC corridor. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Our next thought leader is Professor Arvind K. Nima. Sir, on the one hand, we have research and innovation. On the other hand, the kind of workforce we need on the ground, their skill level is different. What is important is to have a training along with the research and innovation in such a way that we impart education and upscale the skill capacity of the ground level workers. How best to build a bridge between the two, sir?
Thank you. Actually, I have had some experience of establishing IIT Delhi Abu Dhabi campus, and there many things we learned, including the kind of question you are asking me, including that. So I'll just share a few things about it. Number one, when we started thinking about setting up that campus, we started thinking what type of research centers we will establish there. But when we started taking the baby steps, going to Abu Dhabi and meeting people there, including industry partners, we realized that's not the thing they want immediately. What they want is really upskilling their graduate students to begin with. They really revere Indian education system because there are plenty of Indian teachers in their schools, many Indian professors in their universities, and IITs, IIMs, and Indian education in general is very well respected. So they wanted a lot from us, not just few research centers, I would say. They wanted that whole pipeline, including from school education till university education and research, should be reinforced by Indian knowledge system. That was excellent news for us. So we started working with that premise. We started developing few courses which we wanted to initiate. And we soon realized that we cannot only work on our strength, but we have to understand the requirement of other stakeholders and future needs. When we were doing so, I met two people, Dr. Nicole, in between in IIT Delhi Abu Dhabi campus, and Professor Numesh Bolia. They spoke to me about IMEC initiatives. And I was surprised to speculate. I was speculating only that it could be a part of jigsaw puzzle, which we are fitting in. And IIT Delhi's initiative through the top leadership is going to play a very important role, I would say. So it's not just research we will be focusing on, but truly upskilling the manpower, person power, human resources in general. We have very large number of Indian diaspora, in Middle East especially, and there are tremendous workforce. We need to really understand what we have to deliver and work on that. So I'll close here. Any other questions? I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you.
You know, Professor Jagdish Kumar made a very, very relevant point about internationalization of education. But then it cannot be a one-way road. Foreign universities, technical universities are welcome to India so that the Indian students, without spending a lot of money and time abroad, they can stay at home and they can learn many, many new things, right? But at the same time, because we are talking about this mega project called IMEC and the entire Middle East and then Europe, what can IITs in India, which is so well known in India and abroad, even in the United States of America, brilliant students, what can the IITs do to internationalize technical education in India and bring in students from the IMEC countries also to train them? Like Sachin Chaturvedi this morning, he made a very, very fascinating point on this. The reason I'm saying this is, he said, India is not the leader, India is a partner. Unlike the BRI of China, where the Chinese money, the Chinese technician, the Chinese engineers, everything China. And for the rest of the small countries, it's all debt, right? But India is a partner country. In what way India can leverage the capability, the intelligence, the ability of IITs to do this internationalization of technical education for the benefit of India and for the benefit of the partner countries, sir?
Thank you. So one very important thing about Indian systems is we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we do not really focus on only our gains. We believe, and it is known to the world that we believe, and we really act on that, that we really look for win-win situation for everybody. So that is where acceptance come from for Indian systems. And most of the universities which are interested in coming to India will be welcome probably. And our students will get benefited from both the things, Indian education system as well as what foreign universities are bringing in addition. One major challenge I believe is infrastructure. Because if foreign students come here and would like to live in our hostels, for example, we need a significant upgrade. So that is one challenge probably we are facing, but it's not a challenge which we cannot circumvent. I believe it's one of the smallest thing and easiest thing for us to do. Only thing is we need to focus there, just that. And I'm sure Indian education system is going to make a big dent in global arena. Thank you.
Ambassador Sinha was making a very interesting point that India is landlocked on three sides. The only way open is the maritime sector. IMEC is a multimodal way of connectivity, where the maritime domain is so important. Port, land port, to seaport, to airport, to the market, that connectivity. So what kind of workforce we really require to do the connectivity, sir, in your view?
Thank you. I think we have had some very interesting discussions, and some of the guidance has come from our DG and chairperson on the requirements of skills. Now, as a maritime guy, I can put these skills that are required for the maritime sector in three main buckets. The first bucket is related to logistics. The second bucket is related to energy. And the last bucket is related to technology. Of course, between all of them, the common line theme for the future will be sustainability. When we look at logistics, we are looking at skills that need to be put in place, which are related to the cargoes. What kind of skills do we need for cargo related skills? For example, shipping and third-party logistics systems, port logistics, your entire business of insurance and chartering services. That's one part which is related to cargoes. Then you also need other skills, which are in the bucket of support skills. For example, all ships need stevedores, you need charterers, you need brokers, you need financiers. All of that is a support services, and they have to be appropriately skilled as well. Warehousing, customs, crew rotation, these are not easy. Bunkers. The third bucket, as far as logistics is concerned,
are related to maintenance. That is your repair, overall spares, inventory, and the supply chain for doing that, and also replenishment of services on board the ships. Finally, the biggest challenge that will come here as far as the IMEC is concerned is adherence to compliance and international conventions. For example, the Basel Convention on transshipment of dangerous goods, the MARPOL compliances, the solar compliances. The second bucket of skills that we need to develop in our country for the IMEC project is related to energy. Here again, we can bifurcate it in two parts. One is which is seaborne. I'm sorry, my voice is a little bad. Excuse me for that. And the other is shore-based. What we are seeing is a huge transition in the way energy is being used in the maritime sector. Increasingly, we are seeing alternative fuels coming in, green hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, etc., and newer things like wind-assisted propulsion systems. These are all new skills, and much of these skills will go into our IMEC project. Much of these technologies will go into our IMEC project, and we should be prepared to handle these technologies. The second bucket, as far as shore-based skills are concerned for energy, are the increasing use of resource efficiency and renewable energy in the manner we conduct operations ashore. This is again an extremely sophisticated thing, and it requires both work at the blue collar level, white collar level, and also at the higher management level. A complex project like our IMEC requires dovetailing multi skills from diverse sources. So we need to focus on that. The third area is what we spoke about, digitalization and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, much bandied word, but when you look at the specific applications of AI, can be put together in in basically big data, which is the volume, velocity, and variety of data that comes from the maritime sector is humongous. And we definitely need a lot of skills to handle that data in the right and proper manner. This requires us to develop certain tools in AI. For example, machine learning and deep learning are well known to all of us. NLP processing, fuzzy logic, your robotics and automation. This is again driven by AI, and that increases port operations, computer vision, autonomous shipping. These are the things that we'll be faced with when we're doing IMEC, and these are the sort of skills that need to be developed as far as that is concerned. In addition to it, there's a whole lot of other jobs that will have to be unique: piloting and navigation, maintenance of communications and satellite networks, 5G networks. Then also the larger issues of governance, such as risk management. Every project must have a risk management strategy, and how that risk can be identified and what are the measures to mitigate those risks. That requires substantial amount of understanding of risk management. Increasingly, we'll also have an IMEC which will definitely be connected to the Internet of Things, if not the Internet of Everything. So therefore, things like predictive maintenance, supply chain management issues, voyage optimization, route planning, weather, all of this can make the IMEC process profitable, bankable, because we would have underlined those skills which are now going to contribute to the business success of the IMEC project. And these are skills that don't come in a day. They need to be developed over a period of time. And as we spoke about, artificial intelligence for third-party logistics systems is a very important aspect for the success of the IMEC project. So these are skills that we need to do. A very key skill, and this is something that maybe in the RAS we could study, is this new science of maritime economics. And it's a very, very diversified science. Not much work has been done on it. And to understand how do you convert ideas into bankable products to steer financial closure, or to get the right investment decision from financial institutions is not easy. Lastly, fintech. We spoke about investment in the morning, and that is going to be a key part of it. But the fintech game is completely different. If you're going to continue business as usual, looking at equity, bonds, debentures, this, that, and all, we are not getting anywhere. We need to do thoda hatke thinking. And that hatke thinking is to use the digital payment infrastructure that we adopt, plus also new technologies. And I had spoken about this in a conference earlier on what is known as real-world tokenization of assets. This allows fractional ownerships. So every pier, every jetty, every ship, every tug is a profit center by itself. And that can be fractionally owned by all of us. And that can be a very, very smart way of tokenization and at the same time funding such a project.
Thank you, thank you.
Lastly, the addressable community we should know. Who are we going to train? So that is not just IITs and IIMs and all of that. There are a lot of training that has to be done at the ITI level, at the vocational level. Mention was made by you on that issue. So we need to get those blue collar jobs also. The lastly and most importantly, we also must understand how many people do we need to train? 100, 1,000, 2 million, what? So accordingly, the infrastructure must be in place so that those educational institutions who put their money into skilling don't go bankrupt after a few years of work.
Thank
So
you.
these are some thoughts. All of this is resides in our great country in different silos. Our job here in this community here is to break those silos and try and see how we can optimize the total system so that the IMEC is a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore. Ladies and gentlemen, the IMEC corridor is located in an area where you have a geopolitical time bomb. At the same time, this corridor has tremendous amount of geoeconomic opportunities and benefits. So before we conclude, I'll just give 30 seconds to 1 minute to the panelists. When we need a workforce for the future, not now, we need that workforce not only to have skill right now, but they should be efficient. At the same time, they should be resilient. At the same time, they should keep scaling up their skills. So if you have any idea to this question or any other point, please say so, very briefly.
Well, see, one of the reasons why we need to carefully look at this skilling is that the scale at which we have to do in our country and creating awareness among our universities and bringing them out of this shell they have built themselves is very important. And that's the reason why, as a regulator, we have been talking to the heads of institutions to think differently. Because if these skills had to be provided to our students, the educational leaders have to imagine the universities as very complex systems. They should have a strategic vision. They should know the skills of financial management, resource generation, and capacity building of their teachers. And that's the reason why, as part of the National Education Policy 2020 implementation, we are focusing on the foundation of our educational institutions so that as an output, you will have millions of these students coming out of our institutions with the required skills and competencies.
Thank you, sir. Ajay ji.
Well, I have said mostly what I had to say, but I'd just like to add that there are areas which are outside of what I mentioned earlier, where space technology is something that we are pretty good at. And connectivity between IMEC countries through space is something that we can definitely support. We have a huge amount of startups in this area who have created many, many new products. And lastly, in BRI, you have all kinds of Chinese equipment like Huawei sitting there, which is very dicey, and a lot of Chinese chips sitting with backdoors. We can actually provide 4G, 5G stacks that are developed in India for IMEC countries and train people to actually rip and replace, which is what Biden talked about when he came and met the Prime Minister.
Thank you, sir. Arvind ji.
So if I need to summarize on what we need to do is here. Number one, we need to produce industry-ready human resource and the human resource who is ready to learn forever. Because actually demands are changing. After 5 years, what we teach becomes relevant for the people. So how to learn new things is the key aspect, what we should be inculcating amongst our students. So they know in the process, they keep upgrading, they keep upskilling themselves. Third thing is they should not be only learning what we teach, they should be able to create knowledge and they should be able to create jobs. That's what I would like to sum up with.
Sujit ji, any new point?
One quick point, as we have seen, there's a lot of skills required and they're all under different buckets. So fortunately for us, the government has got that, what's it called, the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. I think it's an ideal opportunity for us to leverage that institution to its full potential and see how the Shakti Vishwavidyalaya can integrate with not only IITs, but these at the ITIs, IIMs, and various other levels to build up expertise in that one place so that we have a student who comes out as a almost ready professional to join the complex world of the maritime world. Thank you very much.
Let me thank the panelists for the brilliant points and different kind of advice that they gave for this. Please give a big hand to the panelists.
Thank you, Professor Chintamani, thank you.
Thank you.
Now there is a customary photograph which we have to do, and may I request Professor Ashwini Mahajan to come forward and help in felicitation. Professor Ashwini Mahajan. Yes, sir. I'm Jagdish Kumar. He's former chairman of University Grants Commission. Ajay Chaudhary ji, he is co-founder of HCL and chairman of National Quantum Mission of India. Professor Arvind K. Nima, he is from IIT Delhi's Abu Dhabi chapter and Professor Civil Engineering IIT Delhi. Commodore Samadar, he is visiting fellow RIS, and obviously Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, founder and honorary chairperson, Kalunga Institute of Indo-Pacific Studies and editor, India Quarterly. So we had requested Meenakshi Lekhi ji to kindly give us this space, and we are occupying her space to cover up for the time, and she gracefully agreed that she will give her keynote address plus question Q&A session in the second half. She'll be around with us throughout the day. Thank you, Meenakshi ji. Now may I request the next session panelists to get ready and please come forward. Ambassador Shyam Saran. Ambassador S.K. Verma. He is former ambassador and now he is chairman RIS. Dr. Sanjay Baru, he is former advisor to Prime Minister of India. He'll be joining us from Hyderabad, his hometown. And Miss Ila Patnaik. Miss Patnaik is slightly late and she'll be joining us very shortly. And moderator of the session is Hemang Jani. He's senior advisor to the executive director of South Asia, World Bank Group. His travel long way from DC to be part of the panel and moderate the discussion. So you can very well imagine the importance of the session. And all the gentlemen who will be joining, and Ila Patnaik, obviously, Ila is here. Ila, welcome. And sorry for the faux pas. So Hemang, mic is yours. And my request is keep one eye on timer. Thank you.
Thank you, Anilesh. Very warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists. I'm in a dilemma because I think either Anilesh and Jagjit and Professor Chaudhary don't like me much. So they have put me in such a stalwart panel and I may end up asking dumb questions. But I think they are my good friends. So I feel that they have saved me by putting me in this panel, that even if I ask dumb questions, the distinguished panelists are going to give intelligent answers. So maybe I'm in a good space. Corridors are not very easy creatures. In one way, corridors are like babies. You have to grow them for years and years, and then you are not sure, even today's context, that whether they will reap the benefits, whether economic or geopolitical benefits that they can. I will start with a few questions, but before that, let me outline the session. We will touch upon some of the strategic positioning that we are trying to understand in the IMEC context. Then we will also look at the economic opportunities that IMEC would bring, not only for India, but for the entire corridor and rest of the world. Then we'll also touch upon some of the risks and challenges that we should keep in mind. This is a third conclave or conference that we are doing on IMEC. We have tried to list out many risks and challenges. Now we are getting into the motion. Then, of course, sir, we will also touch upon IMEC and Global South. What does it mean for that? And forward-looking vision. I will hand over the floor to panelists at the end for a 2-minute wrap-up on the forward-looking. Let me not waste much time, and go to Ambassador Saran. Ambassador Saran, you have often spoken about the intersection of geopolitics and geoeconomics. In that context, how do you see IMEC and India's role? Do you think that IMEC is finally one corridor which will make India from a rule taker to an active rule maker in the geopolitical order? Do you think that IMEC is only a response to some of the alternative corridors that are in offering, or it has something beyond that India is trying to think with the other nations on the IMEC corridor?
Thank you very much. Let me, first of all, thank the organizers for inviting me for this session on IMEC. As you said, corridors are very complex phenomena, and one has to be rather careful that we do not get entangled into something which does not really give us the kind of returns that may be envisaged when we began with. I say this with experience of a couple of corridors that I've been involved in. For example, the trilateral highway connecting India, Myanmar, Thailand, which, by the way, was conceived when I was serving in Myanmar from 1997 to 2001. We are now in the year 2025, and I do not think that that particular corridor, parts of that corridor are operational. But the original vision of what this would do in order to connect India with its eastern flank, it would be honest to admit that we have not got very far. So we should keep that in mind. And we should also keep in mind the experience that much of the reason why we have not been able to move ahead is precisely geopolitics. And what happens in the countries which constitute that corridor. And IMEC itself is a good example. If you look at the kind of ambition, the kind of boldness with which it was launched during the G20 summit in 2023, how dramatically, the geopolitical space has changed. So we have to keep that in mind, that if we are looking at a huge amount of investment, and there will be a large investment into this project, can we, realistically look forward to major, gains from this particular project? I would say that some of the assumptions underlying this project, when we began with this, those assumptions need to be re-examined. For example, if we were looking at a fairly strong partnership between Europe and the United States, as well as countries in West Asia, that already has changed. Even if the United States of America may be interested in this project because of its alliance with Israel, today the relationship between Europe and US and between Europe and Israel is, in fact, very different from what it was at that time. Even with respect to the situation in West Asia, we began with the assumption, I'm not saying that we necessarily, were confident of that, but there was an assumption that yes, there is a Palestine issue, but the Palestine issue in some way has been somewhat isolated, somewhat, put aside, and we don't really need to worry about it because it's an issue which needs to be managed, but it is not going to erupt and interfere with our plans. That's no longer true. So I would say that keeping in mind these uncertainties, we have to be somewhat cautious in the manner in which we take this forward. My recommendation would be focus attention on something which is a no-brainer, which is the sea link between India and the West Asian countries. I think that is very important. That is something which is actually very important for India's energy security, for the welfare of its people who are living and working in the Gulf area, as well as in terms of the huge market which is emerging in India's western flank. So while keeping this big picture still in front of us, let us be modest at this time, focus attention on what we can do and which will give us results in the foreseeable future. That is what my view would be.
Thank you, sir. I think in wonderful way you have covered that what started as a geopolitical ambition, the economic ambitions may remain more important for some time. And maybe we'll get an opportunity in future to go back to the geopolitical ambitions as well. With that, let me turn to Dr. Patnaik on the real questions. Where is the money? What's on the table? So I think in one way, IMEC is going to enhance India's ambition to become a global manufacturing and logistics hub. On the other way, it will also try to improve the trade relation or the trade canvas in which we are operating. So what do you think, what are the economic benefits? Where are they going? What are the benefits on the trade? How will it reshape India's trade with the other regions? How will it reshape the trade along the corridor? And how will be the economic benefits? And how will India be able to capture those? What should we do that?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And first, let me begin by thanking Anilesh ji and Ashwini ji for inviting me here. And I've been asked to give the private sector's perspective on how exactly some of the questions that you've asked. Now, from the point of view of the private sector, anything that reduces costs and increases efficiency for the Indian private sector Indian manufacturing sector is very good. If it reduces the costs of exports, if it gets greater access to markets, if it reduces the time taken for us to be able to meet orders at lower costs, then certainly it's a win-win for the private sector. Now, there's this whole region, whether it is the trading partners on the way, whether it is, countries like Egypt and Turkey, which one would get better access to, Europe, which one would get better access to. So all that is on the positive side and is going to create opportunities. When you come to the question of, the opposite, the other side, which is that integration with the world is never one way. Integration with the world, if costs for us go down, then costs for the others also go down. And this will also give access to other countries to access our markets and bring greater competition to Indian industry. Now, I think the way to approach this, and while we have time, because it is taking some time, is to think through what as a package we want to do for Indian industry to become more competitive. Because in this setup, it's not just say, let's say costs come down by X%, but if at the same time you say artificially prop up, say you increase the cost of inputs. So we have things like inverted duty structures still in place. Or if you make the rupee artificially strong, then you're actually making our products more expensive and foreign products cheaper. So when you think about one aspect of policy that for the manufacturing sector is going to be positive, I think it's also a time to make sure that it is not that we face excess competition, don't do the reforms that are on the table. I mean, I don't even need to list them. We all know what are the sort of reforms that manufacturing is asking for and doing the actual on the ground ease of doing business, bringing down power costs, becoming more renewable, getting rid of non-GST taxes, cesses, getting rid of inverted duty structures, not having a artificially strong currency, because you can wipe away 5% like that just because you have a strong currency. So I think it's time for us to think through for policymakers to think through this whole package. And then that takes us to how we can best utilize these opportunities that will get created by the corridor. And if we don't do that and just do one part of it, then I think we might perhaps not understand the challenges that it will create for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this brings us to on the competitiveness question. Of course, we have to improve our competitiveness to take the benefits of the trade. But there are some inherent areas in which we are already naturally more competitive now, or we are focusing more. As a follow-up question, would you like to highlight one or two or three sectors where can we do the most? Is it what we are doing with the solar panels and what they are doing with the PLI scheme? Is that going to be sufficient in terms of focus of the sector, or do we need to think something beyond as well?
I think just a couple of months ago, when I was on a panel that had been organized by Ashwini ji on green tech, many policy-related issues were raised, which were very pertinent. And it's the same forum, so I'd like to kind of bring those back. That what happened to our policy on wind energy, for example. In other words, the first thing I would focus on is not a sector, but policy certainty. So the private sector makes investments to make money. If the rules of the game keep changing, if the way you structure, whether it's structuring PPP, whether it's structuring purchase, whether it is various rules of the game in the green energy sector, which is where we are trying to go. If those rules keep changing, private sector will not invest. And so with my background on working on regulation, rather than just saying this sector or that sector, I would say the policy certainty, policy framework, the regulatory framework has to be conducive to growth, and it shouldn't keep changing. You have to bring in more certainty to policy. Already, I mean, if I may say the obvious, what is the biggest challenge in the world today? What has happened in the last 1 month? It is policy uncertainty. I mean, if anybody who hasn't understood how important policy certainty is, just needs to look at how the world has seen has gone for a toss, bloodbath everywhere, jittery markets, jittery investors, economists may, see a downturn simply because of policy uncertainty.
Thank you very much. I think we are still trying to understand what happens in 1 month and what happens maybe in next quarter or that. But let me turn to online. We have Dr. Baru with us. Dr. Baru, hope you can hear us and you can see us. You have been in a very vantage point positions in past. And I have also been in that place in past for a very short time. And when you look at it, you look at such corridors and such opportunities from the leader's office, you look at it very differently. So let me give you a very broad question, that how do you see from your past experience and from your current reading of the situation, how do you see IMEC? And if I can also add a pointed question to it, what are the most immediate tangible outcomes or tangible wins that India can expect in, say, next 3 to 5 years from IMEC? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I have to join with my mobile phone. I'm in Hyderabad with not adequate connectivity at the moment. Let me first thank my friend Ashwini Mahajan for not only inviting me, but insisting that I should join online, though I couldn't be in Delhi. I was totally struck by the fact that Ashwini ji, whom I have known for many years and whom I have engaged in intense discussion on the costs and benefits of globalization over the last 15 years or so, should be organizing this conclave. Because, as I'm sure he would understand, connectivity is only the link, the foundation for economic integration. And therefore, the fact that Swadeshi Jagran Manch is looking at the importance of connectivity between different continents would imply that Ashwini ji is more open to what we used to talk about, the need for India to be globally more integrated. And I think this is something we have to recognize, because these corridors don't mean anything unless our trade with this region grows up, unless our trade with Europe, trade with West Asia, trade with the rest of the world increases. So a greater economic integration is the fundamental requirement for the success of any corridor. Ambassador Sham Saran talked about the India, Myanmar, Thailand corridor, which is still not taken off. Now, in this context, let me say, first of all, that our entire approach to the region, which unfortunately we call it the IMEC, which is India Middle East Economic Corridor, while I find that in the conference today, the references to West Asia, and many speakers have spoken of West Asia. This is part, I believe, of a much wider geopolitical, geo-economic perspective of our national leadership for a long time. With its wider Asian neighborhood. In 1992, we launched a Look East program, which has been followed up by Prime Minister Modi's Act East, which RIS only celebrated a few days ago. And in 2005, in July 2005, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh launched what was called a Look West policy. There was a committee called the Trade and Economic Relations Committee. I think Ambassador Sham Saran, as Foreign Secretary, would have been a member of that. It was a committee, cabinet committee with the Foreign Minister, Trade Minister, Agriculture Minister, Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission, and various other senior functionaries present. And we launched what was called a Look West policy to balance our Look East policy. Two initiatives were launched immediately after that. One was the India-Israel Free Trade Agreement, and the other was the India-GCC Free Trade Agreement. Neither of them really took off, but over a period of time, all these have come to fruition. Our trade relations with Israel have increased. Our trade relations with UAE has increased. So, since you asked me to look at the kind of big picture from top down, the big picture has been that we have consistently worked towards a greater integration with our Asian, neighbors, both East and West. But as Ambassador Sham Saran very correctly mentioned, the circumstances under which these initiatives can succeed keep changing. I mean, our Look East policy has had its own ups and downs. It has, of course, increased our trade with countries to our east, whether it's further east like Korea and Japan or nearer east like Southeast Asia. And our trade with UAE and the GCC countries has increased, particularly over the last decade. So there has been a greater economic integration of India with this wider Asian neighborhood. And I would like to see this India-West Asia corridor, which unfortunately, has been somehow tagged with the United States and because of the Biden-Modi meeting, etc. I don't think that is really, the framework within which I would like to look at India's relations with the Asian neighborhood. I think we as an independent power, as a regional power, as a nation power, we need to have our own perspective on what our economic relations with countries across Asia are, and we must look at these initiatives within that perspective. I used to work out of Bahrain and Dubai a few years ago when I was with the International Institute of Strategic Studies. Everywhere I went, my Arab friends would say to me that, we like India calling our region West Asia because we feel we belong to Asia, that we are not some, distant, periphery of the West that we are called Middle East, but that we are in fact part of an Asian economic continuum. And historically, and many of us have written on this, historically, we have been very much part of this trade relationship, from all the way from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. So let me conclude with this remarks that we need to look at trade and economic integration and connectivity from an Indian perspective. What is it that we are looking for, and what are the countries we are willing to work with, rather than get mixed up with global geopolitics and what are the relations between US and EU and US and Russia. I think we need to have a much more focused strategy for the region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the first takeaway that I have, which Mahajan ji will like, as if I can offer a theory of change of IMEC, more connectivity, more trade, and more business for our MSMEs in the States. But that also, I can see Anilesh has put a times up, but I can extend 10 minutes for this panel. Ambassador Verma, a straight question to you. More trade, more connectivity, more business for MSMEs. How do we make sure that our states and our domestic capacity is ready for that, to absorb that? How do we make sure that? And what are the risks or challenges do you see in that context?
Thank you for the question. First of all, we need to upgrade our capacity. And capacity upgradation is not just the processes. These are also skill sets. These are also the understanding of standards and norms through which you can export your commodities. But overall, we should look at increasing the economic activities and not just merely exporting products and services. Only then we will become more integrated with the entire region, and we will reap benefit out of that. MSMEs, as such, do not have much access to the information and knowledge. So first thing is to set up kind of information and knowledge bank in which they can dig in and they can find relevant information for them to play a more active role in the entire corridor. We will need to identify sectors, though it is not very easy. And then we can try to enhance the capacity of those MSMEs which are connected to such sectors. Some of the MSMEs may form a value chain with the larger industry leaders as well. And that should also be welcomed as a clustered approach. So if we are looking at physical infrastructure development, EPCs will be a part of it. But EPCs may also depend on some of the MSMEs who can support them in taking it forward. So there is a value chain created between MSMEs and larger companies. Same thing will happen in digital domain, where you have many MSMEs as compared to manufacturing, and that can be taken forward. Health services, smart cities, solar was mentioned, and that's a big opportunity because of the geography that the entire corridor passes through. But all these will have to be looked at in the phased manner. So if we want to take up everything altogether, we are bound to either slow down or fail. So therefore, we have to decide which phase will be better for us to take on. Other countries may decide similarly because it's a collective process. And therefore, we should look at the phased development and go through that. Clean tech and green tech, that's an incredibly important sector for the future. And we will need to build a lot of capacity in our MSMEs or even in our bigger players. We don't have big players in these sectors. but these sectors will dominate the future of world economy and for the corridor as well. So we should look at that. And finally, let's set up a team which can find the gaps. Unless we are able to understand that there are gaps and we are still behind the cutting edge, we'll never be able to catch it up, we'll never be able to build capacity, we'll never be able to benefit India through our approaches.
Thank you, sir. I think let me now turn to all the panelists with a wrap-up question. One is, we have figured out during the panel that what we can see right now, energy is immediate. What we can see, let us focus on that. Build the capacity within country, build the capacity on the corridor, look at how the trade and other issues are shaping up, but also look at the structural issues that the countries can think, like India. One very pointed question on for wrap-up is, what are the risks you see beyond the current geopolitical situation that is there for IMEC, say up to 2030 or up to 2047, and how do we address them? And second is, if India has to really take advantage of it, say in next 5 to 10 years, in the immediate future, what we can see, what are one or two things that we should do in Indian government? One question always comes that who is the owner of IMEC in Indian government? Who should focus? Do we need a team that can focus? Do we need something else that can focus on IMEC? Over to you, sir.
Well, when you can't predict even what will happen tomorrow, to ask me to say what will happen by 2030, I think is a big ask. We are living in an uncertain world, and as has been pointed out, that the biggest, I think, factor which makes it difficult for us to plan ahead is precisely this uncertainty. So we have to keep that in mind, no matter how much we want to take this project forward and look at what it can give to us. That uncertainty is something we have to take into account, make this a major element in whatever projections we are making. So that is one. Second is, what are the kind of things we can do, which while promoting this corridor, at the same time also enhances our own capacity. So just a few observations from my own experience in dealing with connectivity projects when I have been serving abroad or in India. We are very good at sometimes working on physical connectivity. Make a glass top highways, very good airports and other kind of infrastructure. What we do not realize is that is only half the requirement. Software of connectivity is as important as hardware of connectivity. So what happens behind the border? What are the ways in which we can ensure that when that corridor has been put in place, that there is actually a smooth flow of goods, of peoples, of even ideas across the borders. So software of connectivity is very important. And lastly, I would say that with respect to the kind of uncertainty that we are facing, I will return to my first comment. Be at this time bold in conception, but modest in implementation. So that modesty is required in terms of what are the things we can do right now, which despite the uncertainty will actually have some benefits for us. That is the way we should go ahead.
Thank you. I think culture connects more than the money at times. Madam, same question to you. How do we look at it as a vision, as it is difficult to predict for next week, but how about it in 2030? How do you look at it?
I think looking forward, I see that we must remember that India is the biggest market for the world. And let's remember that everybody is trying to get a foot in. We are also the biggest, going to be, half the world's working population in a few years. We are the youngest, largest workforce. And these two are huge strengths. And any policy that we make, I mean, we of course want to export and we want markets, etc. But any policy that we make, we must remember that these are our biggest strengths. And even when we are making this corridor, we want soft infrastructure. We want the speed which we are promising in terms of the physical infrastructure should be matched by the speed we promise on customs. Things get stuck there, and that would negate everything we do. So the soft infrastructure, I completely agree. The institutional infrastructure is as important as the physical infrastructure that we build. And in that, let us remember, we are the prize. We are the biggest market. We are the youngest workforce, and everybody would want a foot in here.
Thank you. I think bold in conception to very measured in implementation to focus on our strengths, what we have in terms of our young workforce and our market. Sir, any last lines to add, and then I will go to Dr. Baru online.
Uncertainties had been spoken about. What I would like to focus on is disruptions. So you are looking at disruptions on geopolitics, geoeconomics, but also innovations. And if India is ready to face these disruptions for the future, we'll be able to contribute much higher in this entire corridor project and also get advantage out of that.
Thank you. I think someone mentioned about our 150,000 odd startups. So this is a very good challenge for them to start contributing. Dr. Baru, over to you for last words and then Anilesh.
Well, I would first of all echo what Shyam Saran and Ila have said about soft infrastructure. I think this is the Achilles heel of India's links with the rest of the world. We put too many barriers ourselves in terms of our ability to deal with the rest of the world. So I think this is homework at home, which is extremely important for the success of any project that seeks to integrate the Indian economy with the rest of the world. Having said that, I think I would only reiterate that we have to recognize that we are in the heart of this Asian landmass. And as other speakers have said this morning, our land access has been cut off to the rest of Asia, historical land access, and therefore strengthen the maritime access both eastwards and westwards. And in that context, I think what Shyam Saran said about a focused strategy for speedier links with rest of West Asia and a greater integration of the West Asian economies with the Indian economy as we pursued with ASEAN. I think this has to be our focus. Let us not get carried away by big global kind of perspectives. Let us think local and act local. That would be my priority.
Thank you. I think wise people's words take time to understand. So I will not dare to conclude or wrap up this session with any summary. So I will hand it over to Anilesh to thank the panelists and wrap up the session.
Thank you, Hemang. Thank you very much. Now may I request Ambassador Verma, he's also host for today's convening to help us in thanking the guests, Ms. Ila Patnaik. She's Chief Economist, Aditya Birla Group, country's former Principal Economic Advisor, Shyam Saranji, country's former Foreign Secretary and very respected name in the sphere, and our friend Hemang Jani. He has specially come from Washington to be part of the conversation. And, we should really thank Hemang because World Bank is preparing for the convening there as well. And a lot of dignitaries and last minute preparations were happening, but he still came. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's prepare for the next session. So we have with us Ambassador Damu Ravi. His country's Secretary, Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs. Rahul Mittal. Then we have with us Augustic Tano Kaume. He is Country Director, World Bank. Shri S.K. Ahirwal, Executive Director, Traffic Commercials, Ministry of Railways. He was earlier JS Logistics. And Captain Sandeep Mehta, President and CEO International at Adani Ports and SEZs. He'll be joining us virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the trade talks, a new dawn for trade and investments. To help us build the conversation, we request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General RIS, to moderate this session. So with thunder of applause, please welcome Ambassador Danu Ravi, Secretary Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs. Thunder means thunder. This is not even close to thunder. Mr. Rahul Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, RITES. Mr. Agostino Kame, Country Director, World Bank India. S.K. Ahirwal, ED Traffic Commercials, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. He was earlier leading the logistics team in Ministry of Commerce. And Captain Sandeep Mehta, President and CEO International at Adani Ports and SEZ. He'll be joining us virtually. So this seat. Sachinji, mic is yours. And sir,
How many minutes?
so this panel is between, lunch and, a very hungry crowd. So be prepared. Thank you.
I think they are equally hungry for knowledge on IMEC and how do we take trade forward. So thanks, Anileshji. I know we are running against time, but we have extremely accomplished panel. And my request to Secretary Economic Relations, Mr. Damuru would be to give us some idea in terms of how he looks at what was said in the previous panel in terms of disruptions, uncertainty, and of course, as Chairman RIS emphasized, on innovation, how we prepare ourselves. And sir, you have been a proponent of trade linkages, and not only on western side, but also on eastern side. And you have been a proponent in terms of how internationalization of Indian economy with strong trade linkages may give us the dividends that are required. So how you see trade linkages within IMEC, what kind of preparedness we need, what kind of roadmap we have, and how the complementarity of investment and technology linkages with trade would go forward. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sachin. And I'd like to thank Professor Ashwini Mahajan and all the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here today. But let me come to very quickly, because I know there's a short timeline that we have here. What does it mean in terms of trade and investments? And what does it mean for all the countries that are plugged in this mega project? My idea first simply goes straight to the supply chains, because today we are seeing a disruption of the supply chains around the world. And this is a new way of building it up. And in fact, it's a landmass across the Asia and then connecting sea links. So in a way, it's bringing in three major regions together. One is the South Asia, you have the Gulf, GCC, and the European Union. So imagine the countries that are connected in the project and plugged into the project. It's a very big geostrategic and a geo-economic value it has. The other second idea that comes to my mind is in the 21st century, it's a new way of doing collaborations. Mega projects of this nature, which is about $400 billion or $600 billion that this project will entail, will require many players. I think this is a consortium kind of an activity, both in the businesses, in the financial sector, and countries coming together to do it. This is a very novel way of doing it, but not that is the first time, but INSTC, as Ambassador Shamsheran also mentioned, the trilateral highway, they have been happened and have been taking place, but at a very slow pace. But this, if successful, can be a major trendsetter. The other value that I see here is immediately for India, from our point of view. You know, we have a Gati Shakti, the PM Gati Shakti, which is also connected within internally, cutting across the states, the corridors that are being built. I think the value that India can get is if it is able to plug in your Gati Shakti to the IMEC. And that's number one priority that we should be looking at. Then the manufacturing will happen along the corridors. And this happens in a natural way, because as you build the corridors around the world, this has been happening. And in the IMEC context, you will see manufacturing happening in that part of the world as well. Now, what it means in a geostrategic sense, in a geopolitical sense, greater job creation, greater economic value, greater interlinkages will also reduce conflicts. That is also the region which has a large number of conflicts happening today. So you've got to create the stakes for those players in the region to be able to create that employment opportunity to bring that down. The opportunity for us, normally the businesses in India tend to look very inward. You know, we've been looking at domestic terrain as a very important arena to guard. But I think as India is rising, and we are looking at 5 trillion very soon, to 10 trillion, to 30 trillion in 47, the industry will not stay indoors. It will not stay a domestically caged animal. In my view, it will become global. And that's where I see a big opportunity for Indian industry to become global. Already, to some extent, Minister of External Affairs has created that space, that environment through our lines of credit and grant projects. Our industry has done very well. But they're still not there as a global players. And that, I believe, is IMEC is going to create that opportunity for us. The final element that I see is in the fintech space. In the DPI, the digital public infrastructure, India has done extremely well. These are low-cost solutions and easily implementable in the IMEC context. And anything that has a cost value and a cost competitiveness will prevail. And India will have a first mover's advantage if we're able to take advantage. Now, let's look at the challenges part of it. And the challenges part of it is, as you said, conflicts is one part of it. The second is you got to have a coordination. You got to have a secretariat for the IMEC to be able to drive it. And I believe, and I personally believe, that since India has a big stake in this, both in terms of the market size that it has within the country, because when you're going to open up, a lot of products would want to come into India. And at the same time, India would also like to export out, because if your manufacturing going to go up from the way we are planning today on the Prime Minister's vision, then you also need to take the markets outside. So I think it's very important that India takes a lead in this entire network and create a secretariat within the country. The other item that I see is the standards and regulation. That's Ila has already spoken about it. The importance of how do you bring in harmonization of your standards and regulatory frameworks. Because today, across the countries, they have different standards and regulations. But we need to find a mechanism that's able to bring harmonization amongst the countries on that space. The currency will be another thing. There will be many currencies that will operate, but I think the fintech solution will be able to bring that seamless connect amongst the countries. The last item I'd like to leave, and the thought is, we got to have a long-term vision for this project. You cannot think that I'm going to make a gain or a killing in a short term, and if that is your interest, then it's all going to just collapse. So you got to have a long-term understanding of it, and all the players that are involved in it should be part of that win-win game. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Murabi. I think, sir, with your broad sort of tone setting for this session, let me begin the question answer component of this with our panelists here. We are extremely delighted to have Chairman of and Managing Director of RITES. Something that Rahulji, after you took over as CMD, new dynamism that RITES has demonstrated, I think is absolutely promising and very encouraging. So congratulations for that. My question to you is in terms of how you see the future challenges for RITES in terms of taking IMEC forward within this, because as Secretary Damuravi mentioned, the challenge would be in terms of reducing the transaction cost and being multimodal, as he rightly said about Gati Shakti to be juxtaposed over this. What kind of challenges you see being head of the railways entities that you have been engaged in several other countries?
So let me pick up on two key points which were said in the previous session. And the one was software of connectivity. And the second was trying to identify some immediate short-term deliverables. So modesty of implementation. And I must say, the first steps which we have taken in the last few months in trying to achieve operationalization of the IMEC, and that's trying to create a seamless digital interchange of logistics data. Now you'll tell me what's new in that. Interestingly, the shipping trade between India and UAE, that's already happening. So what's new in that? But interestingly, as I said, on the Indian side, there are a large number of portals. There is the NLP Marine by the Shipping Ministry. There is the ULIP portal by the Ministry of Commerce. There's iSkate Customs. There are, the port operating systems of various ports. On the UAE side, there are, the Makta by the AD ports, the DP World, and ports and their various operating systems. Now, let me compare it to something like trying to connect different types of chargers. So you have an Apple iPhone charger, you have a C-type charger. They're trying to connect different kinds of adapters. Sometimes they get interlinked and get lost in between. All of these portals have been developed at different periods of times with different objectives. And interestingly, our homework in the last few months found out that stakeholders on both sides end up entering information, duplicacy of information, and having to do the same thing in different portals. So what was envisaged? And that's when the concept of Maitri was born. What is Maitri? Master Application of International Trade and Regulatory Interface. So at the end of February, Maitri was unveiled, the initiative of Maitri and the logo of Maitri was unveiled by the Honorable Minister of Shipping. And what does Maitri envisage? So let me reassure you, Maitri is not again another portal. I'm not coming up with another portal like ULIP or NLPM or iSkate or etc. Maitri is a platform. Again, in simple words, it's like a multi-plug adapter that we are trying to develop, which will be at the background. So the chargers on the left side can connect here. The chargers on the right side connect on the right side, and then they exchange information seamlessly. Now, what has happened in the last 1.5 months? As I said, baby steps to try and get immediate deliverables. Workshops have been held by stakeholders on both sides, port, shipping lines on the UAE side, so in the India-UAE leg of the IMEC corridor, on the Indian side. And what we are trying to do is that trying to find out the messages which can be exchanged seamlessly through this Maitri platform, which the work has already started. We are envisaging trying to do a POC in the coming months, where ports on the Indian side and certain identified ports on the UAE side will identify certain commodities where the messages, the customs and other shipping container related messages can be exchanged seamlessly through this platform. So that's the first step. As ma'am said, trying to bring in efficiency in operations. So that's the first step. And this is huge potential. As the POC develops, then we look to have the mainframe. And this has potential not only in the IMEC corridor, but across various other corridors.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rahulji, for simplifying things for us. And also, this serves the purpose of today's conclave, where we are avoiding long speeches. Just few minutes, powerful intervention to set the guardrails for policy intervention. So thanks a lot for this very interesting insight. Let me now turn to World Bank. And Augusto, you have been leading this office in India. What is your impression and what is your take when it comes to trade-related expansion, but also, as you heard, logistics, World Bank's role in terms of reducing transaction cost, World Bank's role in evolving these corridors is extremely important. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sachin. Thank you for having me on your panel, and many thanks to the organizers for having us, CIEU, RIS, and I think Dalberg also. So thank you very much. It's really an honor to be on this distinguished panel. You know, logistics is a very important agenda as we understand it for India. We heard Gati Chakti, we heard the national logistic policy. We know that logistic costs in India are quite high. According to some estimate, they represent 13% of GDP, which is a cost to trading partners operating in India. But India has ambition to bring this logistics cost down to single digit, as it's happening already in countries like Germany and France. At the same time, India has also been doing more than logistics. We have in the World Bank something we call the Logistics Performance Index, which looks at not just logistics, but other things that have a bearing on trade, on the cost of trade. And if you look at how India has performed in the past decade, it's very impressive. India has improved its ranking very significantly, and we think the next LPI will show continued progress. And the Prime Minister has said that India will need to be in the top 20 globally, and it is absolutely possible in the coming years. This is a recognition that logistic cost needs to come down for trade to happen. And IMEC is really a boon because it will indeed help contribute to reducing the cost of logistics, because we heard earlier, the fact that trade links through roads are a bit difficult today, and India has done very well where you can trade without relying on sea link and rails, basically in services. And you can see what India can do when you remove the constraint, the physical constraints to trading. And IMEC will make it easier for India to do well also in trade in goods, not just in services. So this is great, and according to some estimates, actually, IMEC will help reduce the cost of trade by up to 25% with Europe, and that will boost trade volume with Europe to close to 20%. This is significant, and it will have development benefits also. We know trade, according to some of our work at the World Bank, trade in goods as opposed to trade in services create more jobs. It creates a lot of jobs. So when trade in goods happen, when you get 20% more trade with Europe in goods, you'll see a big impact on job creation in India. Now, will that happen automatically? We need investment. You need investment not just for IMEC. For India, actually, the way I think of IMEC is IMEC Plus, because IMEC starts in Mumbai and goes somewhere, but it doesn't cross India. And we should remember that, in fact, it needs a lot of investment in India for IMEC to work as well for India as it will work for other countries. And that means there are corridors which need to be built in India. We already have the East-West corridor built, but how about the South? How about connecting the South to IMEC? So how about connecting, the Southeast, for example, to IMEC, or the Northeast to IMEC? So until these corridors, which I call IMEC Plus, are built, the benefit of IMEC for India will not be as big as it should be. What else is needed? You also need coordination with non-IMEC countries, because the last thing you want is IMEC to be built and then somebody else is being an IMEC Plus or IMEC minus, in this case, which will subtract from the benefit of IMEC. So there is a need for coordination, and maybe those countries that are not directly into IMEC will need to see that they benefit from it. So connecting IMEC to them so that they don't create their own connection to Europe is something that needs to be thought about. Another thing that will need to happen is, how we organize ourselves to build it. It's good, the idea is there, but who is going to build it? In the earlier panel, we talked about, the soft part, so who is responsible for building it? So maybe at some point, member countries will need to put in place an independent committee, which is independent from the politics of the day, because politics can change within countries, and regardless of those changes, a team should be there to make it happen, to build it. And then once it is built, how you manage it, how you implement it, how you operationalize it. And there you need some coordination. You need to have rails, tracks need to be harmonized, for example, or regulations need to be consistent. If you ask for documentation that are different on the route from India to Europe, whenever a ship needs to cross some zone or some country seas, if they need to produce different types of document, it will slow them down. So harmonization of regulations, harmonization of infrastructure will also need to be thought about during implementation. And I'm mentioning that because those things during implementation will be easier to handle if they're thought about upstream, at the design stage. So let me stop here. But there is a lot to talk about, and I'll be happy. I'm happy to come back.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Augusta. I think you're absolutely right in terms of how we go forward on this, particularly bringing in corridors within India. And at some point, Ambassador Ravi would recall, people used to say before India enters into free trade agreements with other countries, India should enter in FTAs with its own states. And this is something that Prime Minister Modi has demonstrated right from 2014 onwards, when after a lot of resistance, we introduced GST, which has reduced market fragmentation across the states, where you used to see container cargo lining up on the state borders for hours together. We have overcome that. And as Rahulji very rightly mentioned, the idea of Maitri is to integrate Indian market. So consistent political leadership's commitment to bring India as a whole on one page for moving forward is something that we are seeing. You're also right that these corridors, which are internally structuring, like for instance, Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor with JICA that is being done, but many more such corridors. Just Prime Minister inaugurated the one in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So you are seeing more and more such corridors which are connecting industrial hubs. So that part you are absolutely right. And I think that's where more standard convergence, as Ila mentioned, and also Secretary Damurabi mentioned about it. So absolutely important. Let me now turn Ashwini Gupta ji to you. As was mentioned by Auguste from World Bank in terms of the logistics performance to be improved, and you are a key actor and a player in terms of how you see across policy spectrum, strategic planning, how you see India's private sector placed to take advantage of a visionary initiative like IMEC, how you see Indian companies taking advantages of this. So over to you, Ashwini Gupta ji.
Hi, this is Sandeep Mehta. I hope you can hear me. I'm joining you all from Dubai. I run the international business for Adani Group, and I'm here in place of Ashwani. So thank you very much for actually organizing this. We are part of the IMEC strategy, I think, in India with Mundra Port, set up by the Adani Group, which actually is the deepest port in India right now, and possibly also now is the largest port in India, connected to the hinterland by railways. And we have the port in Haifa in Israel, which is the key component part of this corridor connecting Europe. Based in Dubai, we have been pushing very hard for this IMEC corridor to develop sooner. We are actually working with several agencies, especially here in Abu Dhabi, to help support this, to ensure that we have the total connectivity, whether it is digital connectivity, whether it is customs integration, and whether it is the reduction in logistics cost, because this is actually really a multimodal play where there will be a lot of activity that will be done by rail, talking to Etihad Rail, and then also connecting it via Saudi to the borders in Jordan and eventually into Haifa, from where then it will go through Greece into Europe. So a lot of work is happening here as well in the Middle East. There is a lot of interest as well as a lot of action taking place. We recently had a conference in Bahrain where we invited most of the people from GCC countries and try to get them to understand about the IMEC, the philosophy, the concepts, the
the economic benefits coming into the GCC countries, and supporting in creating the real infrastructure over here. Challenges are many. Right now is the acceptance and the current scenario globally, which is to be kept on the side, but this process must continue for us to work together and to see that we all are aligned to build this corridor, especially now that we face a lot of challenges in the Red Sea, and also now we see some activity in the Middle East, in the Arabian Gulf. So Adani Group is invested in infrastructure, is invested with the ports, with the railways, as well as with the development support to countries in UAE. So leaving it at that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, as I'm part of this initiative from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Captain Mehta. Thanks for this remark. Later on, we would be joined in by Honorable Minister Sonowal ji and also our Secretary Shipping. I wanted to ask you before I go to the next speaker. You mentioned that in Bahrain you had this conference and a couple of challenges were identified. Do you see any sort of effort that is needed in terms of policy framework when it comes to shipping? You also mentioned about digital and customs connectivity. Are you seeing some of the initiatives that government has launched? Rahul ji mentioned about Metri. Do you think such solutions are going to help us in terms of bringing in greater coherence across IMEC corridor?
Definitely, I think we are all on the right path. There are several developments done by individual port operators. There are several done by individual countries. The whole thing is about risk management, about visibility, and about connectivity through the correct. Earlier there used to be UN files, EDIFACT files. Now there is so much of API available that you are able to seamlessly connect without any difficulty. So I think this challenge will be lesser in the coming future. The major challenge I think we were facing in the Bahrain meeting was how to get acceptance into Saudi Arabia for the rail connectivity and how to get the investment to be done over there. We are quite keen, and everybody has got portals which are actually very quickly able to interconnect. I think I can pass those details later on to the concerned people and rights.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Captain Mehta. Let me now turn to somebody who is hands-on with this. And Dr. Ahirwar, you are, I think, somebody who has huge on-field experience. You are handling it with DPIIT. You were there. And now with the Ministry of Railways, you have seen IMEC closely and you understand it. So let me bring you in for your perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi, and thanks for having me for this very, very relevant and contemporary subject and discussion on this. I also feel like privileged being part of this esteemed panel and also the members of the August House of the dais. Thank you very much. And I think IMEC is an idea which is different from most of the corridors or transport corridor, we say international transport corridors in many ways, but primarily in two major ways. One is it is coming from or emanating from the political circles, right, or the diplomatic channels, and the geopolitics coming together and coming up with this idea for a geo-economic development or geo-economic idea for that matter. And again, supported by, I would say, please do not mind the jargons, too much of jargonization, but yes, the geopolitical idea for geo-economic development supported by geopolitico-economic, forums like G7 or G20 or all those economic platforms which have been created and have been supporting this idea. In the second way, it is different from most of the corridors, whether it's IMSTC or trilateral corridors, or we have any of the corridors in North America. They have been generally the transport corridors, but this case is an economic corridor, which looks just not at transport, but I would say it's a intercontinental transport corridor along which economic development is being thought about. And it's a great idea. Of course, as we have, this is a great idea, we have the great challenges as well, and most of them have been talked about, so I will not repeat them. However, we definitely have a couple of, as the professor said, like the field zone experience tells us and gives me a sense that there's a huge need of so-called first the institutionalization of this idea of IMEC, which at present is just an idea or a proposal, which doesn't have an institutional arrangement or a group or a secretariat for that matter. I think that's the thing which should be there to take this conversation forward from just from an intellectual platform to an executive platform where things will start happening and changing. So that's one big thing I think which we'll have to do. And second is the major cause of, I would not say a failure, but definitely for a limited success on international transportation corridor is absence of or non-availability of a protocol which can facilitate international multimodal transportation. The convention which we do have in form of TIR convention, but again, it only looks at the multimodal transportation where road is one of the modes of transport. In this case, it may not necessarily be a road getting involved here. So rail, sea, rail may be a situation which has to be governed by certain convention, which we do not have at present. I think we'll have to think about it. And it's like beyond TIR, we'll have to think about, or maybe a modification of TIR itself. And good that all the members who are in the IMEC corridor are also the signatories of the TIR convention as well. So that bodes well, and therefore TIR in a new shape can be adopted by IMEC, maybe with a different name or maybe the same convention, because it's already having a lot of consensus, a global consensus on this. The third thing is like we have, as I said, it is just not a transport corridor. It has many other elements which involves creation of physical or digital or a phygital infrastructure for attaining just now the economic development of transportation or the reduction in the logistics costs for that matter, but also, getting a complete solution or more complete solution for the integrated global supply chains. And as we know, global supply chains, as the previous speakers have also highlighted, we operate in the world of uncertainty. And I'll also add three more components which are very unique to the global supply chain. That is, one is the volatility, which is very, very inherent with the global supply chains. And anything which addresses the issue of volatility in the global supply chain is going to help it. And IMEC is one such idea which can help in reducing the global supply chains volatility. The second aspect is, of course, uncertainties that have been talked about, and it is of many types. And the third element is the complexity. I mean, we are definitely a complex world, and if we add to it the geopolitics into the geoeconomics, it becomes even more complex. It's a cocktail of the complexities. So IMEC probably looks at, or maybe having a potential solution in it to reduce this complexity of the global supply chains by making things more straight and building the supply chains along this corridor. And of course, the ambiguity which we have as part of the VUCA, that is also probably going to help. Help by IMEC, because I have a great ambiguity in or about which way to go, whether go by the sea route or Suez Canal, or I go by the IMEC. If I have the option of IMEC, I think I'll go by IMEC.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ibar. Volatility, complexity, and geoeconomics. All the three words, I think, great. Let me now turn to Auguste if you have one very quick 1 minute reaction to this.
Thank you. I'll just quickly say that, I was, of course, you all remember when IMEC was announced at the G20 summit in September 2023, and, we were waiting for more details, and I have to say, I'm amazed at the speed at which the conversation has picked up now, despite the, the challenges that the world is facing. So, congratulations to the government of India and other countries for moving forward with the conversation. The next step is, as we all said on this panel, making it happen. And I think that there are institutions to put in place, there are mechanisms, structures to put in place that could be perhaps a bit less dependent on the geopolitics and moving into action. The second thing I wanted to say is that IMEC will require a lot of money. Some people put the estimate at 500 billion, what it will need to make it happen. And I think these numbers should not scare us. I think we should think of it in terms of phases.
Yeah.
It will happen over many years, and we don't have to wait for the whole thing to be built to start benefiting from it. So I think there are things that can be done tomorrow and things that will be done thereafter, and we should focus on that in the phased manner. And thirdly, we should also think of IMEC really as a development agenda.
Yep.
It's not just a trade agenda.
Yeah.
For a country like India, it is a game changer from the
Great.
development point of view. So
Thank you.
let's think of it that way.
Thank
so
you,
that we
Auguste.
can be
Thank you.
energized.
Thank you. Let me turn to Captain Mehta. Very quick, one word that you think required to take this idea of trade forward.
I think, sir, we should look at the newer technologies because right now it's in infancy stage. We should also look at how we can benefit from this new whole clean energy business and how that connectivity will become part of the financial modeling of this corridor. And that is one thing I think we have spent less time upon. We should spend some time upon, this whole digital connectivity, the pipeline for the hydrogen and electricity so that everybody is benefiting from it. I think this is also a very important part which we should not miss out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahulji.
So I come back to the key point of modesty of implementation. The Maitri initiative envisages to operationalize the virtual trade corridor, the VTC, on the India-UAE leg of the IMEC corridor. And I must share with you the kind of response that we've got in the last 1.5, 2 months from stakeholders, shipping lines and ports, etc., from both the India and the UAE side. We are very encouraged by it, and we are working on it on behalf of the Ministry of Shipping. And considering that Maitri is scalable, unified, secure, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more about Maitri in the coming months.
Ambassador Murabi, please.
I think we have to broadly understand that the connectivity projects around the world that we are seeing today is actually the trend of the 21st century, that the globalization is happening at a pace, and then the connectivity has to keep in sync with that kind of global aspiration. That's one. But there are risks to it. No major project of this magnitude will be easy. The modesty in implementation, calibration is very important as we go forward. But I think for political economies and democracies, it's even more challenging because you have narrative building within the country can be very distorting. The industry will say, why are we opening up? Because as we harmonize your rules, regulations, and bringing down tariffs, opening up the markets, there are going to be voices, dissenting notes. I think from now onwards, I think everybody else which are plugged into this project will have to have a narrative building exercise within the domestic arena. Leadership will have to be on board, and they had to constantly keep telling that what is ahead for us and what is good for us for the common interest and prosperity of the people connected to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Big hand to our panel.
Thank you, Sachinji. Thank you very much. Thanks for the insightful and very great session. Thank you. May I request Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi to come forward and help us in thanking the gentleman who has given us so much of knowledge. Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi, ladies and gentlemen, country's former External Affairs Minister, and now she's part of the board of CIEU. And she played a very critical role in designing this conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. You have joined us from Dubai. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you have given
Thank
us a great.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch, but this will be a very quick lunch because we're running really short of time. And the next session is an online session connecting us to Paris. So just be quick, grab your plates, come back to your seats. We will be quickly catching up on that session. Thank you. Sachin ji.
trade, of course. And specifically for Greece, we have the project to double at least the trade flows by 2030. And I think the participation to such a corridor, of course, will help in this exchange and flow of goods and energy and data.
Ambassador, with your permission, let me also bring in the French envoy, Ms. Amber Ayom. Bonjour. Can you hear her?
Bonjour, bonjour. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We want to hear the French perspective as well. And especially when, we all see that France was the first country to appoint the envoy, and they have shown all the seriousness. We also want to understand from you that, how do you see this cotton highway being built up? And what is the perspective, what is the expectation France has from West Asia as well as from India?
Well, first of all, thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure to participate remotely to this conference and to represent the French Special Envoy, Mr. Mestralet. As you mentioned, France has been the first country to nominate a Special Envoy. And for that, the President has chosen an industry veteran, since Mr. Mestralet has been the chairman and executive CEO of a major energy and utility company for more than 20 years in France called Engie. So he is one of the prominent private sector figure in France. And before his mandate for IMEC, he has also been in charge of developing a French public touristic agency in Saudi Arabia called Halula over the last 5 years. So to end with this preliminary introduction, I would also say that this is our first participation to a conference organized by a think tank in India. So we are pleased to do so and very interested in the quality of the agenda that you are presenting today, which will contribute to the conversation on IMEC. So I will cover the 3 points that you mentioned. What has been the main engagement on the diplomatic front from France over the past year, to reflect on the role of think tank to help structuring the IMEC dynamic, and what are the key milestones from our perspective. So IMEC is a major geoeconomic project which remains at a preliminary stage. And as you know, in the absence of collective meetings since the signature of the MOU on the sideline of the Leaders Summit of the G20 in New Delhi, the special envoy from France has been engaging with multiple bilateral meetings over the past year. And I would like to stress that the France-India partnership has been instrumental for this. The kickoff of the mission of the French Special Envoy has been on the sideline of the President's visit during the Republic Day in late January 2024. And in 2024, the Special Envoy came back in total 3 times in India to engage with field visits of infrastructure, such as in Mundra, to discover the special economic zone and the port infrastructure, but also to have multiple political meetings in New Delhi. This multiple exchange have contributing to aligning the vision between the 2 countries, and also to have shared views on the priorities that should be implemented for IMEC. One of the outcomes also of this political engagement has been to consider that IMEC is now one of the axes of the trilateral format between the 3 Ministry of Foreign Affairs, between India, the United Arab Emirates, and France. And this will also help structuring the dynamic between the 3 countries. And the first legs, we say the maritime leg of IMEC, which is today the most concrete one. To broaden the perspective, the diplomatic engagement have covered different geographies. The mission last year of the Special Envoy started with contact in Brussels, as the Commission is a signatory of IMEC, with Gulf country, with Emirates, but also Saudi Arabia earlier this year, and in the US before Trump election, but also with new contacts established with the new administration, which will be instrumental for shaping a shared vision for IMEC. I would like to mention that part of the complexity for IMEC is the diversity of stakeholders, but also the heterogeneity of the portfolio covered. In most of the country, IMEC is followed at high level by ministers or advisor of the chief of states, but it is not necessarily followed by the same type of portfolio. In some countries, this is the Minister of Energy. In some others, this is the Minister of Investment. In some countries, such as India, this is the National Security Advisor, which is on the lead. So you also have to address this aspect to be able to identify the right point of contact and to capture what is the priority of the different countries. And this has been the work that we have been doing for more than a year with the support of the diplomatic network.
Thank you. Thank you.
To put, yes.
Yes,
yes.
we'll come back to you because we also have with us Ambassador Aliki, so maybe have a bit of Greek flavor into the conversation as well. So I'll come back to you about in the second half of your conversation. Ambassador, we want to understand one thing as well, that we are also talking about the alternative energy. This corridor should also be taking the electricity from one side to the other and use this time zone as a storage and bring one sun, one grid reality to the world. What is a Greek view into this conversation? Do you see that connectivity with the Middle East plus connectivity with the Indian shores? Do you see possibility of emergence of these type of ideas, or what is your thought process? And briefly, if you can also touch about the hydrogen corridors, that how we can.
Yeah, I will not go into that specific, but I would say that right now Greece is a champion in renewables. Thanks to the solar energy and wind energy, we are in second position concerning the mix of the part of renewable energy in our mix energy. Also, there are many different projects of connectivity in different sorts of energy, electrical, also gas, renewables, with different neighbors around Greece in the Mediterranean mainly, and also in the Balkan countries. So we really consider ourselves a hub, and we hope that this can be integrated into the IMEC project. But you'll allow me to go back because you asked me something and I didn't reply. And my French colleague has explained the job of the special envoy and the people that are, supporting him. And also you told, I didn't know, Italy has appointed the special envoy. Yes, of course, there is a big discussion in Greece right now to find the right profile of the person that would be the focus point on IMEC. And I think that what is very important is what happened in France, in where the person that is responsible connects the private and the public sector, which is a big challenge for IMEC in general. That is how you combine the two, what synergies there will be, what kind of investments and what kind of projects between public and private sector. And even I saw the CV of my colleague here. She was in the private sector in the past, and isn't now she integrated the public sector. So it's an example. So we are trying to figure out our own profile in that sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
if I may jump on this point, I completely take your point. One of the challenge is to navigate between public and private sector. The profile of the special envoy is also an experience profile with mega project, which will help at some point. And I also have this both experience. And but I think that one of the strengths of IMEC will be to have complementarities on the interconnection points, so which include Greece, but also on the profile, we will be around the table. And this is really the way also we should approach the governance challenges.
Absolutely. And, we also want to see that, many of these things start taking shape quickly. And there are very, very complex issues of financing the projects. And these envoys can sit together and see that how structuring can happen and how that multilateral funds can come in. And we also want to understand that, we have already seen that some of the digital products like UPI have already gone into the French, some places in France, some touristy spots like Eiffel Tower already has a UPI thing. So UPI is one of the India's push for this IMEC thing. Uh, can we see, when we go to Greece, we can use UPI? Is there a possibility?
Yeah, not today, but last year, Prime Minister Mitsotakis visited Greece, and there was a memorandum signed on that project of UPI with a Greek institution, and they are discussing now. So hopefully soon, it will be possible to use UPI, which is genius. Yeah, we're working on it.
But the UPI is a beginning. We have a lot of digital infrastructure which is in place. We are using India Stack to do a lot of, bringing in those products. Do you see some excitement, that maybe, Indian products, which is a lot cheaper than, which are products which are available in the Western world? Do you see possibility of integration and, taking those digital products to Greece and the other parts of the Europe?
Oh, yes. I mean, with the prospect of that connectivity and IMEC, I think there would be a big push on all that digital products, which will be necessary in order to get over the practical difficulties of connectivity, different systems of customs, different systems of payment. So we have to push on that. We have to try and to harmonize, and of course, that will push the digital profile of that project. And I have to say that in the last 5 years in Greece, there has been a big effort on digitalization. We have a dedicated ministry right now, and that helped a lot. The first step was the public sector and the services that the public sector offers to the people, to the citizens, but I'm sure they are also supporting the private sector. So I think that in the framework of IMEC, these things will be pushed and move forward also.
Thank you, Ambassador Aleki. Ms. Amber, if you want to add, what is your experience dealing with the Indian digital products? I used it in Paris, the UPI payment system, and it was very, very convenient.
So on the digital part, but also energy part, I didn't hear all the introduction from Greece, but you just covered 2 points, which is the energy and digital part of IMEC. And this helped me to mention that for France, IMEC is an interconnection point in Marseille. So Marseille is not only one of the main parts of France. It is a triple hub. It is a digital hub, an energy hub where you have major hydrogen project under development, and also industrial and shipping hub. When you talk about digital connectivity, Marseille is, as of today, the 7th digital hub in the world. If you have, and you can easily find it on internet, the mapping of undersea cables, you will see that this is a major interconnection point for that. So this is also building with these existing assets. And one of our objectives is also to leverage all this potential and to explore how connectivity can be fostered within the Mediterranean Sea. And I mentioned that France will host head of state summit on the sideline of the United Nations conference in June in Nice to talk about connectivity shipping, terrestrial, and digital connectivity between countries from Gulf, Mediterranean Sea, and also North Africa, which is a key zone for this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Ambre. Sorry, we have time till now, till this moment. I actually wanted to ask you a lot of questions about the clean tech integration, how we can, collaborate. But I'm sorry that we have run out of time. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for giving us your time. Now to conclude, you want to say something or we can conclude?
Just want to say that it's a very exciting project, and the strategic relationships that we have with all the players along IMEC is really giving us a boost and push, and we're very hopeful. And hi, salut à Marseille, spécialement.
À bientôt à Marseille.
Thank you. May I request Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi to come and help us in felicitating Ambassador. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time, your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Aleki for you. I don't know whether you noticed or not, this was ladies' special session. The ambassador, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lekhi. Thank you very much, Ambre, that you have taken your time out. Now may I request the next session, the Money Talks. It's a great session to have to understand that how we find, the lot of dollars, rupees, euros, to put into, these infrastructure projects. Shri Kiran Rai ji, CEO, MD, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development and NADFID. Mr. N.S. Vishwanathan, he is Chairperson, Axis Bank and former Deputy Governor of RBI. Shaurya Dayal is joining us from London. He is Managing Director, Torch Investments. Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, CEO, Managing Director, NIIF. And Shri Rajneesh Kumar, Chairman, State Bank of India. Former Chairman, State Bank of India. Rajneesh ji. Eh? 25 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very interesting section about finding funds for infrastructure projects, because no initiative can succeed unless there is money to fund it. And today we have Mr. Vishwanathan, Mr. Rajkiran Rai, Mr. Shaurya Dayal. अच्छा फिर मुझे भी जाना है 4:30 बजे है मेरा अपॉइंटमेंट दूसरा, तो जैसे चाहे वैसे कर लेते हैं 25 मिनट्स में. Do you want any rescheduling?
We are okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, because of the delay, the session got late to start. Sachin ji, may I request Mansukh Bhai Mandavia, Honorable Minister for Labor, Employment, and Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports. He'll give us the ministerial address and after that we will start with the session. I'm so sorry. And as Vishwanathan sir, we are beginning with the ministerial address, and then we will be with your session.
Okay.
IMEC कॉन्क्लेव में वैसे तो मैं केवल शुभेच्छा देने के लिए ही आया हूँ, और मुझे खेद भी है कि आपका सेशन चालू होना था और मुझे इंटरवेंशन करना पड़ रहा है, लेकिन IMEC के बारे में जब मुझे कॉन्क्लेव के बारे में बताया गया, मुझे खुशी हुई, क्योंकि IMEC एक केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है। आप सीमेंट कंक्रीट का यूज करके पोर्ट एंड रोड नहीं बना रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि ये देश का भविष्य भी है, पीपल टू पीपल्स कनेक्ट भी है, कल्चर का आदान प्रदान भी है, इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर भी है, उसका बहुआयामी उपयोग है। और इसलिए जब सिल्क रूट से हम यूरोप जाते थे, मैं थोड़े समय पहले उज्बेकिस्तान गया था एज ए मिनिस्टर। उज्बेकिस्तान सिल्क रूट का पार्ट था। वहां कई वर्ड्स, हिंदी वर्ड्स का मैंने चौपाई बोलते हैं, हम भी चौपाई ही बोलते हैं। ये कहां से हुआ? लोग जाते थे यही रूट से यूरोप, यही लैंग्वेज का यूज करते थे, आपस में संवाद होता था, संवाद संबंध बनाते थे, रिश्ता तय करते थे, रिलेशनशिप डेवलप होती थी, और उसके आधार पर हमारा व्यवस्थाएं चलती थी। वैसे देश में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट कोई भी डेवलप्ड कंट्री की एक कई पैरामीटर में से एक पैरामीटर होता है। मैं भारत सरकार का पोर्ट, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज मिनिस्टर भी था। पोर्ट डेवलपमेंट, जिस देश ने समुद्र पर राज करा है, एक देश ने दुनिया पर राज करा है। एक समय था एंशिएंट समय में जब इंडिया सदियों से समुद्र के द्वारा दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड करते थे। माई सेल्फ बिलोंग फ्रॉम गुजरात। मैं एक बार दार एस सलाम गया, तो दार एस सलाम में ओखा स्ट्रीट थी। तो ओखा गुजरात का छोटा सा पोर्ट है, टाउन है, सी पोर्ट है। तो वहां ओखा, यू गो टू अहमदाबाद, अहमदाबाद में आप जाएंगे तो मस्कती मार्केट है। क्यों मस्कती मार्केट है? मस्कत वाया गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे टू इनलैंड वाटरवे साबरमती रिवर टू अहमदाबाद ट्रेड चलता था। तो समुद्र कनेक्टिविटी, सी कनेक्टिविटी भी है इस कॉरिडोर में, रोड कनेक्टिविटी भी है, रेल कनेक्टिविटी भी है। एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट है, और एक डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट के आधार पर जब आप रोड कनेक्टिविटी, रेल कनेक्टिविटी, पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी सुनिश्चित करते हैं, तो उसके आधार पर रिलेशनशिप डेवलप होती है, इकोनॉमिक गतिविधि ऑटोमेटिक होती है। और जब इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी, पब्लिक टू पब्लिक कनेक्ट डेवलप होता है, तो उससे आपकी एसेट ऑटोमेटिक मोनिटाइज होती है, नॉट ओनली फॉर फाइनेंशियल एसेट बट आपकी कल्चरल एसेट, हेरिटेज एसेट। इंडिया एक ऐसा कंट्री है जिसमें 65% पॉपुलेशन, 65% पॉपुलेशन बिलो 35 एज के है, यानी कि डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमारे फेवर में है। ये डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमें उसको कैसे बेस्ट इस्तेमाल कर सकते, यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, ये सब कंट्री के साथ हमारा रिश्ता इस कॉरिडोर से और सुदृढ़ होगा, तो उसके साथ हम हमारी डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का भी फायदा ले सकते हैं। कैसे? फॉर एग्जांपल, ये सब कंट्री के साथ हमारा टाइप हो, हमारी रिलेशनशिप हो, हमारा बीच में आदान प्रदान हो, दुनिया में स्किल मैन पावर, टैलेंट स्किल मैन पावर की एक कॉरिडोर के एरिया के सभी लोगों में बहुत बड़ी क्राइसिस है, जो हमारी एसेट है, हमारे लिए पॉजिटिव है। ये स्किल मैन पावर दुनिया में जाए, बिजनेस करे, इंडस्ट्रीज लगाए, उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी करे, म्यूचुअल फायदा होता है। हमें उसका यह फायदा है कि हमारे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिला, उसको यह फायदा है कि उसको जिस टाइप के स्किल मैन पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट थी वो फुलफिल हुई। तीसरा व्यूहात्मक फायदा है कि जब कोई देश के नागरिक, मुझे पता है जब कारगिल वॉर हुई थी तब दुनिया के 48 कंट्री में इंडियन डायस्पोरा ने इंडिया के फेवर में जुलूस निकाला था, इंडिया को सपोर्ट करने के लिए लोगों ने वहां जुलूस निकाला था। ये हमारा एम्बेसडर है, ये चाहे कोई भी क्षेत्र में वहां काम करने के लिए जाए। क्या हम इस देश के बीच में यहां जिस टाइप की स्किल मैन पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट है, इसका ऐसी स्किलिंग यहां करी जाए, उसके लिए हम इंडिया में कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करें। फॉर एग्जांपल, मैंने सोचा है कि वर्तमान समय में नंबर ऑफ टाइप की कंट्री से डिमांड आती है। मैं हेल्थ मिनिस्टर था एट दैट टाइम, आई वेंट टू जापान। जापान गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि हमें नर्स चाहिए, लेकिन वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट की होनी चाहिए और जापानी स्पीकिंग होनी चाहिए। तो मैंने कहा कि अच्छा, आप मुझे लैंग्वेज सिखाने वाले लोग दो, मैं मेरी कॉलेज में, नर्सिंग कॉलेज में जापानीज लैंग्वेज पढ़ाना चालू करूं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 2 कॉलेज में जापानीज लैंग्वेज पढ़ाना चालू करा। वो लोगों ने ही सर्टिफाई कर दिया कि जापानीज उनके ही टीचर आए। और अभी मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हमारे मेघालय के ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर 50 नर्सिंग का एक दल लेके जापान गए। तो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है, हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है। यू गो टू केरला, आज देश में सबसे ज्यादा कंजप्शन पावर केरला है, वहां कोई इंडस्ट्रीज नहीं है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा परचेज पावर केरला है। क्यों? दिरहाम में पैसा है उसके पास, क्योंकि वहां के मैन पावर दुनिया में काम करते हैं। तो हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट, इंडिया इज ए बिग कंट्री हुज डाइवर्सिटी, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी। ये देश की इकोनॉमी इमर्जिंग है। आज अमेरिका, उसकी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 3% बिलो है, चाइना 4% बिलो है, यूरोप 1% 2% है। ऐसी स्थिति में इंडिया की इकोनॉमी 6, 7, 8% इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इंडिया का हो रहा है। मतलब यहां संपत्ति का सर्जन हो रहा है। मीन्स जब संपत्ति का सर्जन होता है तो परचेस पावर बढ़ता है, परचेस पावर बढ़ता है, डिमांड बढ़ती है, डिमांड बढ़ती है तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ता है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ता है तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होता है, स्किलिंग होता है। तो हम म्यूचुअल स्किल सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए एमओयू कर सकते हैं। कैसे हम उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करें सर्टिफिकेट हमारा, तब जाके दूसरा मैंने तय करा है, बेस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म मिलना चाहिए। अभी इजराइल ने कहा कि हमें इंडिया से प्लम्बर चाहिए, कारपेंटर चाहिए, उसको प्लम्बर और कारपेंटर चाहिए, लेकिन उसका क्वालिफिकेशन एक टाइप का है। मैं उसको इंडिया में प्लेटफॉर्म देना चाहता हूं कि आइए भाई, मैं हर यूनिवर्सिटी में आने वाले दिनों में एजुकेशन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैरियर लॉन्च चालू करना चाहता हूं। 3 पार्टी टाइप करूंगा, यूनिवर्सिटी प्रीमाइसिस देगी। भारत सरकार ने नेशनल करियर सर्विस पोर्टल बनाया है, जिसमें एक रोबस्ट पोर्टल बन चुका है। कोई भी टाइप की 44 लाख एस्टेब्लिशमेंट उसके साथ जुड़े हुए, देश के दुनिया की सभी रिक्रूटमेंट एजेंसी उसके साथ जुड़ी हुई, 31 करोड़ ई श्रम पोर्टल उसके साथ इंटीग्रेटेड है, 1.5 करोड़ माय भारत वॉलंटियर जो यूथ देश का है उसके साथ इंटीग्रेटेड है। ये सबका एक्सेस हम दे देंगे। दुनिया से कोई भी डिमांड करेंगे तो ये यूनिवर्सिटी का कैंपस में जाके यूनिवर्सिटी को पता लगेगा कि ये देश में इस टाइप की स्किल मैन पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट है, मैं इस टाइप का स्किलिंग मेरे कंट्री में, मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी में, मेरी कॉलेज में कराऊंगा, तब जाके दुनिया की डिमांड को हम मीट कर पाएंगे। और ये सारा विषय हम ग्लोबलाइजेशन के समय में सेग्रीगेट वे में नहीं सोच सकते हैं। हमें दुनिया का डिमांड, सप्लाई, पोजीशन, स्थिति की समीक्षा की आवश्यकता होती है और उसके आधार पर हमें हमारी व्यवस्था बनानी होती है। और यही हमारी, और उनके लिए भी मेरा एक एडिशन है कि सारी चीज के लिए दुनिया का ही मॉडल इंडिया एडॉप्ट करे जरूरी नहीं है, हमें अपना मॉडल बनाना चाहिए। ट्रेडिशनल वे में कई हमारा बेस्ट मॉडल बना हुआ है, उसका बेस्ट एग्जांपल है कोविड मैनेजमेंट। हम हमारे मॉडल के आधार पर हम हमारा एक कॉरिडोर का उपयोग कर सकते हैं क्या? मैं मानता हूं कि हमें हमारे मॉडल से ही एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर डिबेट करना चाहिए। मैं एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे आपको बताऊंगा। कोविड के दरमियान जब स्टार्टिंग में माई सेल्फ वाज हेल्थ मिनिस्टर एट दैट टाइम, तो दुनिया के साथ में बात करता था तो दुनिया कहता था कि इंडिया है, बिग कंट्री है और हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है और इंडिया कोविड मैनेज नहीं कर पाएगा और इंडिया में जितने लोगों का मृत्यु होगा उसके आधार पर दुनिया का फिगर तय होगा। ये दुनिया का मानना था, ये उनके पैरामीटर से देखते थे, देखेंगे, उसमें हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उस वक्त मोदी जी ने स्टैंड क्या लिया? इंडिया का मॉडल अडॉप्ट करा। इंडिया का मॉडल क्या था? उस वक्त क्रिटिसिज्म होता था। मोदी जी ने कहा थाली बजाओ, मोदी जी ने कहा ताली बजाओ, मोदी जी ने कहा दिया जलाओ, मोदी जी ने कहा कि एयरफोर्स से, प्लेन से ट्राई कलर से कोरोना वॉरियर्स को प्रोत्साहित करो। ये मॉडल ये था कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ ये कॉमर्स नहीं है। दुनिया के लिए सारी चीजें कॉमर्स हो सकती है, लेकिन हमारा मॉडल, हमारे लिए हेल्थ ये सेवा है और सेवा हमारा संस्कार है। ये संस्कार को जागृत करना है तो क्या करें? तो मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम थाली बजाते हैं, ताली बजाते हैं, हमारे डॉक्टर्स, हमारे नर्स, हमारे पैरामेडिक स्टाफ, हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स, उसको प्रोत्साहित करते हैं ताकि उसके अंदर जो सेवा का संस्कार पड़ा है वो जागृत हो जाए। ये जागरूक करने के लिए करा। जब डेल्टा वेरिएंट चल रहा था, फिर दुनिया से मेरी बात चलती थी तो दुनिया मुझे पूछती थी कि आपके यहाँ डॉक्टर ड्यूटी पर आते हैं क्या? आपके यहाँ नर्स ड्यूटी पर आती है? तो एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री ने मुझे, उसके एक साइंटिस्ट ने मुझे 2-3 बार पूछा, तो मीटिंग पूरी हुई तो मैंने तुरंत अपने एम्बेसडर को कॉल करा कि ऐसा क्यों पूछते हैं? तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि इसलिए पूछ रहे हैं कि वहाँ डॉक्टर नर्स ड्यूटी पर नहीं आते, 2 महीने की 1 महीने की छुट्टी मुके रख के चले गए। हमारे देश में कई डॉक्टर्स ने अपना प्राण गंवा दिया, कई नर्स ने अपने स्वयं को खपा दिया, लेकिन ड्यूटी नहीं छोड़ी। क्यों? सेवा ये हमारा संस्कार है। दैट इज अवर मॉडल। देखो, इतने बड़े देश में गरीब लोग भी है और करोड़ों की संख्या में है, मिडिल क्लास भी करोड़ों की संख्या में है, हर दिन का कमाई करके हर दिन खाने वाले लोग भी है, महीने की कमाई करने के करके महीने खाने वाले लोग भी है। 3 महीने तक ये देश में लॉकडाउन रहा, 3 महीने। लेकिन 3 महीने में सरकार से हो सका इतना सरकार ने करा, एनजीओ से हो सके इतना एनजीओ ने करा, कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर से हो सके इतना कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर ने करा। हम सब लोग, आप और मैंने, सब लोगों ने एक ख्याल रखा कि हमारे घर के बगल में कोई भूखा सूता नहीं है ना, कोई गरीब बिना भोजन से सोए नहीं। हम सब लोगों ने ख्याल रखा क्योंकि सेवा ये हमारा संस्कार है। दैट इज अवर मॉडल। जब हम कोई भी विषय पर दुनिया से बात करें तब हमें ग्लोबलाइजेशन से हम दूर नहीं रह सकते, उनके सापेक्ष में भी हमें सोचना है, लेकिन मॉडल हमारा होना चाहिए और हमारा मॉडल ही हमें सक्सेस बना सकता है। और इसलिए हमारे दिस कॉरिडोर में हमारी आर्थिक गतिविधि कैसी होगी, हमारी सोशल मूवमेंट कैसी होगी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो ठीक है, दुनिया में सभी जगह पे कॉमन ही होता है, पोर्ट होता है, हाईवे होता है, रेलवे होती है। उससे कनेक्शन से, एक कनेक्टिविटी से जियोपॉलिटिकल बदलाव कैसे आएगा, ये विषय भी मैं मानता हूं कि हमारा डिबेट और डिस्कशन का होना चाहिए। आप सब लोग इस कॉन्क्लेव में पार्टिसिपेंट करे हैं, आप सबको भी मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग मैं मानता हूं कि देश के लिए, मिडल ईस्ट के लिए और यूरोप के लिए जो भी सुझाव आएंगे ये कॉरिडोर को डेवलप करने के लिए और आगे सोचने के लिए एक स्टेप के रूप में सपोर्ट करेगा। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मंडाविया जी, आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पे ही रहें। हम आपके स्वागत करने के लिए हमारे चेयरमैन एम्बेसडर वर्मा जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करेंगे। अश्विनी महाजन जी और अनिलेश जी को भी मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा कि वो मंच पर आएं और मंडाव जी का स्वागत करें। जिस तेजी के साथ हम लोगों ने आपको मंच पर लाए और आपका उद्बोधन सुना, मुझे लगता है कि एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय आपने सामने रखा है जो हम लोगों के लिए भारतीय मॉडल को डेवलप करने की एक महत्वपूर्ण कोशिश भी है और प्रयास भी है। आदरणीय अश्विनी जी आए मंच पर
और एक अश्विनी जी ने उनकी बहू के द्वारा बना हुआ एक चित्र जो है वो भी तैयार कराया। मनसुख भाई, आपका पोर्ट्रेट है। ये साक्षी, ये पुत्रवधू है अश्विनी जी की। धन्यवाद मंत्री जी आपका समय देने के लिए। अब बिना कोई समय व्यर्थ कराए रजनीश जी, you can proceed with your session, and I'm sorry for the interruption and the delay. Please, mic is yours. Vishwanathan ji.
I'm there. I'm joining. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we have been given 25 minutes to find funds for infrastructure projects. And the size of the funding which is anticipated over a 10-year period is $500 billion. So I won't spend much time on the introduction because Mr. Rajkiran Rai, Mr. Vishwanathan, Shaurya Doval, Sanjeev Agarwal, they all are top-class finance professionals having experience in either raising funds or lending money, or Mr. Vishwanathan, who has been the regulator and was keeping an hawk's eye on how the banks function. I have first-hand experience of working with Mr. Vishwanathan, Mr. Rajkiran Rai, and in fact, I was IBA chairman when the idea of forming NEFID was conceived. Rajkiran Rai was also in IBA when we prepared the blueprint for NEFID. So if we are talking about, say, 500 billion over 10 years, and when there are multiple countries involved from India being one of them, but Middle East and Europe. So 50 billion per year, let me put this way. So Rajkiran Rai, is it a big money or not so big, but what are the issues or challenges which could come, or what can be done so that the project becomes successful?
I feel, many times the size of fund required is highlighted, but money is not a problem. We were doing 10 gigawatts of renewable. Now we are reaching close to 30. We are aiming to reach 50. We never found financing. It is mostly happening from the private. But we never found lack of money for doing these projects. So I think if you have got the right projects with the right models, where the repayments are planned, proper concession agreements are drafted, so I think raising money for right kind of projects will never be issue. So we actually today when we talk, the asset under management of long-term liabilities, what we call insurance, pension, PF, has reached a size of 115 lakh crores. And they are growing at high double digits. That means we are adding 15 to 20 lakh crores every year in these long-term liabilities like insurance, pension, and PF. And actually, we have to find a way that these long-term liabilities get invested in these kind of projects. And there is a good possibility because NAFID is like in the last 2 years, we are working on that. We are already working on a product like partial credit enhancement, which will further enable development of bond markets and bringing this money to these sectors. So only thing what we need to do, there are a lot of learnings in the last cycle, which is in the last 10 years, we have seen that. Today, if you see the default rate in infra projects is less than 1%. And when we did a study of about 2,500 accounts, for the investment grade in infrastructure companies, the default was almost zero last year. So that means we have got our act right now. Why this has happened? Very strong counterparties. The success of NHAI on the road sector, the success of power grid on the transmission sector, the success of SECI in the renewable sector, as strong counterparties has attracted investment. And then the strong concession agreements. We have actually fixed all those loopholes which resulted in bad assets or not getting the correct revenues. It's all sorted. It is not the end actually. It has to continuously improve. But my point is, if you are able to get your policy right, your concession agreement right, and have a strong counterparty, attracting investment to this sector is not issue.
So if I have heard you right, you mentioned NHAI. This is an India experience, but this is going to be an international experience, international projects, where one major complication would be around the geopolitics. In India also, like in any country, the political risk is always there, and whenever project financing is done, the lenders do keep in mind what is the political environment in the country, how stable it is, but here the complication could be much more because of the geopolitical situation. But the point which you raised is that a strong counterparty, and a strong counterparty means either government or government support. So without a strong counterparty, finding money may be a bit difficult. That's what
investors are not very confident when the counterparties are not very strong, actually. So because these are large projects, basically. When we talk of this particular Indian, Middle East and European corridor, actually, there are geopolitical risks, like there are different countries involved, different projects involved, actually. This as Minister Sir was saying, it is not a simple road project or a rail project. It is a combination of project, which is called economic corridor. That way, I think nothing of this size and this diversity was never planned, actually. The first time we are planning. It is all new for us. We need to split it into small parts now. Actually, as a banker, when I look at it, it's a concept-wise, we are just trying to crystallize the thought process around this, that how to plan, how to get different countries along, what are the financing options and all that. For a banker, I will look at it in a more critical way. I need to split into different projects. For me, road is a different project, rail is a different project, gas pipeline is a different project, digital infrastructure, your undersea cables may be a different project. There are different parts to it. So everything is different. Actually, the financing models are different. The revenue streams will be different. So we need to get it actually, because the kind of conversation and the kind of participation, high level of participation, the ministers coming and blessing this, actually shows the political will of getting this through. The ambassadors of different countries coming here, it gives a very clear signal that everybody is interested in getting this through. So when there is a political will, other things will fall into place. We are the people who will ultimately convert into reality, but then the concepts, policies, the structures, they have to be created, that how the different governments will interact with each other, what are the common policies needed, how this economic corridor ultimately, that generates the revenue. Because whoever is funding this project, like he is calculating that when he will get his money back and what is the return he is going to get, and whether my money is safe. If you are able to give that comfort, the flow will happen. So, but then it is a much complex product. It is not as simple, like, these are the models we talk about within the country where our government came in, our regulators came in, they fix the issues. But then, as we go look at international, they're much more complex than what we think. And maybe our role will come once all the structures are done. Then we can come with the, how this can be financed and what are there are multiple models of financing of infra, which has emerged over a period of time, very successful models. But the solution will come only when you show us the project. This is the typical project which has to be funded. What can be the right financing model we can look at?
Yeah. But I think for your institution, a lot of opportunity unfolding in next 10 years.
I think this institution itself is created with that idea because we are well funded, actually well capitalized, and because one of the basic issues with infra is lack of a specialized agency. NAFID has filled that gap, being a very specialized agency funding infra. We also do policy advocacy. We also, because one of the mandate for us is developing bond market, crowding in investment, which perfectly suit with the IMEC. So I think maybe when I listen to the speakers here, I understand that NAFID has a big role to play here.
Right. So you will be providing more of debt capital, but let me come to Sanjeev, because you are another important institution, NIIF, set up by Government of India to support the infrastructure funding in India. And NIIF has been able to raise a lot of funding from the Middle East. That is what, if I've understood it correctly. So what is your experience so far, and what role you envisage as far as IMEC is concerned?
Sure. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. On NIIF, we are 49% owned by the sovereign, the Government of India. 51% were owned by international investors. And the mandate given to us by the Indian government is that we need to raise 51% of the capital of every fund from international investors, and we are to invest on a pure commercial basis. On IMEC specifically, if you look at the entire corridor, as Rajkiran said, it's a bouquet of interlinked projects, right? So firstly, we need to break down the entire corridor into a number of individual projects. And then I would suggest that we look at those projects which can perhaps be commercially attractive to equity investors on a standalone basis. Now, for example, one of the key aspects of the IMEC is to establish ports or new facilities, new terminals at existing ports in the country. Right? Perhaps I don't have enough data to say to thump the table and say that, but perhaps setting up a few large terminals, a couple of large ports on the western seaboard of India, could that be commercially attractive enough for private equity capital to come in? Perhaps. So that is one set of projects which could be done on a so-called standalone basis. But then you again look at, for example, the rail trunk line that is required to be constructed. Can that be done in a manner that it attracts private capital, equity capital? I would suggest that perhaps no. That is a part of the infrastructure that needs development capital, which can come from the government to do that. Likewise, we need to look at each of the individual projects. And here we got not only a project on project risk, but project on multiple project risks, right? So there's a it will be very important for us to have an adequate risk sharing mechanism in the events of, some defaults happening. We'll need obviously multiple governments. I see people from the World Bank and IFC, etc. here. They could play a role in ensuring an adequate risk sharing across the entire chain. That's how I look at it.
Thank you. Mr. Viswanathan, I will come you to the last because regulator always has the final word.
Okay.
So, Shaurya, coming to you. Shaurya Dobal is here online? No, he's not there? Okay. So then, like before I come to Mr. Viswanathan, in India, maybe Sanjeev, you can throw some light on this. InvITs is gaining ground. And so far it has been in domestic currency. Can there be a model built around InvITs?
See, if you look at, Mr. Kumar, if you look at the InvITs, the underlying principle of InvITs is that the investor in the InvIT does not want to take any construction risk, right? These are all operating assets and he's investing to get a assured set of cash flows. So what I would argue is that an InvIT could be a capital market route for exit maybe a decade down the road once the projects have established their, for example, if it's a road project, the traffic pattern has been established. If it's a renewable project, then the offtake, etc., has been established. So yes, certainly as an exit route, but not as a primary route of funding.
Right. So that capital will come at a later stage. First, we need to find capital for the.
That's right. And so more as a refinancing, if I may use that term.
Yeah. So, Mr. Viswanathan, we know the kind of experience, not so good experience, I would say, when banks, commercial banks in particular, had a problem and burned their fingers by financing infrastructure projects in power and road sector. And you were at the helm of affairs when all the cleanup and the banks were trying to resolve those issues. So based on your experience and as Sanjeev mentioned that once the construction is complete, then InvITs could be instrument for refinancing or releasing the capital. But for construction, who will take the risk? And whether commercial banks in India or other countries, whether they can take such risk, or what would be your guidance and advice on this, considering the complexity of the project?
Right. One, I think this is a project of one of its kind, multi countries, multi projects. And I think I like the idea which Sanjay mentioned that it's important because see, there are linkages. Certain projects will not have any money unless it is linked to the other project. But identifying those projects which can develop on its own, create income on its own, without depending on another country or another project to fructify is something that one must look at. And that is where possibly banks can get in. They will have construction risk, of course, but I think that will be much less as opposed to where you have multiple countries having to work together, number one. Number two, I think, as you said, banks have burned their fingers and now they are, I think, they have learned their lessons. Hopefully they have learned their lessons, number two. Third, is that I think it's an interesting point that we must understand, and all of this, that over a period of time, this is a phenomenon that I think is very clear now. Bank deposits are not the only source of savings for public. The monies are going to capital market in the form of mutual funds and insurance products and things like that. So I think therefore, going forward, the role of banks in financing heavy capital intensive projects will have to come down, and that role has to be taken by the capital markets, whether it's a bond or equity. And I think, you are successful as the current chairman of SBI. He said that for India to become a Viksit Bharat, we need 1,000 lakh crores. And he has very clearly said that only a third of it will come from banking sector. The remaining has to come from the capital market. So I think that will how the financing of this project have to take place. But I still believe NAFID has a little different kind of a role as NIIF. as opposed to banks. The banks are dealing largely with public money. They have, the typical refinancing risk that, they have. And therefore, I would not say that banks should be absolutely, unready to finance these. I think there are good projects which are properly framed, end-use ensured, a proper, risk sharing, properly documented. I think there will be banks which are willing to do, because banks, I think, there's also a need among the banks to move away from pure personal loans. Okay, so they also need to have diversification of their asset portfolio. But I think nobody would want to rush to a project of this kind and of this dimension unless they are sure that the risks are already taken care of. So I would say that it will be a third funded by banks and largely funded by the capital market. And that's where I think, I know I'm talking of another regulator, well, I'm an ex-regulator of RBI, maybe IRIDA and others will have to look at how do they enable those monies to get channeled to these kind of projects, is what I believe. And I think another area where banks can come in, Mr. Rajneesh and even Mr. Sanjay, is that maybe they can come at the refinancing stage. Apart from InvITs, the banks, once there is a assured cash flow, the banks can take that risk. So that's another place where they can come in, and maybe they can even come at a lower interest rate than maybe what InvITs are expecting in terms of return on investment. Okay, so I think it will be a melange of funds, but fundamental risks of construction will have to be taken by the capital market, and banks will actually part fund it. That's how I see it.
So, like in essence, if we have to find capital for the construction period, because once the construction is complete, then risk gets mitigated to a large extent. So, how do we mitigate the risk during construction period so that the project becomes a bankable project? Any suggestions, Sanjeev? We did try with security, construction insurance, security bond. And the other issue which Mr. Viswanathan alluded is right now, insurance companies can't invest unless it is AAA bond.
I'll talk more in the context. I'll talk more in the context of India because that's the market that I'm familiar with. Construction risk is, we got to acknowledge it's very high in the country. It's a complex business to execute an infrastructure project in India, right? So the ways, Mr. Kumar, in my opinion, to mitigate construction risk, one of the key risks comes when land acquisition is involved. So is there some mechanism through which availability of land for the IMEC projects could be assured, right? So that if land is there, construction risk is typically lower. Second, we would need to enhance contracting and construction capacity in the country. These are very large projects. And there is, of course, been a significant growth in construction capacity, both in terms of quality and quantity in the country, but we need to do more. Third, I would argue that we need project implementation, monitoring skills, what we call the PMC bit of it, the project management part of it. We need to enhance that too. I think on the question of who provides the construction financing, I have a slightly different opinion than Mr. Viswanathan, which is that bond markets, in my opinion, typically don't like to take construction risk. Bond markets like to come in when the construction risk is completed to provide long-term takeout financing. So we will need maybe more specialized institutions. I agree with him that commercial banks are perhaps not placed to take that risk, but maybe an institution like NABFID or another institution which understands the whole complexities of project financing and construction, they could come in and provide such financing.
So the problem has been around that takeout financing in India. We have been talking for a couple of years, but it has not really taken off. So, Mr. Viswanathan, your thoughts on this? That does the takeout?
No, I agree. The problem is that the people are supposed to take off finance are doing construction finance. The problem is there.
Yeah.
The problem is that people who are supposed to do the takeout finance, maybe InvITs now, but earlier banks, they are doing the construction finance. So what is happening is where the project gets constructed and the whole process is over, then there is a reduction in the rate of interest for the borrower. That's what happens, because the people who take out are the ones who already have lent money. So the takeout will happen if the banks are not lending initially. The banks are lending. So how can they take out their own funds? Effectively, what's happening, they're taking out by reducing the interest rate for the borrower, because the risk has come down. Okay, so I think the inverse is happening. So I think the moment the construction cost, construction risk financing is actually taken by the right agency, you will have the right people to do the takeout. Today, the problem is that it's not happening. Okay, number one. And I think the point I was mentioning is, I think I agree with Sanjay, may not be capital, but let's look at NAFED. What will happen in NAFED? NAFED will also raise funds from the public. And public will put fund in that if there is an assurance of the government. See, I mean, somebody has to take that risk in case the construction risk materializes. Okay, if there is not the capital bond holder, then somebody on who's backing the bond holder is putting the money will have to be backing it. So I think we'll have to find some innovative ways of financing this. It's a you ask whether it's a small sum, it's small or large, it's a large sum, undoubtedly large sum, and no doubt about it, and definitely has a lot more complications than what would have been something within the country. And I think we have enough examples of our own people, our own entrepreneurs have implemented infrastructure projects elsewhere with change of political guard. They have all been asked to go, right? Those things have also happened. So you have that kind of political risk which actually attenuate the risk in the kind of this project. But as some of the other speakers did mention, the fact that there's a large across the countries involved political support, maybe we have less risk there. But I think it's an important risk that we cannot overlook.
Right. So we have just 2 minutes, and I may probably summarize this.
Yes.
And of course, in 25 minutes, you can't discuss all the aspects on such a complex subject. But my thoughts, and based on what the speakers have said, one is inventory of projects would be needed if it has to be kick-started. And not all projects may be greenfield, if I have understood correctly. Some of that may be brownfield, modernization, already generating cash flows. So Gati Shakti could be a good model, which could be expanded to include all the projects at one place. And we will need all type of capital, domestic, international, debt capital, equity capital, thought around takeout financing, how to make it successful, because commercial banks definitely, they can fund the construction projects where they are assured that after 3 or 5 years, their money will be paid, and an institution like NAFED, or if the project is complete and there is a visibility of a steady cash flow. InvITs or insurance money comes in when there is a visibility around a steady cash flow. And private capital, it again can be attracted only when there is surety around the risks, particularly like in road projects, what we saw in India, that the projects were initiated, but land was not available. That caused a lot of problem. In power sector, the experience was because of the poor health of discoms and the money was not flowing. So there are several dimensions of project financing. And when the project of the nature of IMEC, which is very wide in scope, and I think there would be learnings from BRI already, because that is now running from 2013, and in its scope it was, I think, twice the size, already more than $1 trillion, where we are talking about 500 billion. So some of the learnings from BRI would also come handy. So with this, I think there is on the screen, time is up. We can go on and on this subject, but given the positive side, I would like to thank Rajkiran. He had some urgent meeting, so he had to rush. Mr. Vishwanathan and Sanjay for your taking time and coming this. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me and other panelists for this. Thank you, Anilesh. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're a great sport. The session was delayed, and then, we had to stop you to proceed because of the ministerial address. But I really appreciate your sportsmanship and the patronage which you give to CIU. Thank you very much. Now may I request Jagdish Sareen to come forward and help us in thanking the two gentlemen. Sanjeev ji, thank you very much. I'm told that you had some busy schedule, but still you could come. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you had really wonderful session of this country. They discussed the infrastructure finance for you. Thank you. Now let's proceed with the role of MDBs. The real money will come from the multilateral development banks. And may I request Deepak Mishra, Director and Chief Executive of ICREER. He'll be moderating the session. This session has a different format. We will be having a keynote address from Shri N.K. Singh. He is former chairperson, of the 15th Finance Commission, former Rajya Sabha MP, distinguished and very respectable name in the global finance world. And plus, he is also member of the board of Governing Council of Council for International Understanding. N.K. Singh ji will give us the keynote address, and then the panel discussion will happen. In the panel, we have with us Pankaj Gupta, he is Director, Infrastructure, World Bank Group. Michael Sterrell, he is Head of Regional Representation to South Asia at European Investment Bank. He hasn't joined his Delhi office as yet, so he'll be joining us from Europe online. Shri Amit Prathi, he is Director General, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. Shri Shalabh Tandon is South Asia Regional Head, International Finance Corporation, IFC. Deepak, please bring your panelists. After lunch, we all have energy. So give us a thunder of applause. You have some of the best minds in the country to discuss the MDB finance and the project. This discussion is very crucial because World Bank will be, discussing some of these issues at their spring meeting. Deepak, you have a very important discussion in your hand. Now, mic is yours. And Deepak, my request is please keep one eye on the timer, please.
The time is 25 minutes. I was told it is 30 minutes, but anyway, thank you very much, RIS and CIU.
We are running late, so we are cutting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, thank you very much for this opportunity. So let me begin by just saying that, of course, you've heard this many times, but in September 2023, when India hosted a G20 summit, there were many achievements, but two of them which really stood out, at least in my mind. One was the IMEC, the announcement of the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And the second was the endorsement of the G20 Independent Group on Reforming MDBs. The second one was actually headed by Mr. Singh, who was a co-convener along with Larry Summers. And this session brings the two topics together. So it's about how do we finance, or the role of MDBs in financing IMEC projects. So it's a wonderful session to get the two things. A lot has happened since the Indian summit was over in last 18 months. I would say IMEC has gone up in terms of its recognition, because the MDBs have lost a little bit of steam in all this thing that's happening in Washington these days. So we are going to hear from people who have been very deeply involved, both in shaping the G20 agenda, the ideas that we are going to talk about, also people who have been very deeply engaged in infrastructure financing around the world. So we have a very high-powered panel, and I don't think I need to introduce any of them in that detail, and we also don't have time. But let me start by saying Mr. Singh is going to give us a keynote address, and he was the co-convener of the G20 Independent Expert Group. The group submitted 2 reports. Both of the reports were endorsed by the leaders, and subsequently every global fora that has taken place on MDBs have referred back to this report. So these have been very meaningful, impactful report. And I had the fortune of working a career as the secretariat to this independent expert group. Mr. Singh is also the chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission. Let me begin by requesting Mr. Singh to give us a keynote address for about 7 minutes, and then we'll proceed to the panel discussion, and I'll set out a very quick context for them as we start that process. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
Well, thank you very much. I'm grateful to the organizers for having begun to refocus once again on this issue of the role of the multilateral development banks on this very important subject of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. I don't want to go into the virtues of this economic corridor, the economic multipliers, the productivity gains, and all the rest of it. We've heard that at some length in the earlier sessions. In the limited time that is there, I want to just make Deepak 5 points. First and foremost, what is the order of financing which the implementation of the IMEC would need? Based on some estimates which have been done by the Research Foundation, by the European Council on the Foreign Affairs, by the Abdullah Group and so on, the order of financing which is needed is in the region of about $500 billion plus. How do we get $500 billion? The financing module which has been suggested is that 30% may come out of philanthropies, 20% may come out of multilateral development banks, and the balance may come out from private capital in terms of public-private partnership in some meaningful way. So let's now look at each of the ingredients of this. The most critical ingredient of this is the catalytic role that multilateral development financing institutions can play. In which way? In 3 ways. First of all, in being able to provide the core capital, which is needed at 20% of this $500 billion plus, which is very important. Second, in terms of the ability to be able to harness the 50% of it, which is the private capital, and without the support of the multilateral development banks, but providing a core component of 20%, you would not be able to harness half the amount of financing which is needed for the completion of this project. So the 20% becomes very critical. On the 30%, which is coming out of philanthropy, I think this is a new, Deepak, this is a newfangled idea. I'll tell you from where this emanates, something which you must be familiar with since we worked on this closely. You remember when we were doing this, we wanted to open a 3rd window. We called it the triple window. We called it triple finance, triple window. So this was the tripling component of it, triple objective, triple window, and triple financing. That's what the report was about. That's why we called the 2 reports, we called it better, bolder, and bigger. The last 2 were contingent on the first, better, but I have no time to go into that. Now, I think that in terms of, therefore, how do you harness the 20% from multilateral development banks? That is a core component. My second comment is, when we talk of multilateral development banks, we must recognize that the World Bank is the most important, most resource endowed, but it's not the only multilateral development banks. In fact, when I began the study, I came to the happy conclusion that there are a number of multilateral development banks which we had not heard of. Let me allow you a guess. How many of you would have heard of a Black Sea multilateral development bank, but it exists? So the multilateral development bank as a family extends far beyond the capacity of just the World Bank. That's the second factor which we need to take into account. Third very important factor is that how do we harness more imaginatively and more creatively private capital in public-private partnership? What are the key components to mitigate private sector risk? Is it in terms of mitigating for foreign exchange fluctuations? And what kind of institutional structure and foreign exchange fluctuations do we need to mitigate risk capital? How do we make use of guarantees in a more imaginative way? You know, Deepak, when the COP29 presidency was being held by the UAE COP29 president told me that, look, instead of taking money from UAE, why don't you take my money and do it by way of guarantees? Because guarantees have a multiplier effect. You can do it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and that will allow you the reach. So guarantees. In terms of blended finance, which is an exceedingly important and a growing area, in terms of the cascade principle of not entering into areas where private capital is more readily available. So risk mitigation and harnessing private capital remains the #1 daunting challenge. My second last point is this. Who are the owners of this corridor? So whoever the owners are, the owners must become active partners in being able to put together a financing structure which is credible in terms of the meeting global standards of project feasibility and viability, and they must become important actors. So far, Deepak, the most important missing link in this process is we talk about the multilateral development financing, but there's no application before any multilateral development. How do they apply their mind? Who has applied their mind? Who has approached the multilateral development banks? How do they begin to even look at it in a credible way? And that is my last point is, the time is now. The time, that is why I think that putting together this conference on this day is an exceedingly timely initiative. And I compliment the organizers, compliment all who have been put together. I compliment them for the last thing, and that's my last point. Deepak, we are 10 days away or less from the spring meeting of the IMF and the World Bank. This spring meeting will have a get-together of all finance ministers and the governors of the central bank. This is the opportune time of all actors who will be actors and stakeholders in the IMEC to impress upon the owners of these multilateral development banks that there is a purpose behind this. And the purpose behind this is it is well accepted that global commons is something which is the aspiration of all countries across the globe. So, while complimenting the organizers for this particular timely initiative, this is the opportune moment for us to push ahead and engage credibly with the multilateral development banks, beginning in Washington 10 days from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That was a wonderful exposition of and setting the context for it and also sticking to the time. So now we'll turn to the four panelists. We'll start with Pankaj Gupta, the Director of Infrastructure for World Bank. We'll followed by Michael Style, the Head of South Asia Region EIB, and then Amit Prothi, the Director General for CDRI, and then Shalabh Tandon, the Head of South Asia IFC. Just to set the context for you guys, let me just put out three things. I think Mr. Singh mentioned something very important, which is, are MDBs the missing link in this whole project? In a sense, how is the IMEC been seen by the MDBs? Is it a competition to you guys because many of you are in the same business of creating infrastructure, or is IMEC a complement to many of the activities that you're doing around the world? The second is the point about direct versus the indirect cost. How much of the funding could come from MDBs versus how much leverage through a private sector, and that's such an important part which often gets appreciated. And third, just to be provocative, because this is an intercontinental infrastructure projects, are there any lessons from BRI and similar projects around the world that you want to tell to the Indian audience about it? So Pankaj, over to you. Sadly, only 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. First, let me just sort of say I'm very honored to be here, sort of representing the bank, with yourself, sir. And I think I truly sort of fully empathize with the points you made. And let me just take a step back and sort of, I asked my team to look at the history of the bank and its involvement in these kind of projects. And it turns out for the last 40 years, we have been a part of most of the sort of multi-country sort of involvements in rail, in road, in power transmission, and so on and so forth, and across all geographies. So I think there is a wealth of information out there. Then we started to look at, actually, what are we doing today? So we are involved in many of the other corridor thinking. How are we involved there? That was the next question to ask. And I think therein it becomes very important that how do us MDBs look at things? We look at first, what are the alternatives, right? Look at the economic assessment of these corridors. Try and bring some rigor to the analysis that's being done. Look at what is the prioritization of investments. The previous panel spoke about breaking the investments up into more financeable approaches and into more financeable deals. But I think what's most important in all of these examples and all of these experience has been the role of the MDBs as a convener of the parties, right? So I represent South Asia's infrastructure business. I have a peer that represents the sort of Middle Eastern sort of infrastructure business. But we're the only institution out there that actually have a presence and the ability to bring the global knowledge from across all regions and the ability to pull multi-countries all in one room. And I think that convening power, along with the fact that we are an honest broker, in some ways, all of the clients are our clients, right? All of the countries are our clients. So we don't pick and choose one client, but actually try and make sure that these corridor projects or multi-country projects, they're fair and equitable. And that goes back to what are these lessons learned? So the first lesson we have learned from these kind of projects is inclusive design. That it's not about the winners and losers. We have to make sure all participants in the corridor projects are equally benefiting, not by the volume, but by the size of the investment and the size of effort they're putting in. Institutional cooperation, I think that becomes the backbone of how these things are long-term sustainability of these sort of corridors happen. And until India creates an institution, other entities creates institutions that can actually talk to each other and actually make these projects happen, it'll always remain a dream. So that becomes very important. A strong foundation in now, which is becoming even important, is more resilient infrastructure, because we will see a lot of hazards and a lot of climate-related issues popping up. So how do you build in resiliency in this infrastructure becomes important. A multimodal approach. A few years ago, it was just about roads. Then it became just about rails. Now we are talking about from digital activities to power projects to road to rail, shipping, multimodal approach. So this is the right approach to go in. And then 2 points very important, which are the softer pieces of the integration of the soft systems. We have built roads across 2 countries, across 3 countries, but until you fix the custom barriers on the border, things don't move. So those kind of issues become important. So herein the bank can play a role in terms of financing, but I think more than financing, it is, at this point in time, the convening role becomes very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. That is very helpful. Michael, over to you. Can you hear me?
I hope you can hear me. Yes, I can hear you
Yes,
very
we
well.
can.
Everyone, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, the European Investment Bank. I hope that's not one of the banks that you mentioned, that one of the multilateral development banks that nobody knows. We're obviously a little bit less known in a country like India, because we have less of a footprint than the World Bank or the Asian Development Bank. But I mean, even there, we have a accumulated signature volume of around 5 billion euros. We actually consider ourselves even to be the biggest multilateral development bank in the world. We have around 88 billion of annual signatures, 90% of them in Europe and 10% outside of Europe, which is, again, while we're a little bit less known outside of Europe. But it's important because we're talking here of IMEC. That includes Europe. No, it's the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. So I will come back to this a little bit later to explain why this is important. So first of all, we as the EU bank, we support we fully support the development policies of the European Union, and we usually finance projects that are in support of that. And the European Union has actually very high on their agenda the IMEC as a flagship initiative. I am actually, contrary to what was announced, I'm actually already have taken my position in Delhi in February this year. I'm just at the moment in Luxembourg because of Easter holidays. By the end of February, we had in India the visit of Ms. von der Leyen and the complete College of Commissioners. Some of you might remember that. It was actually a unique event because it was the first time that this whole College of Commissioners, 23 commissioners plus the president, came at the same time to India and talked to their counterparts. And so Ms. von der Leyen held a keynote speech there. And a big part of her keynote speech actually touched the IMEC. And she mentioned several areas where infrastructure development is very important for the IMEC. So she mentioned the rail link that can reduce time of cargo traffic to Europe from India in about 40%. She mentioned connectivity through internet cables, through high-capacity fiber cables. She mentioned pipelines for the delivery of green hydrogen, for export of green hydrogen from India to Europe. And she mentioned transport links and links in general. So especially in this undersea cable, for example, and this is a concrete example where we're actually already active. So the EIB is currently in the moment of preparing a project that's called the Blue Raman project, which is an undersea cable, undersea and oversea fiber cable that actually will go from India via Djibouti, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, through the Mediterranean to Italy and then France. So we're actually preparing, as part of this, a 90 million euro project. So we see this overall as a 450 million euro project, and we're about to approve a lending of 90 million euro to Telecom Italia, which is the borrower in that sense. So we're actually, this also should answer one of the questions that you had. Do we see this as a competitor or as something complementary to what we do? Actually, we see this as a very important project where we as the EIB will actively contribute to many of these initiatives that are mentioned. Here in this sense, teaming up with the private sector, with Telecom Italia, to finance a good portion of this important infrastructure endeavor. I think you said 4 minutes, so my time is already up. But in case there are questions, I'm happy to be here, and I hope that you got a little bit of impression of how important this initiative like the IMEC is for the European Investment Bank.
Thank you very much. I think that was helpful. Even in the short time, you gave us some very important points. Somebody just fiddled with the clock and reduced it by 3 more minutes, but I'll anyway go for at least 5 more minutes. But so Amit next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak, and thank you so much, sir. I think you've been the genesis, from what I've understood, of the whole disaster risk reduction thinking in India. You've been very much part of it. And it's really a proud moment for me to be sitting here. When I was asked to talk about in this session, I represent a multilateral entity that has been set up by India. CDRI, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, is actually not a bank. So I was curious why I would be here, but actually, you talked about the whole need for resilient infrastructure. I think today we could not be thinking about infrastructure, whether it's local, regional, or beyond, without acknowledging that we are sitting in a world which is getting much more warmer, and infrastructure is getting disrupted again and again and again. The Dubai flood was an example, and again we are seeing reoccurrences of disasters that are actually affecting bottom lines. When you're doing your cash flow analysis and predicting a certain amount of cash flow coming back to you, there's enough evidence, and even we've done some analysis that shows about 4, 5, 6% of your infrastructure will get damaged in its lifetime. And the economic cost of that is a multiplier. So here is a fantastic opportunity to think about, when we're thinking about attracting financing from various actors. Today, the question is being asked, do you understand your long-term risk from climate change and other national hazards? So CDRI actually has been, in a way, I'm very proud that today the 45th country has joined CDRI. Kenya just joined the coalition today. So we're already starting to bring together countries around the agenda that India championed by first setting up CDRI, but also then setting up the DRR working group during G20. Acknowledging that we have to pay a lot more attention of how do we address the risk of disasters in our investments going forward. IMEC provides a fantastic platform to think about how do you innovate in this space. The MDBs provide a fantastic way of saying we can understand risk because today data is allowing us to understand risk. We can push policies because today one can start to imagine codes and standards that can acknowledge the risk to the infrastructure, as well as guarantee that, if you build it to a certain standard, you're not going to lose it in the lifetime of that infrastructure. I think the opportunity for IMEC I'm being asked to wrap up, so let me just leave it there. Innovation, particularly for thinking about how we address disaster risks with data, codes and standards, and also the new training that our engineers actually need. Stop there.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'm so sorry for cutting you off. There's so many interesting things that you want to say. But for us, CDRI is the MDB that was conceived in India. So you guys are a MDB, at least in our eyes. But next, and our last speaker from the panel is Mr. Shalaf Tandon. Over to you.
So thanks. So very quickly, in projects like these, which are complex across multiple countries, as my colleague Pankaj said, our colleagues on the World Bank side come in before IFC because they help in designing and conceptualizing projects which later on the private sector can take up. So that's number one. Apart from, I would like to re-emphasize something that Pankaj said, which is convening power and honest broker role. There is also an honest broker role that IFC often plays in projects where there is an international partner and a domestic partner. So there are JV partners in which IFC comes in with a small stake of, say, 10% equity and plays the honest broker role. And I think in this corridor, there will be ample scope for that. I'll add a third point to what Pankaj said, apart from these two roles, is institutional capacity building in each of these countries. Right now, which is the anchor coordinating body, as an institution, which is empowered and vested by each of the host governments to actually design these projects, which can be taken up by the private sector. Which are the projects which can be done on a government to government basis with just government funding and grant? Which are the projects that are amenable to PPPs? Which are the projects which are low hanging fruits, as the earlier session was discussing, which can be done by private sector irrespective of the geopolitics, which none of us can predict very easily over a decade how the geopolitics will pan out, whether the trade will be there, whether the market risk is there, and so on. So which are those institutions which are empowered to do that? That's another role that the MDBs can play. And finally, in the interest of time, we've had experience as IFC in doing cross-border public-private partnerships. A famous example comes to my mind, which is a very difficult project, was the Chad-Cameroon gas pipeline, where IFC was a lender. And it went through a lot of troubles in both financing and even post-financing. And I think the key lesson that emerged from there was never to undermine the value of stakeholder consultation and common standardized framework and jurisdiction legal agreements as you design these projects. Something less complex, which has been successful, has been scaling solar in Africa. And I know Ashish is here from International Solar Alliance, where we've done multiple country projects. Let me stop here in the interest of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to say any more words. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Deepak. Thanks more for understanding the time paucity. Now, may I request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi to come forward and help us in felicitating the gentleman. We really had wonderful conversations. And when money matters, the conversations never stop. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. N.K. Singh. The country will always remember N.K. Singh, the way he handled a lot of discussions related to money. Mr. Prothi, he is helping the world make disaster resilient infrastructure. Mr. Shalabh Tandon. And a lot of thanks to Deepak for holding the conversation together. Ladies and gentlemen, more louder, more louder, more louder. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thanks for making us richer with the knowledge and understanding of not only how the infrastructure finance. Thank Mikhail, he had joined us from Europe. And on a single call, he agreed to be part of the conversation. I'm really thankful.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to a powerful debate about electricity and the trade which we can do to sell the power generated by the sun above us to not only to the Middle East, but also to some parts of Europe. So we will have to make the one world, one sun, and one grid a reality. The great dream which our Prime Minister has given to the world. And secondly, a new aspect which we have to explore here, that how to strengthen these clean tech manufacturing and clean tech supply chains in this region. For this discussion, may I request Jagjit Singh Sareen, partner and lead global climate practice at Dalberg Advisors. He's also CIU's climate initiatives area head. Shri Ashish Khanna, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Shri R.V. Shahi, former Power Secretary, Government of India, now Chairman, South Asia Group on Energy at RIS. And we have two panelists who are joining us from overseas. One is Bhupender Singh Bhalla, former Secretary MNRE. He is joining us from London. And Naval Halini is Director, Future Energy Department, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, Dubai. Jagjit, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Anilesh.
So since morning, we've heard about the macro numbers of the potential of IMEC. We heard about potential reduction, and the routes for the sea lanes, the time that could potentially be shrunk if we take IMEC route vis-a-vis Suez and all that. One of the important economic opportunity in IMEC, which at least we at Dahlberg have been studying for quite some time, is the energy opportunity. And for energy opportunity, we mean trade in electricity, trade in green hydrogen, and trade in other forms of energy. But from our perspective, the focus should be on cleaner energy. And one of the things which have emerged in the past 1 year, and more squarely in the past 4 months, is the focus in India about clean tech manufacturing. And there is a national mission that has been announced by Honorable Finance Minister in a budget speech. And they now want to focus on indigenizing supply chains for 6 of the clean tech sectors. And to our mind, there is huge potential in the IMEC countries for India to be an exporter, to be a joint venture partner, and a key player in solving this puzzle, which we call climate change mitigation. With that, I must say, we couldn't have had a better panel, both from an international perspective, national perspective, our colleagues who are joining in from overseas. And I hope both Shri Balaji and Engineer Naval have joined. Let me start with, which I would say, a star in the electricity regulatory space. When I joined International Solar Alliance, everybody said, go and meet Mr. Sai. Your name is that North Star, which everybody should, start emulating if you want to really step up your game in electricity markets, regulation, and all that. So, sir, if I may invite you to give us your perspective. We've been hearing about, India-Sri Lanka connection, India-ASEAN connection, India-Singapore connection, India-UAE connection. Are we just dreaming, or can we make it real?
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm grateful to the organizers for this invitation and for the question that you have raised. A lot is being done, and in the context of what is happening globally on energy. There is a shift, particularly in the last couple of years, maybe 3-4 years, that apart from environmental sustainability and access to energy, a third dimension has emerged, and that is energy security. And it is in that context that this issue has assumed greater relevance, that within South Asia, the point that you made, energy cooperation is not an option, it is imperative. Because the way energy resources are located in South Asia, in terms of hydro projects, in terms of solar potential, besides the coal and other resources, unless mutual cooperation, unless interdependence that is accepted as a reality, as a need, we won't be able to solve the problem of access to energy, the sustainability in terms of environment, and also energy security. Energy security is the latest dimension that has assumed, and there is a debate, global debate, which is more important, environmental sustainability is more important, and all energy security is more important. So I don't want to go into the debate and try to say this is the superior and that is not superior. The question is, we have to do a lot. One important thing that is necessary to remember, that despite a lot of improvements and a lot of progress that has been made across South Asian countries, we are very badly placed in terms of per capita consumption and in terms of per capita income. It is established beyond doubt that per capita income, GDP income per capita, and energy consumption, and particularly electricity consumption per capita, are highly correlated. positively correlated. India has done a lot in last 20 years. I am privileged that I was part of the process which opened up this industry, Electricity Act 2003, and following that a number of policies. In the last 10 years, India has done a lot on the renewables. As you have seen, we have done almost now 50% renewables of the total capacity of 460 gigawatt, 50%. And in 460 gigawatt, you can say this has come, 360 gigawatt has come in this century. When we entered this century, we were not even 100 gigawatt, a little less than 100 gigawatt. So we've done a lot and we need to do a lot. On the point that you rightly mentioned, that a lot has happened in last few years. And again, I'm privileged through the World Bank Forum, as also through the forum RIS, where I chair the South Asia Group on Energy, to work on this issue of how best, how intense, how fast we can extend the zone of cooperation so that interdependence on development of resources that are available is rightly recognized. If we have more than 100,000 megawatt of hydro potential in Nepal, we have more than 30,000 megawatt of hydro potential in Bhutan, besides what we have in India. They are all interlinked. The solar revolution that has happened in India and around the world, that has made even more imperative that for the evening backup, we depend on pumped storage. We become dependent on hydro project developments. So in the recent 4, 5, 6 years, there is greater degree of recognition in Bhutan, in Nepal, and in India, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, and in Sri Lanka, that all of us have to work together to see how best we harness the resources wherever they are available, that we not only fight the problem of shortage of energy, we also fight the problem of climate change, and we also fight the problem of using as much of energy as possible through renewables. And that has started yielding results. We have succeeded in convincing the government of India, successively improving upon the cross-border power trade guidelines. Number of changes have been made. We started with bilateral agreements and guidelines have been made on trilateral and multilateral trades. So a lot has happened on the point that you made. So far as Sri Lanka is concerned, because of this sea in between, they have been struggling on the issue of whether underground transmission line is okay or overhead transmission line is okay. I think in principle there is acceptance. Recently also some developments have happened. And I'm sure in a couple of years you will see something moving forward.
Thank you, sir. So, the important point among various other key insights you brought in this discussion is that over the last 2 decades, we have learned and we've gained a lot of experience in bilateral connections to multilateral connections. We have the regulatory experience, we have the trading experience, while we balance our own imperatives of energy security and energy transition simultaneously. With that, let me, shift gears a bit from regulation to policy and invite Secretary Bala. You've been there when IMEC was announced during the G20 process. You co-chaired various energy transition working groups. From MNRE perspective, you also re-energized the whole national hydrogen mission. And of course, with CIU, you've been part of this push to launch the national mission on manufacturing, which is now focused on clean tech as well. So, Secretary Bala, from your perspective, looking at the whole clean tech, both demand and the interconnections which we just heard, do you see IMEC providing that anchor framework, at least between India and Middle East, where we can work on producing clean tech components for the Middle East, but also on electricity trade and hydrogen? How do you see it evolving?
Thank you, Ajit. It's a pleasure to join this session, of course, virtually. As you know, India has been one of the, where we initiated, the Honorable Prime Minister initiated the One Sun, One World, grid initiative. And that the cornerstone of that is to create an interconnected grid across the world. Now, if you look India, and look at India. I mean, we say that India is the largest national grids, totally integrated grids for a country. And it's known for that. Imagine that if you look at the largest integrated grid as a country, but IMEC and One Sun, One World initiative have the potential of creating an international, totally interconnected grid. That's the kind of scale. If you look at where we could go, that's the goal we should be able to achieve. But of course, it's going to take a long time. And IMEC, with its potential to join India with the Middle East, with Europe, and we three are interconnected, has the ability to play a very, very important part of this goal that we have. Under ISA, DG is there on stage. We have an ongoing study, which ISA is spearheading, on the how to have electricity interconnection, how to create pilot interconnections. And we are examining, of course, India and South Asia. We're examining with Southeast Asia, Middle East, Africa, and that's the studies that which are already ongoing. We also have task forces, which are task force which have been set up by Ministry of Power, as you were aware, on how to have to work out the details on not only on the feasibility but also how to go about setting up these grids between India, Saudi Arabia, India, UAE, of course, Gulf, Singapore on the other side, and this sort of, and then based on what we do here, could then lead to a broader, similar grid connectivity between the Middle East and, of course, Europe. So yeah, and look at it independently also. That was overall picture. But if you look at India, already has interconnectivity, electricity interconnected grid with Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh in some way. Europe, if you look at Europe currently also, whenever there is a shortage of demand in any country, and they plan to import electricity from other countries. So it's already that interconnection is there within Europe to a large extent. IMEC allows us to connect these three regions, and that would be a very important a role for IMEC. It will not only address the variability. When we talk in India also, when we are looking at how do we spread RE, renewable energy, we're looking at challenges. And the challenge is how do we balance the loads across regions? Of course, our interconnected national grid allows us now to transport electricity from one corner to the other to balance the grid. Similarly, IMEC will then allow us to do load balancing across time zones and across seasons, in different season time zones, and whoever has surplus can transport it to help the other region. And that's a very, very important role for IMEC to play. It will also, and look at it the other way. If we are able to do load balancing through this effort, it will reduce our dependence on battery storage, which is expensive currently. Of course, the costs are going down, but why should we spend extra on battery storage if we can do it otherwise? So looking at all this, I think IMEC has a huge potential as far as interconnected world is concerned.
Thank you. You mentioned ISA, and we have the Director General of International Solar Alliance, Mr. Khanna here. First of all, Ashish, great strength to you to drive ISA to the next level. As a former colleague from the bank, I can also give you congratulations, but also say best of luck. I was in ISA. It's a tall order to build, and Government of India has made the right choice in bringing the head in the energy you bring and the intellect you bring to the table at ISA. So take it to the next level. We all are waiting for that. Having said it, let me put you a bit on a spot as well. OSOWOG was launched in 2021. Now we have a new label, IMEC. Similarities on the energy side. We had former DG who started this. Now we have a new DG. How long it will take for the first project under IMEC or OSOWOG to see the light of the day, literally by the sun?
Okay, thanks. First of all, thank you to all the organizers for inviting me. Wonderful to see Shahi Saab, Bhalla Saab on the same panel. Wonderful to be back in India after 11 years. Let me start first by just taking 30 seconds. If not everyone is aware, International Solar Alliance is a multilateral institution with headquarters in Delhi with now 122 member countries, with almost all Middle East and Europe countries already a member. So that makes it a very good convening force. As Honorable Prime Minister launched One Sun, One World, One Grid, Bhalla Saab spoke about it. Where are we on this? I would suggest that as I'm coming in, we are trying to make sure that we can go from ambition to action. What that means is there is a convening group in MNRE that is undertaking an assessment of which are the priority interconnections and how much is it going to cost, whether it is India, UAE, India, Sri Lanka, India, Singapore, and definitely the India UAE link is part of IMEC. This assessment will be reviewed technically, also from an institutional perspective. Let me just also tell you a little bit that in my past experience, it is very important to look at technical aspects of undersea links, the technical bandwidth of doing undersea cables more than 2 kilometer depth will have to be tested. The finance, how much it costs and what are the benefits, Bhalla Saab spoke about it in terms of load rebalancing, avoiding battery that investments that probably are needed in India and other places because your loads are at different points of time, how much of trade is possible on both sides. All of that analytical work will have to be done. It has been done before. I'm coming after working in Africa for 6 years. Even in a continent of Africa, $15 billion have been spent over the last 15 years in connecting 27 countries. And now there is a plan for West African power pool to connect to South Africa power pool, to East Africa power pool, to the north. So if Africa can try and become one market, imagine what kind of interconnectivity India connected to Middle East and Europe. And now Tunisia is getting interconnected to Italy based on a project that I was part of. So this whole significance over a period of time that we can have all these continents get connected, trade power is immense. In terms of timelines, there is also Ministry of Power and Power Grid as involved as technical arms. We are hoping in next 3 months, this study with all the detailed technical assessments will come out. Then all the stakeholders will come together and decide which project may make sense in terms of sequencing. That I think is one part. But I will go a little ahead in terms of IMEC, if I may say. And one of the things I will want to emphasize beyond the interconnections is the power of technology partnerships. I was fortunate to be in Germany in early Feb, and we see countries in Europe are looking whether the research and development expertise of countries like Germany can combine with low electricity cost of Saudi Arabia and UAE with youth entrepreneurship and market of India to create technology partnerships. They are both valid for some of the existing technologies in solar, like solar PV, different elements of the supply chain, but also new technologies, whether you look at solid state batteries, thin films. So I would say IMEC has an economic potential of not only physical infrastructure, but actually very deep technology partnerships because of complementarities that different countries bring. I'll stop there.
Thanks. Thanks, Ashish, for that optimistic update and the experience you bring to the table from Africa and, Italy-Tunisia link. I think Europe is moving ahead with connections with Africa. And I still remember that's, first project which Climate Investment Fund financed was the whole Europe-Africa Connect, where you were also engaged when you were with the bank in DC, not in the region. No, great to hear your optimistic update. And as I said, all strength to you to take ISA to the next level. With that, let me invite Engineer Nawal Alani. You are director in the Future Energy Department in UAE. We all have been talking about interconnecting with Middle East. And one country that has shown a lot of progress I recall last time when we convened in a smaller group setting in Bellagio, your colleagues made a presentation from the UAE side showing all kind of interesting modeling and analysis, putting in numbers on the table that electricity trade is possible. You can help meet India peak load in the evenings, and a lot of optimistic data was put in, even dollar numbers, what is required and what could UAE and whole Middle East could bring in the table, given you're also connected internally in the Middle East. So give us an update where you are in your thinking, your engagement with Government of India, and what is the mood in Middle East about potential of electricity trade and maybe green hydrogen, both sides of the Middle East, whether with India or with the European, because IMEC brings both parties together. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this very important event. It is at the heart of our future, shared future and intersection with the energy, security, economic integration, as well as the climate action. When it's come to our collaboration with India and EU, it is a strategic partnership. It is a historical ties, and also it is very important partnership that have a long history as well. So as a nation, as a UAE, we are committed to sustainability, net zero by 2050, and the UAE see IMEC not only as a trade and infrastructure initiative, but also a transformational enablers. It is a cross-border electricity and clean energy flows. IMEC can also connect renewable-rich geographic with energy-intensive markets and accelerate the global transition to net zero. When it comes to UAE, we are unique, our uniquely positioned to lead in this space. We have a world-class renewable energy projects. Recently, we have announced the first global project that will be operating 1 gigawatt continuously without any interruption, with more than 5.6 gigawatt PVs and a 19 gigawatt hour storage, which will be executed in Abu Dhabi Emirate. We have more than 6.7 gigawatt, and this is representing a big share of our renewable contribution in the energy mix. Also, in between, we have also the nuclear asset. We cannot forget about our unique and the best word or art of work piece in the Middle East, Al-MENA region. The nuclear, we have already operational 5.6 gigawatt for reactor already commercially operational, and it is a repose to interconnect by also GCC grid. And also we have a deep logistic capabilities, and we are serving as a regional energy hub. We have the second bunkering hub in the United Arab Emirates, which is Fujairah port. We are also exporting not only materials and electrons, but also innovation and trust. And this is very important. For us, a strategic interconnection, as stated by you, we have internal connection between the 7 Emirates. We have the GCCI. We are working with our Indian colleagues, and I will let Shivindo give you an update on our partnership with them when it comes to the interconnection. When it comes to green hydrogen, I'm leading the task force with our Indian counterparts, whereby we have established a task force dedicated on different streams like R&D, policies and government, B2B matching, to make sure that we have a concrete project on the ground, not only talking, but walking the talk as well. So also, I want to mention that UAE, as stated, we are a clean electricity hub, and we are also acting as leveraging those investments, not only in solar and nuclear, but we are capitalizing on all different technologies that is currently mature or explored to make sure that we don't miss any opportunity to diversify our energy mix. Maybe Shivan could also give additional comments. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Shivan.
Thank you so much, Jagjit. And so I think I'll just go to the quick update on this. India and UAE entered into a MOU on February 2024 with both government over there. Following that, there has been a joint task committee has been formed and the steering committee formed. We had several meetings, and after the meeting, this by last September, October, we both teams, there is an inter-ministerial team board. We conducted the feasibility through desktop feasibility, you can say trading opportunities and whatever the models we had, and Indian Marine Institutes and us and the satellite imagery things. So with all this, we developed a report between feasibility report between the two countries. We agreed on the feasibility. And after that, we identify two companies who will execute the feasibility, and that draft of that agreement. Now from MOU to agreement, where we'll be doing the cost sharing 50-50 is almost at the final stage. It is, I think, with the Ministry of External Affairs for the final approval. We are expecting within next 7 days or 10 days, the signing of the same. And following signing, what we're going to do the subsea mapping with the robot rovers on the subsea mapping. And probably if things well, we are targeting 2026 February to go for the specification. And by next year, June or July this year, we should go for the RFP, etc. over there. So that's a one side of this. And the roadmap is already chalked out. So there has been the steering committee members with the secretaries and this. On the IMEC thing, we have also moved a little bit more. We got the thing with the Medweg. Medweg even visited us last week in our office in Dubai. We are now getting the TSOs in the Europe, Italy, Greece, specifically on interconnections on, I think, May 26, 27, and followed by workshop in Barcelona on the Mediterranean regulatory and us and then Indian counterpart. So our plan is that by the time subsea feasibility is over, we would definitely develop the operational model and the ownership model of the line. So and the revenue model. So we work with finalize with the Ministry of Power and others. So hopefully that's a brief timeline.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this update. I must say, UAE is always ready with all the assessments and institutional paraphernalia to tap into the emerging opportunities. To a big two-hander to you both as you march ahead in this opportunity tapping on the electricity with India. With that, Anilesh is giving me, scary looks now to conclude, and our time is up as well. But, the key takeaways from this is, I was thinking maybe shipping has moved faster than other sectors, but hearing all our panelists, I think the electricity trade is almost there. And with the leadership at ISA, in Government of India and in UAE, I think we are looking at maybe a year or so when we would see the first DPR out for a real project, and maybe in a couple of years, somebody could actually push the button and see electricity flowing both ways. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Jagjit. Thanks for abiding by the schedule. May I request Nikolai, if you can come forward and help us. Nikolai, can you come forward, help us in felicitating the gentlemen for the wonderful insights they have shared with us. And Balaji, thank you very much. I know you are at a family time in London. Thank you. Thanks for taking your time out. Thanks, Mr. Bose. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Thank you, Shai Saab. Thank you, Jagjit. Thank you, Khannaji. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. Jagjit, one is for you as well. Yes, certainly. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, please applause The next session is on deepening the digital connect. We have with us Mr. Shailendra Trivedi, Chief General Manager, Department of Information Technology, RBI. Shri Sanjeev Bikhchandani. Chakji. Bikhchandani. Shri Sridhar Vembu, he is founder and former CEO of Zoho Corporation. He is joining us from Telanvehi. He's joining us online. Shriram Balasubramanian, he is joining us from DC, Washington, DC. He is consulting senior economist at the World Bank Group. And moderator of the session is Kunal Walia, his partner and lead digital global practice at Dalberg Advisors. Kunal, mic is yours. I think there is some issue with Sridhar Vembuji. He'll be joining us soon, but we already have Shriram from Washington.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Kunal Walia. I'm a partner with Dalberg, and I lead Dalberg's digital and data practice globally. We're taking a little bit of a pivot in terms of topics here. We're talking about digital infrastructure now, and the theme here is deepening digital connect, where we're really trying to answer the question of what does this India, Middle East, Europe corridor mean to drive, as in terms of the potential to drive digital transformation in the countries that are involved over here. Now, what does digital transformation mean? At Dalberg, we've looked at various definitions, frameworks for digital transformation. It's a sum of a few things that need to come together, and it's relevant to each country that's looking at its digital journey. Number one, it's really important to have digital connectivity, where you can connect and give access, low internet access, low cost internet access to a lot of your consumers. It's about providing population scale digital services. It's about policy regulation, and it's about human capital that can actually build the digital transformation, as well as startups involved in it. And finally, a point that's often missed, it's about providing safe internet, safe services, so cybersecurity. And across all of these areas, it's really essential that countries cooperate with each other, and IMEC actually provides a really useful framework for that to happen. I have a very stellar set of panelists to talk about this. Very briefly, I just want to introduce them. I have Mr. Shailendra Trivedi, who's the Chief General Manager, Department of Information Technology, RBI. Sitting on my right, I have Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who you all would know, founder and executive vice chairman of InfoEdge, one of the leading online platforms, multiple platforms in the country. And I am joined by Dr. Shriram Balasubramanian, from a consulting senior economist from the World Bank. And I think we'll shortly be joined by Sridhar Vembu, founder and former CEO of Zoho Corporation, one of India's largest SaaS platforms. So it's a really good mix of one of the largest development bank, regulator, and two really large private sector organizations in the tech space. The timer is showing me that we have only 21 minutes left, and so I will jump in straight with the questions. And I'd like to start with a question to all three panelists over here. And maybe Shailendra, will start with you. And the question is, what are some of the opportunities where tech can actually enhance collaboration within the IMEC corridor? And what can India offer? What does India have to offer over here?
Thank you, Kunal, and it's an honor for me to be here on this interesting topic. But I must clarify that all what I say may not represent the RBI's views. Some of them may be purely my views.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So see, I would prefer on what we have and probably what we can offer to others as learnings or something which others can emulate. So whenever we talk of our infrastructure, what we generally talk is about UPI. But most of the people on this panel will be aware that that's not actually the first thing which we did. The first thing that we did was the national financial switch, which is a unique kind of a setup that only we have, I think. It is the switch which connected all the ATMs in the country, and in the first phase made ATM withdrawals easy for the public. Then came UPI, obviously, is there. In addition, we operate systems like RTGS and NEFT on a round-the-clock basis, which again, no one else in the world has 24/7 payment systems like we do have. Secondly, people whom I interact with sometimes also on international forums, they do realize that considering the scale that we operate on, anything that works in India is likely to work anywhere else in the world. Because an RTGS remains an RTGS, whether we do it or somebody else does it. The fast payments like UPI are being followed or getting introduced almost in all the countries. More than that, what we have shown by these kind of initiatives is, especially UPI, that the public-private partnership actually works. So a government body like the RBI or the NPCI for that matter sets up the standards and leaves the field for the entrepreneurs and the market to innovate on top of that, to help the system gain scale, penetration, those kind of things. Second, this we have also shown that open architecture and interoperability. If we have both of these things, then the scale becomes easy to achieve. And in that sense, the open architecture and interoperability cannot be unique to being within the country only. It can also extend across the border once we have transparent open standards and our systems and the systems on the other side are transparent, architecture-wise, are interoperable. The scale need not be confined to India alone. It can be the entire corridor or for the world for that matter. So that's my initial thought.
No, thank you so much for that. I think what's interesting in what you just said is if I'm just pulling out the learnings, is that lot to learn from the DPI experience in India. And DPI is not just about creating your sovereign infrastructure, but using interoperability, it can actually be applied across different regions and create a lot of collaboration. Sanjeev, coming to you, if you'd like to add to that, and I think the audience would love to also just hear from you in terms of what Indian startups have to offer in all of this.
So I think, look, DPI is a big deal, digital public infrastructure. What India has achieved when, sort of the journey began, I don't think anybody fully comprehended, what could happen or what might happen or what was going to unfold over the next 10, 15, 20 years since we began this journey. And what has emerged is that our DPI is essentially a lubricant for the economy. It has increased the velocity. It has made things so much easier and faster. I'm willing to bet that if we had not implemented this DPI, when we did and the way we did, maybe economic growth will be 1 or 2% slower than it is. Because velocity has come from this, it's a lubricant in the economy. And I think when I get foreign visitors, international guests, they are absolutely amazed with the kind of DPI that we have and the kind of payments that we can make. And the fact that, there are QR codes everywhere and you can do micro payments to every small vendor. And money moves from bank account to bank account. So Jan Dhan account, Aadhaar, PAN, UPI, all of these things talking to each other is really quite remarkable. And there are many, many countries who would like to implement in their country if they could. And while China has got good digital payment infrastructure, most people don't trust China the way they trust India. And therefore, this is actually something India can contribute to the world, make stuff better, and it'll be a big part of our soft power globally. So I think this is a strategic resource. It's a strategic piece of infrastructure we built, and we should leverage it as a nation. And a lot of this will be government to government, right? Where, and that is where the government must do stuff. I think the other thing is that the Indian startup ecosystem is I think, second or third largest in the world. And a lot of countries are looking at the Indian startup ecosystem and saying, can we do something like this? And they're trying, but India can help them do it so much better because we've done it so much better ourselves. The third thing India can contribute is our engineers. We've got such a large talent pool. Very many other countries don't have such a large talent pool. And if they're looking for talent, then India can supply it. And if they're looking to create their own talent over, let's say, the next decade or two, India's got 4,000 engineering colleges. We know how to run engineering colleges at scale. That's something we can contribute and help people build engineering colleges in their countries. These are 3 or 4 things I think we can contribute, and we should. And this will require one, direct intervention from the government in some cases. It will require perhaps enabling policies in other cases, and participation of private sector after that.
No, thanks for that. I think the DPI opportunity or learning from the India startup experience or leveraging the skilling ecosystem that we have, I think you very briefly touched upon it in the end, is what type of leadership is required. And I'll come back to you, hopefully, if we get a bit of time for you to expand on that. But Dr. Subramaniam, I just want to come to you with the same question. What is the digital transformation opportunity over here with this platform? But also, can you say a bit more about the work of the World Bank in sort of promoting digital transformation in different countries? Any examples that you can share?
Thank you. Thanks, Kunal and Dr. Chaturvedi for inviting me for this program. With the usual caveat that these are my personal views, I'd like to share a couple of thoughts. I think it would be useful to sort of look at some of the constraints that some of these countries have, to find solutions, right? Some of the smaller countries, in terms of the major constraints are in capital, digital public infrastructure, as you mentioned, and also the broader financial inclusion sphere of having an ID, having people as part of the digital ecosystem. I think these constraints can be enabled or can be dealt with a lot of support from the IMEC initiative, because you have countries like India who have proven digital public infrastructure at scale, as some of your colleagues have mentioned, and that could be a good prototype for a lot of the smaller countries within the IMEC, and the ability to move capital as well, because a lot of the public infrastructure lacks capital mobility, the digital public infrastructure, both at the private sector as well as the public sector. And I think this forum could enable a platform where a lot of the larger countries could provide a sort of a capital mobility within this forum for a lot of the digital players. And lastly, I think also the digital currencies that we're talking about, the mobility, the ability to experiment in such a forum for countries that want to use digital currencies. How do you go through the process? What are some of the layers in the DPI infrastructure that countries can use? I think these are knowledge transfers in some form, where some established countries within the IMEC have a certain expertise, which the smaller countries can leverage. I think multilateral institutions provide a lot of standard prototypes. The digital ID units within, for example, the World Bank itself provide a very good platform for policymakers within the IMEC to look at, where the provision of a digital ID and how do you scale it up with a larger population, and how do you include that in the broader financial inclusion ecosystem. And then as an extension, how do you mobilize, say, a digital currency as well, So, for example, countries like India could use this platform to internationalize the rupee more. Similarly for other countries within the platform as well. So I think it provides a lot of opportunities for the stakeholders and for the broader ecosystem to support and enable countries, both the smaller countries and the bigger countries, to enhance digital financial inclusion and also develop the digital public infrastructure.
Thanks for that. I'll come back to you, Shilendra, with a question on, I mean, I think all the panelists have now spoken about the potential of digital payments, interoperable digital payments. And in your role in RBI, I'm sure you've also looked at the risk that comes along with it, the increasing number of digital frauds, cyber frauds. And is there some scope for cooperation using the IMEC platform to mitigate the threats to share more intelligence? Can you share your expertise on that?
Yeah, indeed, as the number of transactions increases, the complications in the digital world also multiply. But there is always a scope for cooperation among institutions within the countries or groupings of countries on many of these aspects. The biggest or the most low-hanging kind of a thing would be how you cooperate with each other in matters of cybersecurity, for instance. How do you share information, and how do you agree to punish or bring to account the perpetrators who are across the borders? Maybe in certain cases you are able to find out from where they are coming. In most of the cases you may not even be able to find out from where they are coming. But this kind of a scope is there. In addition to this, in fact, there is also a possibility of cooperating on several other areas, like we have our DPDP, how it connects to the GDPR of EU. There are some other standards which ideally should be complementing each other and support each other. So cybersecurity is one, data privacy and data protection is the second part. And the third, which more important you said, is about frauds. Like I said, because the number of transactions happening in our country are very high, obviously the number of, not maybe in percentage terms, but in terms of the frauds that are there, will be proportionate to the number of transactions that happen. So we will have learnings from what is happening negative in our payment systems. I mean the frauds what are happening here. It gives you a basis to identify such kind of transactions or such kind of fraudulent transactions that happen. And that can be an easy learning for anyone. Like they can learn from our experience of DPI, like UPI, CoWIN, Umang, National Financial Stitch. It is also a learning. At the same time, sometimes the other side, other countries may be doing some research which may help us in further fine-tuning things like fraud prevention detection in our sphere, things like quantum-proof cybersecurity. So there is a tremendous scope for cooperation in many of these. Some of these may be very low-hanging things, can be easily done. Some of them may require efforts, the governance systems among countries, some frameworks to be established among countries to achieve, but can be achieved.
That's very, very insightful, both in terms of the technological experience, but also policy. So thank you for sharing that. And Sanjeev, coming back to you, conversation about digital infrastructure transformation cannot be complete about talking about without talking about AI. And I just wanted to get your view on where does AI fit into all of this in terms of cooperation. And also you touched upon visionary leadership needed from policymakers. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, there are very few countries that have developed large language models, right? It's mostly in the US, whether it's, and mostly in the private sector in the US, and then there's China. Almost nowhere else is there any large language model. I do believe there are efforts on in India, and I believe some of them will fructify in the next few months, maybe a couple of years. And if we do build one or two or three large language models, I think that will be a unique asset we will have. Naturally, a lot of people in India and overseas are building apps based on large language models. We ourselves are invested in several companies that are doing that. We ourselves are doing that inside our company. But to build an LLM is more challenging. And the METI is running a contest right now. I think there have been 57 entries, and that's very heartening. And they'll see who to back. But I think in the next couple of years, we should see something emerging from India. And if that happens, I think it will be a quantum shift in our capabilities as a nation. And that is something we can bring to the table. Building apps on top of existing LLMs, of course, is a lot easier. And India is doing a lot of it, but that is not something that is so unique. Okay, but अगर large language model बन गया, तो I think बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा हमें.
Thank you for that. And coming back to Dr. Subramaniam, just if you can just put this all in context in sort of the changing, the geopolitical environment and funding being constrained. We're talking about digital infrastructure over here. We're talking about IMEC as a platform that allows for a lot of cooperation and provides a lot of markets for private sector companies. But what is the role or changing role of development banks globally to sort of fund digital infrastructure and how does IMEC actually provide that opportunity?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point because we're all not in a silo. We're in a geopolitical environment which is very much in a transient phase. So I think as we see more and more fragmentation of both resources and alliances and networks, I think the IMEC in that sense provides a very good unifying platform for a variety of countries. And across board, not just in Asia and in other continents as well, and the broader market that it provides is a significant market. So I think in terms of both capital mobility and also having a common platform, a common agenda for progress, sustainable progress, I think that's a very unique dispensation in a very fragmented world. So I think the value of an inclusive, sustainable, and a progressive sort of union becomes a higher premium in a fragmented world. So I think that's a very subtle but very important point that policymakers need to be cognizant about. And I think in that sense, having a common platform, common interest among these countries enables us to have common standards and also have greater capital mobility within, say, both the private sector as well as the public sector as well, contributing to this effort as part of this initiative. So I think there's a lot of scope, to enable this, and also it also reflects the broader, geopolitical environment in the region, and brings more peace and stability, and shifts the focus more to commerce and expanding the economic pie as you might attribute. So I think in that context, I think the entire IMEC initiative provides a good forum for greater access to capital, for better common goods within this forum, and also greater private sector participation, especially in the DPI space. And I think, while the geopolitical environment in general is challenging, I think this provides a good avenue for countries and policymakers to invest their resources in.
No, thanks for that. We have less than 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to ask one last question to the panelists. Very, very quick answers. Imagine we're here on the stage 1 year down the line. We've already had a few MOUs signed under this platform between countries for cooperation. From a digital infrastructure, digital transformation point of view, 1 year down the line, what would success look like to you? What are the 1 or 2 things that you would really like to see? Anybody want to start?
I'd like to see some collaboration on digital public infrastructure with stuff actually beginning to happen on the ground, maybe in 1 or 2 or 3 countries. I think that's one big thing for success. Maybe some more MOUs and more action on the ground in some of the other areas. But I think digital public infrastructure is the first step and the foundation.
Great.
I would like to see some of our initiatives like UPI or the payment systems getting expanded to more countries because they are already there in certain countries. We would like them to be there in more countries in the next year.
Yeah, just to add to what both Sanjeev and your other panelists mentioned, I think there needs to be a common consensus among the constituents to enable DPI and sort of have common standards over the next year. I think if some sort of an understanding comes towards that and enabling this in some of these countries, that would be a significant achievement.
Well, thank you to the panelists. If I can summarize, it seems like all of you have spoken about DPI as a big opportunity without being prompted. But there's things that need to come into place for that to happen. It's about skilling, it's about coordinating with startups, it's about policymakers coordinating, developing frameworks, and like you said, so the thinking about risks is also extremely important, and a visionary policy making behind all of that. So with that, can I have a round of applause for the panelists for these insightful discussions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi to come forward and help us in thanking the gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Shriramji. Now you can safely sleep. Thank you. Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, ladies and gentlemen, his country's topmost venture capitalist and fund, Kunal Walia, and Shri Trivedi from RBI. बुला लो उनको बसुती जी को और ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister is on his way. So what we are doing in a backup plan is that we are proceeding with the policy conversation session where we are talking about harmonization and cooperation and how to build that thing into the IMEC story. So we have with us Ambassador Sudhir T. Devare, Chairman Research Advisory Council and former Director General Indian Council for World Affairs. Ms. Anita Prakash, Director for Partnership Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA, Jakarta. Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson, CEA, that is Central Electricity Authority. Pritam Banerjee is on his way. He was stuck in traffic. He had just called us. So he'll be joining sooner. And Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, former Secretary, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, he'll be moderating this session this evening. Mr. T.K. Ramachandran had to join us, but he was away with the External Affairs Minister. He couldn't join us. So we are still trying whether if he can join us through the video link. So ladies and gentlemen, I reintroduce Ambassador Sudhir T. Tavre, Chairman Research Advisory Council. He's there with us. He's former Director General, Indian Council for World Affairs. Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson CEA, that is Central Electricity Authority, Government of India. Ms. Anita Prakash, she is Director for Partnership Economic Research, Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Jakarta, ERIA, Jakarta. And soon we will be joined by Shri Preetam Banerjee. He is Head of Center for WTO Studies at IIFT. And Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, he is former Secretary, Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Ranjan, mic is yours.
A very good evening to everyone, and let me welcome you to this fireside talk on policy harmonization and regulatory cooperation amongst the IMEC countries. During the course of the day, we have had discussions about building infrastructure. But and we also realize that it's equally important to build systems for connectivity, systems for trade, systems for making finance available, systems of governance. And for building systems which are able to operate seamlessly across various modes, the maritime, the port, the rail, across various borders. There are many countries going to be involved. So the challenge is that the systems that we are able to use for IMEC should be interoperable, should be able to talk to each other seamlessly, so that containers or whatever moves seamlessly without any delay anywhere. It should be real-time operation, like in a computer network, you have data packets which get switched real-time without any delay. And it is this interoperability that is going to make IMEC different from the other connectivity regimes that we have. And it is critical for IMEC in particular because it's multimodal and there's switching going to be involved. And if there are delays at any point, the attractiveness of the whole exercise to that extent will be compromised. And therefore, to be able to harmonize the policy regimes, to be able to harmonize the regulatory regimes is critical. When it comes to logistics and movement, and particularly for IMEC, we are talking of multimodal, maritime on the eastern front, then the rail, then the maritime. The multimodal connectivity becomes critical. And when you move things across borders, you have regulatory regimes of customs, of immigration, you have quality control issues, you have sanitary standards which have to be looked at. So all these things come into play. And in case there's a gap in any of them, where country standards don't match, where customs holds up anything for a certain time, we have a challenge. And therefore, there's a need to harmonize all this. And today we have a distinguished set of panelists with me, diplomats, regulators, people experienced in multilateral institutions, so that we're able to look at the challenges and be able to work out a realistic kind of action plan to be able to harmonize the various regulations that we have and how do we go about doing it. We have with us Ambassador Sudhir Devreji, who is the chairman of the Research Advisory Council of RIS and also the former Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs. His insights is going to be of great value. He realized the importance of IMEC and he heads the Society of Indian Ocean Studies and got the society started on this thing some time back. And now the thing is taking a larger shape. We have Madam Anita Prakash with us, Director for Partnership at the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN in East Asia at Jakarta. Madam has been working extensively in infrastructure and multilateral frameworks in Asia, particularly ASEAN, and how to make these things work. The experience which she brings on the table would be of great value in shaping the kind of format we decide for the ASEAN. I understand that we have others joining us, but till then, I suppose we continue with our delegates here, which means that in case others join, we'll have to cut short on the time. I find we have about 18 odd minutes. So we can possibly get started with Professor Devre first. And the challenges, as I mentioned, is to get these things harmonized. And therefore, the need is to find what are the critical gaps, critical areas which need harmonization for smooth trade to happen, for smooth investment to happen, for smooth connectivity to happen. That is one big challenge that we got to identify. Then the other call we need to take is that whether we, for investment, a private sector investor, he has the option of, or all of us have the option of either going with the current kind of standards that we have and harmonize them to make them interoperable. The other possibility is to have a unified regulation for trade, for data infrastructure across all the IMEC countries. So both have their own pluses and minuses. So which approach should we take? Are the two broad questions which I throw open to the panelists. And for Professor Devre in particular, given his diplomatic and the multilateral background which he brings to the table, given the existing experiences that we have in ASEAN, EU, we have been trying to do the international North-South corridor. What kind of a governance mechanism should we have for IMEC so as to, which supports this kind of a cooperation, which is absolutely critical for IMEC to happen? So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I must say that it's a very opportune time that the RIS and other organizers are holding this IMEC Conclave. There is already a buzz about this issue in India and the support or the backing that the IMEC is receiving from world leaders, countries which are members of this IMEC, I think is also very, very useful. Well, I think IMEC is a very ambitious project. It has multiplicity of countries, multiplicity of projects, and there is also multiplicity of standards. And therefore, harmonizing and regulating these divergent standards, I think, is a very urgent task. And in fact, I would say this is the nut and bolt kind of situation for the implementation of IMEC. Because as was just now mentioned by Dr. Ranjan, there are so many issues involved in this. This is an issue of the customs regulations, trade facilitation, maritime and port regulations, environmental standards. There are a host of issues. And we are, of course, talking in macro terms about IMEC and all that. But unless all these matters are addressed, then otherwise this whole project will not really take off. And I think from that point of view, I feel that while the preparations for IMEC are going on, it is in fact important that we start negotiating among the countries on these matters. And given the political will that is expressed by leaders at the highest level for IMEC in the last few months also, I think such negotiations can start. As of now, I think only India and UAE have made some progress on certain things. France and Italy have appointed Sherpas
for this project. Beyond that, I don't know whether anything has been done in positive terms about harmonizing standards. So whether the standards should be uniform, the question was just now posed, or we should live with this multiplicity of the standards and still work out a kind of a common governance. That is a very important question. I think as progress continues on this IMEC project, things may get more and more clear. But I don't know whether we can really think in terms of common standards, because countries which are members of the IMEC do not follow uniform standards. They have different political systems, they are different from different continents, and at the moment we really do not know whether there will be clarity in terms of their working together on this project. Perhaps I think a further re-expression of the political will be required, and for starting these negotiations, we need a further impetus. I think like the one we had in G20 in 23, similar, I think, restatement of the importance of harmonizing the standards will be required. And on that, I think we can really consider further progress of IMEC.
Thank you, sir. The insights that you gave, I suppose, would help decide on the future course that we take. Before I come to Dr. Preetam Chatterjee and allow him to catch his breath, who just joined in, who's the head of the WTO Center at the IIFT. He was with the ADB and had been working on connectivity issues. I know him from before. But before I come to you, Mr. Banerjee, I'd request Madam to please come in and share our thoughts. Now that Madam Anita Prakash has been working extensively in ASEAN and the ASEAN model of connectivity, the Mekong Delta and the other initiatives that you have had, some of them have been great success stories. Now, would the ASEAN model, the EU model, or we have had challenges in other models that we have, what is the way forward which the IMEC can possibly think of adopting?
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. The thing about IMEC first is that the philosophy and therefore the guiding principles of IMEC have already been put in place, which is basically democracy, peace, prosperity. And our Prime Minister came closest when it came to establishing the principles of convergence when he said in the India-ASEAN summit, just a day prior to the signing of IMEC, was that it was his vision to see Southeast Asia, India, West Asia, and Europe connected via a multimodal connectivity program, which will look into logistics, green energy, clean energy, supply chains, infrastructure, among other things. So therefore, Southeast Asia technically is not a part of IMEC, but learning from the Southeast Asia way of establishing connectivity across divergent economies with different levels of development. And here I don't necessarily mean development in terms of income, but development in terms of sectoral development, so to speak. Some are stronger on infrastructure, the others are stronger on, let's say, commodities, and then you have manufacturing. So if we have to bring the conversation or action on convergence within IMEC, then as Ambassador Debre said, we have different economies participating in this connectivity program. So to keep these divergences in mind, we look at the Southeast Asian example. So for trade, you will require different format of convergence or harmonization. Then similarly for infrastructure, as in case of Southeast Asia, they have what is called the ASEAN single window, inherent in which is the national single window, which sort of brings along the connectivity infrastructure like ports into one seamless program of connectivity with similar custom procedures and similar levels of comparable levels of dwelling time, dwelling operations, etc. And the beauty of this convergence program is that countries from outside ASEAN, that is to say ASEAN dialogue partners, are willing to become a partner in the ASEAN single window program. Now for trade and infrastructure also, they have a similarly pragmatic approach towards regulatory convergence. Preetham and I recently worked on similar themes in when we were working together on the ASEAN-India FTA review. And this issue struck us time and again, and we saw that when similarities and dissimilarities occur at the same time, how do you bring out the common minimum program among different partners? And that is why Southeast Asia takes a sectoral approach to regulatory convergence, given that capacities are different in the participating countries. And pharmaceutical is where they have a framework, but other industries, they have guidelines. But it is the community process, and that is why I need to emphasize that IMEC has to have a community level of ambitions or principles, at least, if not ambition, so to be able to work under established guidelines, which are, of course, somehow decided under a consensus mode. And that, of course, comes out from what Ambassador Devre said, that a governance mechanism, therefore, needs to precede all the conversation on preparing towards convergence or harmonization, as Sanjeev just mentioned. I'll stop here, if I may.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for the insights. Now I'd request Dr. Preetham Banerjee, given his experience and the fact that the WTO has a trade facilitation agreement and a lot of work has been done. Countries have had committees to bring about the ease of doing business, and many of these harmonization within the country itself. For example, we have the Gati Shakti framework, we have the national logistics policy. A lot of these things are happening. So given your experience, what is the way forward as far as IMEC is concerned?
Thank you, and first apologies for being late, and thanks to the organizers for having me. Quickly, keep things simple. I think it's not such a complicated animal to deal with. Let me explain why that is. And I'm looking at it from a purely trade and logistics perspective. What IMEC basically represents is a multimodal chain of logistics infrastructure, which is largely sea rail, sea road on both sides. You go from India or from East Africa to the Emirates. From Emirates, you cross the Arab Peninsula to the other side, to the Mediterranean Sea. There's a port there, Haifa, and from there you go to Europe, again by sea, and you connect to rail or road. So that's the network you're looking at. Thankfully, for all of these things, there are international organizations which have standards. So you have IMO, which defines standards for maritime equipment, whether you're carrying dry bulk or liquid bulk or containers. You have similarly, standards for port operations. These are all global. So most of the things, they exist already. They already adhere to. This has been happening for a very long time. That's why you have efficient, more or less efficient transshipment movement on the transport equipment infrastructure of things. The challenge, of course, is in the customs part of it, as was rightly mentioned. But even there, we have examples to draw from. For example, with the TIR convention, which is a multimodal framework which allows containers to move across countries using both rail and road. There are principles that could be used. We've also tried to do similar things with the International North-South Corridor, or the INSTC, where pilot runs have happened, initiated largely by the Indian side, where you have a shipment that has gone by sea from India to the port of the port of Chabahar and the port of Bandar Abbas in 2 occasions, and from there they have gone overland to Central Asia. So the principles for convergence already exist. The WCO, for example, the World Customs Organization, has guidance and best practices for transshipment procedures, etc. So none of this should be complicated if there's a political will. What I'm trying to say is the standards for convergence and harmonization already exist. More than one option exists. It's up to the countries to pick them, and I think there some amount of leadership will be required. And there I come to the most important point, which is the only kind of large-scale operational multimodal kind of a transport corridor that we have working today. It is the China-Europe corridor, which connects China to Europe by rail, and it is successful. And when I was in my former avatar in Deutsche Post DHL, when I was in industry, DHL was the first company which started running those trains, and it's become a very, very successful business. How did that happen? How did the success come about? It came about because China was able to convince all other countries in the route, Kazakhstan, Russian Federation, everybody, to follow a certain set of rules. I mean, they had the same situation. They had a set of common agreed rules, options to pick from. All that had to be done was to find a way to make everybody accept what the common rules are. Now, the question remains in the case of IMEC, will India, UAE, and maybe the US together or a few other countries be able to do the same thing? One hopes so, because it provides a great opportunity for India, especially to find a much more viable route that will add a lot of resilience to its supply chains. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Preetham, for that encouraging kind of insight of existing frameworks already existing for many of these things. For example, as he mentioned, the IMO has standards which makes the maritime operations happen worldwide. It's evolving. Customs have their own, the custom union, et cetera, but one thing which remains is that the IMO being a multimodal kind of operation, which involves road, rail, and maritime, to have interoperable standards, there are challenges in some of these areas. To have documents which work across all these modes. Now it's called to be digitized, so the digital systems have to work across, and therefore the need to integrate and make them interoperable. For example, India has already taken the initiative. We have the Honorable Minister who's going to be coming in next. The shipping side has made strides. We have had the Maitri, which with the UAE, which is already happening, the maritime portal, etc., the ULIP, etc., which we have for the National Logistic Policy and the Gati Shakti framework. So those things are already happening to fill the gap. So the need is to have a governance model, as was suggested, learn from ASEAN and others, use the existing frameworks that we have. Where gaps exist, have a proper governance framework to be able to address that. So that is the kind of insights we got from this session. And thank you all. We are bang on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. May I request Jagjit Sareen to come forward to help us felicitate the wonderful speakers. Ambassador Sudhir T. Davre, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, Research Advisory Council and former Director General, ICWA. Ms. Anita Prakash, Director for Partnership, Economic Research Institute, ASEAN and East Asia. Dr. Preetham Banerjee, Head Center for WTO Studies. And obviously, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give the speakers some applause. They have given us really good knowledge and understanding. We already have with us Ports, Shipping and Waterways Minister, Sarabnan Sonowal. So, ladies and gentlemen, you must have got some flavor that ports is something which has already started moving on the IMEC story to tell us that how India's ports are getting ready for the IMEC and the dots which India is envisaging across the board, and how the shipping and trade lines are being worked upon. To accompany the minister, we have Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, DG RIS, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, National Co-Convener Swadeshi Jagar Manch and part of CIU's board. So let's comes. So Assamese flavor for the Assamese minister. So Assam at Delhi. And Sachinji is smart. You know, he is giving something from Madhya Pradesh, his Karam Bhumi. Welcome, Minister. So during the day, we had a lot of discussions related to the digital connectivity, related to the ports connectivity. We had sessions on finance. Now we want to hear from you that how India is thinking to bring those ports back into the, as a dotting points in the IMEC story, sir. So please proceed towards the podium and give us your keynote remarks, sir. Thank you very much. Applause should be louder, huh? Minister has come this far to give you a loud. Thank you. Thank you.
Namaskar. IMEC Conclave 2025. This is a very important event, particularly after going through the troublesome weather across the world, across the sea, particularly due to the geopolitical situation. But we, the people of India, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, now discovering alternative route to make our presence accessible to our EXIM cargo and also our different voices across the sea and ocean. Today, the respected Chairman, RIS, Sanjay Kumar Barmaji, respected Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, RIS, respected Dr. Ashwini Mahajanji, the member, Board of Governors, CIEU and National Co-Convener, Swadesh Jagaran Manch, eminent dignitaries present in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have the kind presence of the former Union Minister, Madam Meenakshi Lekhi. Good evening to all of you present here today. And today, I am told that you have series of brainstorming discussion on the different subject. And this IMEC is a very, very important subject for all of us, because through this initiative, we are going to give a solution to the global geopolitical crisis. And this initiative under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Ministers, which has been taken up at the G20 summit, and ultimately which has given us a new way out to arrive at our targeted destination. I am grateful to the Research and Information System for developing countries and Council for International Economic Understanding for inviting me to deliver an address at the IMEC Conclave 2025 today. The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor was launched at the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi on 9 September 2023, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. IMEC aims at stimulating economic development through enhanced connectivity and economic integration between Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. It will have two separate corridors. The East corridors connecting India to the Arabian Gulf, and the Northern corridor connecting the Arabian Gulf to Europe, along with a railway route for supplementing trade exchanges between India, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and Europe. In an era of rapid technological advancement and shifting economic center of gravity, IMEC stands as a testament to the power of collaborative rules-based trade mechanism. Envision as a transformative infrastructures and investment initiative, IMEC aims to accelerate economic growth by enhancing connectivity and trade across the region. IMEC will play a strategic role in fostering trade and building a sustainable digital bridge linking continents and civilization. By revolutionizing global trade and infrastructure, IMEC represents a significant shift in economic cooperation, linking South Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. This corridor will not only fortify economic ties, but also create a new opportunities for global supply chain diversification, reducing reliance on traditional trade routes. Amidst economic uncertainty, shifting geopolitics, and climate changes, IMEC emerges as a resilient, future-ready economic corridor that embodies sustainable and secure trade practices. This corridor will also integrate electric grids, clean hydrogen infrastructure, and high-speed data connectivity, solidifying its position as a driver of sustainable as well as digital connectivity. Furthermore, IMEC complements other major global infrastructure initiatives, including India's neighborhood first policy, making it a crucial part of the evolving global economic architecture. Reaffirming that economic security is the cornerstone of our partnership, during her visit to New Delhi, European Union President von der Leyen described IMEC as a modern golden route directly connecting India and Arabian Gulf and Europe with a rail link that will make trade between India and Europe by 40% faster, with an electricity cable, a clean hydrogen pipeline, and a high-speed data cable to link some of the most innovative digital ecosystem in the world. Its successful implementation will not only enhance regional prosperity, but also contribute to global economic stability, promote climate resilience, and foster deeper intercontinental cooperation. Further, IMEC could provide greater economic cooperation among India, the Middle East, and Europe, and aims to boost economic development through connectivity, linkages, and economic integration between Asia, the European Gulf, and Europe. With enormous future potential and embedded human security aspect, IMEC is slated not only as an economic project, but also as a political project. The proposed corridor aims at reducing the time and cost of transporting goods from India. Once operational, IMEC corridor is expected to reduce the travel distance of container between Mumbai and Piraeus port in Greece by about 1,000 kilometers and the travel time by about 5 to 6 days. India-Middle East relation can be traced back to the older trade route and deep cultural interface. Key areas of importance include trade, energy, cross-border mobility of people, remittance flows, among others. There are common strategic concerns and ask for peace and security in the region, which has been defining the India-Middle East relation in recent time. An intergovernmental framework agreement between India and the United Arab Emirates concerning cooperation for operation of the India-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor was signed in February 2024. The main element of the framework includes development and management of a logistic platform, including a digital ecosystem and provision of supply chain services to handle all types of general cargo, bulk container, liquid bulk in order to enable IMEC. Maitri, a software platform designed for seamless data exchange between IMEC countries, was launched in September 2024. This platform will serve as the backbone of the virtual trade corridor, facilitating secure and efficient trade data sharing across the region. The virtual trade corridors will be an integral part of IMEC. Benefits of VTC includes reduction of administrative processes and time, reduction of logistic and transport cost, enhancing ease of doing businesses. Maitri will also be scaled up on further leg of IMEC with other countries integrating multimodal cargo and creating an efficient corridor envisaged during the G20 meeting by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Earlier, India had already taken steps to bring South Asia and Eurasia closer through the INSTC project, for which pilots have been undertaken, which speak of India's ability to build partnership and those offer significant relations. As part of India's neighborhood first policy and Act East policy, connectivity offers significant opportunity for India's South Asian neighbors as well. It will also help the ASEAN countries already benefiting from global value chain trade to better integrate with the world through IMEC. This may involve parallel investment and leveraging of corridors in the East, like the Trilateral Highway, Eastern Maritime Corridor, and Kaladan Multimodal Connectivity Project. India is already committed to working closely with partners in the Indo-Pacific, where several IMEC partners are equally invested. The existing sea routes, including the most important Suez canals and the Red Sea, are highly congested, leading to rising cost in terms of time and money. Hence, IMEC may be projected as a long-term alternative event for global trade passing through the region. Beyond economic benefits, IMEC offers a vital platform for cultural and political actions. By facilitating across cultural interaction and cultivating mutual understanding, IMEC can bridge ideological and religious divides, promoting tourism, educational opportunities, and a more integrated regional identity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am told that during the day you have discussed a range of issues and faced the IMEC. Through exchanges like the one happening today, our industry should note that IMEC provides abundant opportunities for Indian companies to innovate and become a global logistics solution provider while integrating infrastructure, digital and energy solution for India and the partnering countries extend these diverse solutions to the global south. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's Mahasagar vision, mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across region, draws inspiration from the ancient principle of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the belief that the world is one family. I may consolidate our vision for a more logistically, culturally, technologically, and economically integrated world, sharing a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, through this forum, I urge you to come together to harness our collective strength and shared responsibility to propel India to regain her position as a leading maritime superpower. With these few words, I extend my heartfelt thankfulness to the organizer of this event today. And as you know, in the last 10 years, whatever success stories are being created in this particular ministry, Port Shipping Waterways, it is only happening because of the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. If you take a look about how this ministry in the different verticals is creating success story, that too are being recognized by none other than World Bank Logistic Performance Index reports. So that is justifying that how this ministry now getting empowered under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And that is why a lot of visionary and also transformative like initiative are being taken up. And I firmly believe with your wholehearted support, industry, ministry, and all others like integrated effort, I do believe that IMEC corridor is going to be a reality tomorrow. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your wonderful words. Now, Mr. Sonowar, we have a small surprise for you. There was a live sketch which was being made of yours. So I wanted to bring Sakshi Mahajan. She's the artist. She has made a live sketch. Sakshi, come with your sketch. She wanted to present it to you. So this is your live sketch, and we have just framed it. So with this, we are winding up to say thank you, sir. Thanks for taking your time out and what a wonderful insights and directions given to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next session, while we prepare with the seating arrangement, this is many take, the history of IMEC to G20, where India successfully launched this project or talked about this project. But there are certain dots which takes us back further, and some take it to the Abraham Accord of 1920 when Donald Trump was there in his first term. So probably this, if IMEC takes shape in this term of President Trump, this might be part of his legacy of his first tenure. Can we make this happen during his second term? And in the past, we all have seen that how the corridors have shaped the way we do trade, the way we do businesses. Can IMEC be a stepping stone of getting into a different zone where the democracies would be defining the way the trade is happening? So we have with us Dr. Arvind Gupta. He had to return back. So he'll be joining us through the web link. Dr. Sheshadri Chari, Professor Emeritus, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, member governing board of RIS, and a very renowned thinker. Mr. Ashley Tallis, he's Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, USA. He's joining us from DC. Mr. Kapil Sharma, he's non-resident fellow at Atlantic Council. He has specially come from DC to be part of the conversation. Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee. She's former ambassador of India to various European countries, including Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kapil Sharma for you. Welcome, Kapil. Ashley has joined us from DC. Very good morning, Ashley. And Dr. Ashley, you're on mute.
Well, good evening to you and thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, Ashley. I'm passing on the mic to the moderator of this evening, Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee. She's former ambassador of India to the Netherlands. Ma'am, mic is yours. Mr. Gupta has joined from the web link. He had some issues, so he had to step back.
Thank you very much. I'd first like to thank the Director General RIS for asking me to moderate a session in which I didn't know the topic or who was speaking till I reached here. For you, please do excuse me for any shortcomings in my presentation, if at all. But I have a very distinguished panel. I'd like to first begin by saying that in my perspective, the topic which is tracing the roots, connecting the dots of the Abraham Accords, I2, U2 and IMEC is extremely important in the context of the present troubled global political scenario and economic scenario. And when the Honorable Prime Minister during the G20, along with the US President and others, proclaimed this IMEC, it was a different world because nobody thought at that time that there would be this seemingly intractable conflict which would break out in the Middle East and which would put a break actually to the increasing warmth between Israel and some of the important Middle East players, and which would have facilitated actually a quicker, faster implementation of IMEC, something that is very important to India historically and something that is very important economically to connect Asia, Middle East and Europe. The fallback position as a professional diplomat to me is the Eastern Corridor, which is to establish India and Middle East, that is to say the UAE and Saudi Arabia, while we try to get back things in shape, hopefully. On the other hand, it's also interesting to note that the Abraham Accords was the legacy of Trump 1.0. And are we then going to see IMEC, as just been explained in the earlier session, as a legacy of Trump 2.0 at a time when there seems to be a huge conflict brewing between the world's two largest economies, and at a time when India seems to have been able to, through quiet, effective diplomacy and the excellent relationship that our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has with the US President, been able to somehow navigate a safer route for India in the troubled and turbulent oceans and seas in front of us. Having said that, I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker. That is my colleague and friend from the Foreign Service, Dr. Arvind Gupta. I'm sorry, Arvind, that you're not feeling well. He's the director of the Vivekananda International Foundation. And unlike me, Arvind is an expert on everything. So he doesn't need any speak on anything. Arvind, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. So thank you, Bhaswati, for that tongue-in-cheek introduction, but I welcome that. And I'm sorry that I could not join earlier. So let me just begin by saying that I agree with your, the sum up that you have given, the opening remarks of the geopolitical situation. I think the IMEC was a wonderful, is a wonderful initiative. It is one of the most strategically thought out initiative. It would have probably countered BRI. And it is also in a way restores India's ancient connectivity with the Roman Empire through the Arab world. So there is a lot of thought that has gone behind it. But as you said today, we have a massive geopolitical churn that is underway. And it has created huge uncertainty and volatility in practically every aspect of international relations. So we'll have to see how IMEC, which is very much there, and perhaps right now it is at a pause, how it develops. But IMEC has two distinct segments. One is the Eastern Corridor, which joins India with the UAE, and then the Northern Corridor, which goes through Saudi Arabia, Israel, Jordan, and onto Jordan, Israel, and onto Europe. So probably it will take a while before we come back to a situation where actually the investments will be made by the investors when the geopolitical situation calms down. But at now, the Middle East is in a great churn, and we don't know what is going to happen. Abraham Accord, it is quite possible, as some analysts have said, that it was perhaps IMEC which could have been a trigger for the Hamas attacks in October. And that led to so many other things. I don't have to talk about those. So the situation is very, very volatile at this point of time. So we'll have to see how such massive investments can come in at a time when there is a geopolitical uncertainty. So that is the one point that I want to make. The second is I was listening to an earlier panel when I actually did come to the hall and I had to leave. There they were talking about the financing prospects of for the IMEC projects, etc. I think they were talking more about generally about infrastructure funding, and it was underlined that today India is much better placed in finding funds for infrastructure development, etc. But here we are talking about investments in geopolitically uncertain and volatile areas. So that's a entirely different ballgame. And I just want to mention in the last, in my opening remarks, just to mention one point, and which is that we have had investments in Chabahar, in Iran, which is also a area in the Middle East, for some time now. But if you look at our record, out of about $86 million investment that we had promised, we have not yet been able to reach the target, and it is still much below that $86 million potential. And again, several factors are important. So we have to see what has been our record in investing, and it is basically because of the lot of geopolitical factors. Then we also have been, associated with the INSTC, which is another very big connectivity project which passes through Iran. And this has been under the works for almost about 20 years or 20 years plus. And there again, part of it is being held up because there is some investment in some sections of Iran, Azerbaijan, Russia segment, and some infrastructure has not yet been made because of again several factors. So I think when we talk about IMEC, we'll have to really look at the geopolitical risks. But as I said, the project is very strategic, and I think we should remain associated with it and have some patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arvind, for connecting those dots and for underlining the strategic initiative which we all thought at the time of G20 would be a perfect counter to the BRI. But we can still, as you rightly pointed out, utilize the Eastern Corridor first and see how we can progress during these turbulent times. So thank you so much for joining us, even though you're not feeling well. And I have the great pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Sheshadri Chari, Professor Emeritus, Savitri Bai, Pune University, and member, Governing Board and Governing Council, RIS. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Baswati ji. I would rather take off from where Mr. Arvind Gupta left out. Of course, this whole idea is a very unique model of transport and trade. So I think what basically IMEC is going to do is reshape the international trade paradigm and create new partnerships, as what he explained. So in this new partnership, these three elements, that is the Abraham Accord, the I2U2, and IMEC itself. These are the three important pillars. So what began in August 2020, the Abraham Accord was signed, that laid the foundation for I2U2, which followed after almost 2 years, that is July 2022. So the first meeting was held in July 2022, which actually took the idea of Abraham Accord a little further. And then in September 2023, 1 year almost, a few months later, the idea of IMEC was unveiled. So actually, if you see this, beginning from Abraham Accord to the announcement of IMEC, it has been a very gradual unfoldment of a new idea. So what actually we are seeing out of this idea is a new value chain mechanism being developed. So that is what is going to actually happen in the next few years when the idea of IMEC really materializes. And this value chain mechanism, which will be practically a new one to be created, will create, it will result in a massive metamorphosis of innovation, manufacturing, production, infrastructure, transport, IT, and several other activities, resulting in a massive cooperative framework. And this massive cooperative framework will again have a very unique feature, which actually goes with India's idea of the emerging world order. We have been looking at a bipolarity, and from there to unipolarity, and then now we are talking of the rise of middle powers. And not only rise of middle powers, but also economic segments, what we call emerging economies. So these emerging economies are actually regional forces. So IMEC would actually be connecting these regional forces. And what India believes that the coming years are going to be multilateral years. So this multilateralism will be actually reflected through IMEC. And that is where the Abraham Accord, I2U2 and IMEC gets connected. But in this, the most important element that we should not forget is before IMEC, there have been different kinds of attempts. One was, of course, we all know about the Build Back Better World, which practically was a non-starter. Then the Global Gateway, that idea of Global Gateway came, that was also a non-starter. BRI, of course, much needs to be analyzed, but the initial euphoria about BRI is slowly waning. So many countries are now feeling the pinch of BRI rather than getting the benefit of BRI. And BRI is basically neither a bilateral program nor a multilateral program. It's a unilateral program of one single country. And then we also know about the Blue Dot network. All these ideas failed. And the unique feature in these four ideas, or even the fifth idea, is that none of them includes India. That is one of the reasons for the failure of these projects. Now, India becomes the most important element, a bridge between two quads, the I2U2 quad in the Western Hemisphere and the Indo-Pacific quad in the Eastern Hemisphere. So now these two quads will have to work together, and the success of these two quads depends on how India manages the situation. So that is where I think the most important element about India comes, and that is where the challenges also comes. So India will have to prepare itself for the coming days. We will have to improve the quality of production. We may have to go in for a massive automation of the industry. We may have to restructure some of our economic policies to suit the ongoing issues. And we will also have to think in terms of how to reduce conflicts. Because as you very rightly said, conflicts are the most important elements that are roadblocks in this whole program. So these are the challenges, these are the opportunities. How India plays the cards in the future is going to be more important as far as the link between these two quads are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that outstanding presentation and for underlining the importance of India being a bridge between I2U2 and IMEC. I may add that one of the most important differences between China's BRI and India's entire approach, for instance, to development cooperation in Africa, my colleague Dr. Meenakshi Lekhi is also here, and she was our minister, and she would tell us that in Africa, for instance, we have brought development to Africa for Africa, and we have brought sustainable development to Africa, whereas the Chinese approach is totally different. It is development for China. So China looks at Africa with a neo-imperialist vision, which we don't do. So these are very important points that you've brought out. Thank you so much. I have now the great pleasure of requesting Mr. Ashley Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, who is online from US, and we apologize for keeping you waiting. You have the floor, sir. We look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you, Baswati. It's great to be here with actually friends on the panel whom I've known for many years. Sheshadri, Arvind, of course, going back almost 3 decades now, and Kapil. Let me make 3 or 4 points to start. And I'm going to speak from a US perspective just so that you get a sense of what the calculations in Washington underlying this entire project, the linkages between the Abraham Accords, the I2U2, and the IMEC are. So the first point I want to make is that this ambition was driven fundamentally by the imperatives of geopolitics. And the geopolitical imperative really was rooted in a US ambition to reconstitute the entire greater Middle East with the aim of enhancing Israeli security. Israeli security has been a cornerstone of US regional policy going back to the foundation of the State of Israel. And what the Trump administration did in its first term, very boldly, was to try and engineer a rapprochement between Israel and key Arab states. And that was the core of the Abraham Accords. The idea was that the old efforts at engineering this rapprochement through collective solutions had sort of reached the limits of its success. And therefore, the Trump administration doubled down essentially on various forms of bilateralism. And so we saw the initial accords between Israel and the UAE, Israel and Bahrain, even Israel and Sudan, all designed to essentially reach the prize. And what was the prize? The prize was to get the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to eventually recognize Israel as a legitimate state. And that would lay the foundations for this grand vision where the United States would have made this contribution to enhancing Israeli security, building new bridges with the Arab world, and then opening the door for various kinds of both geopolitical and geoeconomic realignments. So that was the underlying vision that drove the Abrahamic Accords, upon which the I2U2 and the IMEC eventually were erected by the successor to the Trump administration, which was the Biden administration. Point number two, this vision in the area of economics was driven by the political conviction that it served US and regional interests to increase resiliency by building alternatives to the Suez route. Now, clearly, the China BRI program was in the peripheral vision of the United States, but I would say it was not necessarily the most important driver. It was definitely a benefit if we could outflank BRI through alternative arrangements. But I think there was a conviction that given the sheer geography of the Suez Canal and given the volume of trade that moves both through the Suez Canal and through the Persian Gulf, both with respect to energy and merchandise trade, the global system would be better off if there were alternative infrastructure patterns that were created. And so the Biden administration in particular built on Trump's Abraham Accord achievement to really double down on partners with India and forge the foundations for these new alternative infrastructure corridors that was envisaged as really building resiliency. And remember, the Biden administration was very hot on resiliency as a general rule. It pushed in a variety of areas, semiconductors, so on and so forth, in ways that its predecessor did not even attempt to do. So the objective of resilience was very much part of the US calculation. Point number three, the goals of restructuring the Middle East and the goals of resilience were grounded on a huge assumption. And that huge assumption was that there would be a durable peace in the greater Middle East. In fact, the whole Abrahamic Accord was designed to lay the foundations for that peace. If you take away the assumption of peace, then the entire edifice of restructuring and resiliency essentially comes apart. And I think one can make a persuasive case that the vulnerability of the strategy was the failure to take into account the real grievances that existed with regard to the Palestinian cause. And it really exhibited the tension in the US strategy. The tension in the US strategy was to enhance Israel's security by supporting Israel's policy. And Israel's policy was aimed at consolidating its own local hegemony and essentially marginalizing the Palestinian cause, which was a strategy that would have succeeded if it wasn't for the events of October 7th and the aftermath. And so now we have ended up in a very difficult position because the Israeli campaign, which has been remarkably successful in purely military terms against both Hamas and Hezbollah, has, of course, cemented Israeli hegemony, at least for the moment, in the Middle East. It has marginalized key competitors like Iran, but it has not essentially extinguished the Palestinian grievances against Israel. If anything, it has intensified those. And the problem with the persistence of an unaddressed Palestinian grievance is that it makes it very difficult for the United States and for Israel to recover that grand prize, which is securing Saudi acquiescence to normalization with Israel. And if we cannot secure Saudi acquiescence to normalization, it is very hard to bring the entirety of the GCC world, with the exception, of course, of the UAE and Bahrain, to the table where you can have a modicum of stability. Right now, the United States is sort of reeling from the consequences of the October 7 attacks. There is no clear roadmap for what one needs to do with respect to encouraging normalcy. And my suspicion is that the Trump administration's instincts, especially in the second term, will be to double down on reinforcing Benjamin Netanyahu's agenda in the greater Middle East, which could potentially lead to future confrontations with Iran. And if those confrontations actually come to pass, God forbid, then we are looking at a huge conflagration that is going to put paid to all these grand ideas like IMEC and I2U2. And I think this is the reality that we simply have to accept, because it is a reality that simply does not admit of easy solutions. And so while it is important for us to think of the opportunities that IMEC and I2U2 represent for India, for the United States, for Israel, for the Arab partners, the fact of the matter is that at the moment, it really looks elusive. It looks elusive because the geopolitical foundations on which this entire economic edifice was supposed to be grounded, those geopolitical foundations have essentially collapsed. And until one finds ways of restoring those foundations, I think we are going to have a very, very hard time in bringing this grand vision of an alternative infrastructure corridor that links the subcontinent to the Middle East, to Europe, and eventually to the United States. We're going to have a very hard time bringing that to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that sober, pragmatic, and realistic analysis, underlining that the original policy of the United States, which was to secure Israeli security and to get Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel, was based on the fundamental premise that there would be peace in the Middle East. And there are many conspiracy theories, including the one which says that the attack by Hamas actually was perhaps one of the reasons due, apart from Israeli intransigence, etc., could be the prospect of IMEC, the gradual getting together of the Israel's former enemies into an economic and political system, which would be a great setback to an organization which is recognized today. I consider it to be a terrorist organization, Hamas, the way it's behaved, though of course there are many issues there which we don't want to get into. But you've also talked about the vulnerability, and that is very true. The vulnerability is the underpinning of peace, which cannot be guaranteed. And if that peace cannot be guaranteed, then the entire connecting the dots will just remain dots until that vulnerability is addressed. So it's a very important point you made. I have great pleasure in Passing the floor to Mr. Kapil Sharma, non-resident senior fellow, Atlantic Council, USA. Do you have a mic or shall I? You have a mic. You have the floor.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank all of you for inviting me to speak very quickly now because time is up, but I will try to summarize my points very quickly. To your earlier point where you said about whether IMEC will be a part of Trump's legacy, I think at this time the answer will be no. I do not think that the Trump administration is going to take IMEC that seriously because I think the administration has made it very clear that it wants to see a direct U.S. benefit for its interests. The difference between IMEC and I2U2 is that in I2U2, the United States is directly involved. In IMEC, the United States has got more of a convening role. And for the Trump administration, what they want to see is more money come into their treasury and more exports go out. And it's unclear for them at this point, I think, to see how does IMEC actually do that. I was taken aback by this morning when I was listening to all the other panelists talk about the benefit of IMEC. And one way of maybe irritating the Trump administration was talking about how IMEC is going to benefit Europe. And if you look at who is the United States' biggest competitor right now, when it comes to economic growth, it'll be China and Europe. So if I am sitting in the Trump administration, am I thinking, well, if I facilitate IMEC and I see IMEC reach its goals, am I making Europe stronger and not to the benefit of the United States? So I would say at this point, I do not see the administration getting fully behind IMEC, but around maybe I2U2. And the reason being about I2U2, it's very narrow. It's generally defined in areas of cooperation, where, like I said before, IMEC is a bit more complicated. Its immediate benefits are not as defined. And interesting enough, IMEC doesn't include Israel. And again, like I said before, the connect to the United States is very vague. But very quickly, I think there's 6 points in which I think that if we can see and focus on I2U2, that could lead to the benefit of IMEC. One is strategic vision, because as everybody's been talking about, including Ashley, which is that the region is a geopolitical mess. So successful implementation of I2U2 will set the tone for the successful implementation of IMEC. I think everybody in the region needs to learn how to work with Israel. It is going to be very difficult. As I'm studying and learning more about this issue, the region, the Gulf region, doesn't really trade with each other. They actually don't know how to work with each other, let alone with Israel. What I2U2 can do is it can start finding areas of commonality between Israel and the other Gulf countries, which I think is very important for IMEC to succeed. I think that also I2U2 can teach all of the players in the region how to scale green energy. Right now, we talk a lot. Everybody was talking today about green hydrogen, green hydrogen, green hydrogen, green hydrogen. But I don't know if anybody knows how to scale it and scale it in an economic way in which you want to get private investments in. So a successful scaling of green hydrogen with I2U2 can be the model for IMEC to succeed. 4, I think private capital is very important. I know that we've been spending a lot of time talking about how we're going to fund IMEC. My understanding was that when they put IMEC together, it was going to be up to each country to figure out how to finance their own infrastructure and their own internal needs. So there wasn't going to be any real multilateral financing that needed to take place. But where we can see some benefit from I2U2 is if we could see some private sector money, capital coming in. That's scalable. If I2U2 can succeed, you can then encourage more private capital to go into IMEC. Very 2 quick ones. Regulatory reform, the last panel talked about it. I think that is a very understated issue right now that nobody really focuses on, which is how are you going to get regulatory harmonization between 8 to 9 countries? I think it's much harder than what people think. And the most important part is if the Trump administration doesn't take interest in IMEC and seeing its completion, who takes the leadership role? One of the benefits of the United States has been its convening power, the ability to get all the players to the table. If the Trump administration says, okay, we're not going to be putting too much time and effort into this, a lot of people don't realize this, but IMEC doesn't even have a home in the Trump administration right now. That tells you its areas of importance. Does that mean now India has to step up and serve that convening role? Is India prepared to serve that convening role? So these are some of the things. I think maybe if we can see more advancement in I2U2, because right now I would challenge anybody to tell me that I2U2 is a success. It's got good bones, but there's no meat on those bones. So maybe this is where India can step up, push I2U2, see greater advancement in it, which can then set the tone for IMEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for underlining that. In a way, I would say what you've noted is that I2U2 was the product of Trump 1.0. IMEC was the product of Biden. Could that be a reason why the Americans, the present American administration, would prefer to build up I2U2 and, as an earlier speaker had said, to talk of two quads, that is one quad, that is I2U2, and the second quad, which is the quad of the Indo-Pacific. From India's perspective, yes, we can certainly be a bridge, but we can certainly also try to build up IMEC, because IMEC actually does solve a lot of regional interests. And when it was announced in the G20, certainly Israel was supposed to be an important part of IMEC, but because of what Hamas did with its attack, the entire politics of the Middle East went up for. It's been saying time's up since the time you started talking, so I apologize. It shows that we can't really depend on technology all the time. But thank you all very much. Since it says time's up, I won't ask for any questions from the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Vaswati Mukherjee. Wonderful conversation, and I'm sure there is a Conclave 2026 which would be happening, and many of the conversation we will be taking further up. May I now request Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi to please come forward and help us in felicitating the speakers and the moderator. I want to thank Ashley Tallis and Dr. Arvind Gupta, who have remotely joined us. Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi, country's former MOS for External Affairs. And she's also part of CIEU's governing board. Sheshadri Chariji, Cap Sharma. Thank you, Kapil. Thank you very much. He especially traveled from Washington, D.C. to be part of the conference. We really appreciate that the speakers have taken their time out and given us a really good insight. So let's proceed further, gazing future, finding a Sherpa to Prime Minister, Government of India. Ambassador Harshvardhan Shringla, former Foreign Secretary, India. Shri Ashok Malik, partner and India head, Asia Group. And to moderate this conversation, we have Dr. C. Raja Mohan, the visiting research professor, Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore, former journalist, and now one of the very respected thinkers on foreign policy. So actually, IMEC for India is product of the G20's New Delhi session, where Mr. Kant was country's Sherpa, and it is product of his hard work, his lot of oil which he had burnt to stay up during the nights, and the sweat he has put in. So he can give us a really good deep dive, not only how he did it and how he perceives that the IMEC would change the fortunes of India of tomorrow. Mr. Shringla was around at that time as a foreign secretary when a lot of discussions were happening. So we are sure to have really good insights. Mr. Rajamohan, mic is now yours. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's really been a long day for all of you. It really shows how much interest there is in this very, very important subject. You stayed on for this bitter end, I would say. So I hope it's been worthwhile because this is certainly going to be one of the more consequential global developments. And I think India is deeply involved in this. And you see both the participation and the interest that the government of India has shown that this is going to be something that we are going to be heavily invested in. We have three wonderful speakers. The introductions have already been made. But in the opening remarks, I just want to say just one thing, that I think the idea of corridors, connectivity has been quite central to India's foreign policy after the Cold War. As India opened up with its economic reforms, the need to connect to markets, the need to get energy resources, the need to better engage with our neighborhood, all these factors drove interest in corridors. But my sense is our attempts, despite our best efforts, the corridors to the east, across the land, or to Inner Asia through Iran and Central Asia, none of them have really taken off because I think the difficult circumstances on the ground. And unlike the Inner Asian corridor, where we tried to go through Iran and to Central Asia, we are today, the IMEC actually aligns with India's closest trading partners. The Gulf today is one of our biggest trading partners, especially the Emirates and Saudi Arabia are our top trading partners. They're also some of our biggest energy partners. And then Europe, after US and China, Europe is one of our big trading partners. So I think finally the ideas of connectivity and corridors are today connected with actual trade flows. And I think this augurs well for a long-term, where we bring into synergy the diplomatic and infrastructure initiatives in tandem with the actual trade flows. So I think this is going to be one of the more successful initiatives, I suspect. I'm going to start with Amitabh Kant. Amitabh, you were there at the G20 in September 2023. You were there at the creation of this idea when it was launched at the end of the G20 summit. Now, a year and a half later, how do you see its prospects? In fact, our session is about looking to the future. So how do you see its prospects and what does it mean for India getting this thing done as quickly and as efficiently as possible?
First and foremost, I'd say that in the present context, when there's a lot of geopolitical disruption, there's a breakdown in global supply chain, the new technologies like AI and quantum emerging, supply chains will get disrupted in a very big way. And to my mind, this is really India's moment. It's a moment which must be seized by India. And it gives you the opportunity to push for alternative trade links. What the IMEC, which was envisaged and planned, was really that it will link up India to the Middle East and then through road network to Israel and from Israel on to Europe. And the transportation costs, the timings were to come down by about 40% and the cost was to come down by close to about 30%. The second point I want to make is that global growth is at its lowest since the turn of the century. And if global growth has to be accelerated, and when I say global growth is necessary, because you have to achieve SDG goals. Without growth, you can't achieve them. Vast segments of people have gone below poverty line because of COVID. So you need to accelerate the pace of growth. If there's one project which can be transformational to push global growth, it is the IMEC corridor. And the third point I want to make is that it is in the interest of India, it is in the interest of the Middle East, it's in the interest of Europe, and it's in the interest of United States. This project has all the stakeholders together, including Trump, who said that this can be a transformational project in the year to come. My view really is now that several countries have appointed their coordinators, their ambassadors, etc., for taking this project forward, particularly in Europe. We need to projectize, we need to really link down the financing. Each country needs to move forward. There are several challenges because of Iran. There is a challenge because of the Middle East crisis. There's a challenge because of Houthis in Yemen, which is the Red Sea link, which is impacting. But I think these challenges will be overcome as we go along because we are trying to crack a totally new corridor, the Eastern Corridor and the Northern Corridor, both of which will have a huge significant logistical impact on trade in Europe. It will have a huge impact on pushing trade in the Middle East. And the last point I want to make is that for this trade corridor to become really successful and commercially viable, India needs to build up its manufacturing. The important thing is that India just contributes 4.1% to the global manufacturing. China contributes 31%. So if India needs to accelerate the pace of its manufacturing and become a very integral part of the global supply chain, because India needs to become both a beneficiary and a major supplier to the India-Middle East corridor. Without that, this corridor will not work. And if India needs to benefit, it needs to make sure that Indian manufacturing contributes 25% to India's GDP, but more than that, India's growth and prosperity is closely linked to exports, and therefore exports will have to become an integral part of our growth strategy.
Let me ask you one follow-up question. I mean, I think you are in charge of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. I mean, I think we saw that the effort at doing across states in India, that itself was quite challenging. Given the difficulties of doing this across countries, across oceans almost, how do you see, are we prepared institutionally to deal with the challenges of doing it across country project of such great magnitude?
So, I did the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, which is now the National Industrial Corridor, the NICDEC, and I did the Dholera city and the Auric smart city in Maharashtra, and took the land for about 6 other cities, which are presently in the process of getting developed. I think, to my mind, it was the most complex, most difficult, and the most challenging project a human being can ever do. And to my mind, IMEC will be a really, really complex project for several reasons. One is to be able to projectize it, to be able to mobilize financing, and mobilize, when you do mobilization of financing, you need to de-risk projects. Some equity will have to come in from the governments, but a large amount of private sector funding will have to come in. Private funding projects will not come into these projects unless and until they are hugely de-risked on ground. And that, to my mind, will be a massive challenge because of the conflicts in Red Sea, because of Houthis, because of what is happening in Iran and what is happening in the Middle East, in Israel. But irrespective of that, I think some of these projects, especially the rail linkage, will have to be essentially a government project. And therefore, all stakeholders need to put their resources in to make this project both feasible and commercially doable on ground. It has long-term spin-off. It's a project which will require funding now, but will have benefits at the back end. These are long-term paying projects. They have this is a project which can be transformational. This is a project which will change the destiny of the countries involved. This is a project to change the lives of citizens involved. And therefore, initial complexity will more than be compensated, 10x be compensated by the benefits which will flow in the long run.
Ambassador Shringla, if I may turn to you, Amitabh has talked about, the organizational and other imperatives of organizing a cross-country project. But the region that we're talking about is also one of the most volatile geopolitically. And in the last few years, we've seen both positive as well as negative trends. We've seen the Abraham Accords, the normalization between Israel and some of the Arab countries. But we've also seen post-October 2023, the return of terrorism and the conflict. But today, we see President Trump trying to once again revive some of these peace processes. In fact, last 2 days, there were talks between Iran and the US, indirect talks in Oman. So how do you look at the Middle East situation? And how do we bring regional security, regional diplomacy in line with the possibilities that Amitabh has articulated?
We're talking about an ambitious, visionary, futuristic project. And I think Prime Minister Modi referred to it almost in civilizational terms when he said it's an intergenerational project. And it seeks really to provide a corridor between three regions, which are among the most significant economies of the world, accounting for almost 50% of global economic activity. So when you talk about a project of that magnitude, I think there will be challenges. Mr. Amitabh Khan just referred to it as difficult and complex. And I think if you look at the fact that there are challenges, the first, as you mentioned, is the geopolitical challenge. I mean, it is a project that is going through the heart of the most volatile region in the world. You not only have Israel and the Gaza Strip, which is at war, but also you have Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, all of which is in the mix. And that volatility continues today. And I think that is going to be one of the major challenges. The second, of course, I think is the fact that you will need to coordinate a project of this magnitude. I think there was a brief discussion and Kapil just talked about the fact that the role of the United States itself is one that we have to review in the light of the Trump administration's policies and priorities. My own sense is that when Prime Minister went there, the discussions encompassed IMEC because the joint statement reflects that the two sides will work on IMEC. At the end of the day, it is a very important aspect that follows up and consolidates the Abraham Accords. That was signed during Trump 1.0. It is one of Trump's signature achievements during his first presidency. So it is, I would say, only to be expected that the Trump administration will not only follow it up, but will give it the heft that it needs. So coordination across the board and the convening power, as again Kapil mentioned, is very, very important, and you would expect the US to be on board. The third point, again, as was mentioned earlier, was what about those states that are not part of the IMEC, the corridor? Turkey is not there, Egypt is not there, Iran is not there. Iran has already criticized it publicly. Turkey is mooted an alternative corridor. Well, these are challenges that you have to take into account. The fourth, I would say, is financing. You need, obviously, to raise financing, which is substantial. We're talking about 500 billion euros, about €500 billion, which is significant from governments, from the private sector, from the public sector, from sovereign funds. So you need to have or find the financing at a difficult time when countries are actually looking inwards. The United States itself is looking to cut down its own spending. Europe is looking much more insular and focusing its budget on defense. So all around, there is a certain financial sort of constraint which has to be overcome. But the last point I want to make is that India has invested in peace. I mean, I think the Prime Minister is quite clear that we stand for peace. And in that sense, I think we're willing to contribute to any effort that fosters peace. And IMEC is a very important part of any peace effort that has to come in the Middle East. It is not just the Abraham Accord, but it's the fact that you create livelihoods, you create employment, you create synergies, and try to unite the entire region and bring them all together. And we have to get traction for this project from countries that are not exactly part of the route also. So I think we have an important role to play. And I think we see it very much in terms of a visionary sense that this corridor is going to be a game changer, not just for us, the Middle East and Europe, but for the whole world and the global South in particular.
See, given the challenges there, I mean, if you go back last 2 years, the Houthis and a small militant group, their capacity to disrupt the global shipping in Red Sea, which is one of the pivotal sea lanes of the world, that was not very impressive. I mean, the international community could not get its act together. Even the US, now Trump administration is talking about it differently. So what is the assurance that the world can actually overcome some of the obstacles? Because the Houthis have not been able to control now. It's not clear whether you can use so much force that small rebel groups have shown us the capacity to disrupt. So you need a broader peace effort. I mean, I think I want you to talk about how we bring in stakeholders from the whole region.
So as I mentioned, I think it needs a sort of an approach which goes beyond just the I2U2 and the IMEC corridor. In other words, first of all, we're already part of the international North-South corridor, right, which connects through Iran connects Central Asia, and Azerbaijan, and Russia. So that alternative paradigm, which is basically Russia, Iran, the Central Asian states, is also part of our own calculus. How do we unite all these multimodal, corridors and pathways to economic progress and development is a very important aspect of our work ahead of us. So I think getting all of these countries to understand that this is in their interest is very important. I think coercion has its limitations. You correctly pointed out that with a group like the Houthis, you can bomb them out of existence, but whether that makes a difference to such a disparate, non-state actor is a question mark. But you need to, I think, reach out. You need to try and get their involvement and their sort of bring them in as stakeholders in this larger project, and make them understand that there is an economic benefit to all countries in the region, not just those through which the corridor passes. So I think diplomacy is an important part of it. Getting countries onto this bandwagon is very, very important. Working with our partners is very, very critical. And again, I feel that if any country can contribute to that effort, it is India, given our track record of working towards peace, using dialogue and diplomacy, and the Prime Minister's own equities that he enjoys in the region. I mean, nobody can really reach out as easily to Gulf, to the Gulf kingdoms, to their rulers, to Israel, to Jordan, to Europe, and of course, far beyond that, to Egypt, to Iran. So I think we have what it takes to bring this together. And I think it will be on those lines.
Ashok, turning to you, I mean, you follow the global developments and the intersection of India's policy with the larger geopolitical dynamic. I think when you look at the finances, unlike in many other places, you have Saudis and the UAE, they have huge financial reserves. Their sovereign wealth funds are some of the biggest in the world. So does that make it easier because they have the resources to actually back this with real substance rather than we're hunting around for finances?
Thanks, Raja. A couple of points here. One, there's no question that the IMEC project is an epic project of intergenerational ambition. Having said that, we have to inject some nuance and realism into the financing and the economics of this project. I've heard people compare it to BRI. I don't think it's BRI at all. BRI is essentially a corridor that moves China's manufacturing surplus from the eastern seaboard of China or the western ends of China to markets far away without any value addition or route, and builds infrastructure or ports which have skeptical viability metrics. Now, IMEC is very, very different. IMEC actually attempts to link multiple growth centers, all of which are independent growth centers. India is a growth center. The UAE is a growth center. Saudi Arabia is a growth center with massive internal post-oil investment. Israel is a formidable economy, a small but formidable technology economy, and Europe remains a formidable economy as well. Of course, it's not growing as much as it used to, but it's still a powerful manufacturing economy. Now, in theory, linking each of these growth centers can make for something much larger and much more, something which is greater than the sum of the parts. In practice, politics intervenes. Politics intervenes between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and that remains a problem. I don't think Mr. Trump has a solution to it, though he wants it. And therefore, linking the Middle East to Europe also remains a problem, though multiple European countries in the Mediterranean, from Greece to France to Italy, are certainly interested. What is driving IMEC at the moment is the eastern part of the project, which is India to the UAE, India up to Saudi Arabia. The PM is going to Saudi Arabia this month. IMEC is going to be part of the conversation. And I would say here that, yes, Indian manufacturing and what role it could play are certainly important. Mr. Kant is absolutely right. I'll give you one example. At the beginning of this century, India exported about $1 billion worth of goods to Saudi Arabia. In 2023, it exported $11 billion, so 10 times the amount. At the beginning of the century, the single largest item exported, 30%, was rice.
In 2023, the single largest item exported was refined petroleum products. In 2000, the year 2000, beginning of the century, the largest textile category was raw cotton. Now it's finished products, ready-made garments. So as Indian manufacturing grows, in the years to come, you will have electric vehicles from India, you will have iPhones from India being sold in this part of the world. That is certainly something which we can look forward to. But beyond the Arab world, it remains a question mark at the moment.
Amitabh, I know you have to leave your other pressing engagement, but on the question, take an optimistic view. It's really India, UAE already have huge trade connections. What we're talking essentially is a cross-Arabian Peninsula linkage, which is largely internal to Saudi Arabia. So they have a stake in developing that and then crossing across into the Mediterranean. So given that, is the problem not building actual infrastructure, but actually standards, simplifying gorgeous, of creating the facilitation, paperwork, so that things move across seamlessly?
So, Rajas, the Saudis have already announced a substantial investment of about 20 billion into this. My view is that India, as the chief anchor of the Eastern Corridor, should look at itself as both a key driver and a beneficiary, and we should have a very clear future roadmap for this. To my mind, we should have firstly, a short-term roadmap, which should emerge from the discussions here, which should be a 1 to 2 year roadmap. And that roadmap should be to launch a joint IMEC coordination forum of all the countries. It'll bring in all the stakeholders, they will prioritize project selection, they will work out the investment plans, etc. So that's number one. Secondly, we should begin feasibility studies of the project because they take time. Whether they're commercially viable, whether they'll be driven by governments, whether they'll be driven by the private sector, that will emerge. And thirdly, we should pilot, to my mind, a green hydrogen project between India and UAE. And we should use this also as an opportunity to drive digital public infrastructure in this. So this should be a short-term. Then we should have a medium-term vision, which should be, to my mind, a 2 to 4 year perspective. And the medium term should really look at accelerating regulatory and custom harmonization across the corridor. That is very critical. Without that, it will not work. So it should, you have to harmonize all the regulations in all these countries. Otherwise, there'll be huge challenges on ease of doing business. Secondly, we need to look at encouraging blended financing, multilateral development financing, bring that into this. And thirdly, to my mind, it's very also important to expand the participation to Oman and to Egypt. They will play a critical role. At least both Oman and Egypt will be winners for India. So we need to look at that. And they can foster greater geopolitical security in the region, and therefore that's important. And the third is that we should come out with a long-term vision, and the long-term vision should ensure full-scale operationalization of IMEC corridors with integrated digital, energy, and logistics layer. We should develop a regional security framework to insulate economic cooperation from the geopolitical volatility in the region, because it's a volatile region. And we should thirdly use IMEC as a springboard to launch, basically drive both manufacturing and trade within this region in a very big way. So a short-term plan for 1 or 2 years, a medium-term plan, 2 to 4 years, and a long-term plan between 5 to 8 years so that this corridor gets cracking on the ground. But harmonization of rules, regulation, procedures, particularly standards on the customs, is very, very critical to me.
Please, Amitabh has to leave. Thank you, Amitabh, for actually coming and spending time with us. Take care.
Amitabh sir, just a second, please. May I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan to come forward and acknowledge Mr. Khan's presence? Just a second, sir. Sir, photo up hai, ruk jao. Ek second. Go. Thank you, Mr. Kant. Mr. Kant is a great support for CIU, and he has helped us taking the clean tech story way forward. तो भाई कर लो सर अश्विनी जी felicitate them.
So let me just say one.
Please.
We have a Prime Minister is going to Saudi Arabia next week. In way, many of the things we've discussed are going to come up, I think, in a significant way. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of diplomatic activity around it. We saw both Ashok, Amitabh, and Harsh talk about the various range of issues. And my sense is that the diplomatic momentum is picking up. But I think the tasks that need to be done, one internally in terms of what we need to do, and externally in terms of India's more active engagement with the politics and security of the Middle East, then that too becomes very, very important. And finally, I would say one of the transformative aspects of this project is we've historically thought about Europe, the Middle East, and India as three separate regions. I think what IMEC does is to break the artificial barriers that we mentally constructed, certainly after independence. But actually, if you see historic from Alexander down the line, that the Mediterranean, the Arabian Peninsula, and India were part of a single common space. And one of the great tragedies has been we've lost that connectivity. Today, I think even mentally redrawing that map. In fact, some people are beginning to call this something called Indo-Mediterranean region cutting across the Arabian Peninsula.
There in Prime Minister talked about Indo-Roman.
Yeah, okay. So I think we are in an interesting phase, and let me please join me in thanking our panel, which has kind of covered many aspects.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. C. Rajamohan. It is always a pleasure listening to you. I have grown up, reading your columns in Indian Express. And whatever little I understand of foreign policy, it is thanks to your columns. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Shringla, country's former Foreign Secretary, Mr. Ashok Malik. Some applause, please. Thank you very much. We are now the second last session, penultimate session. This is on geoeconomics versus geopolitics. What is the IMEC story? So we have with us Shrimati Meenakshi Lekhi, country's former MOS External Affairs and Culture. And we will be having conversation with Jagjit Sareen. Just, where is the hotel staff? Can you make a door? So we will begin with Mrs. Lekhi's keynote, and then she will get into conversation with Jagjit Sareen. मीनाक्षी का लगाओ कम से कम मीनाक्षी का भी नहीं है। So all set. So may I request Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi to come forward, as well as Jagjit, please.
Very much, Anilesh. Thank you, Jagjit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure and honor being here. I know it's not the penultimate, but almost the last concluding session of the day. And I must say that all kinds of views have come forward. I had in my mind thought of certain ideas, but after listening to everyone, this is going to be more like a reflection on what I have heard today and where we need to take this conversation forward. When it comes to India, I must say that so far as India is concerned, we stand for cooperation, coordination, and well-being of all. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, or Sabka Prayas is our guiding principle. And when this is our guiding principle, we need to understand that, look, what are the impediments in this idea? And if we study the impediments, we will get to the conclusion where our focus should be. Prime Minister is going to visit Saudi Arabia. And if we look at the two maps, a lot has been discussed. So if we look at the two maps, I want to show you on the screen if we can get the two maps in sequence. One is the ancient civilizational map, India, Indus Valley civilization, having trade links with Roman Empire, and in between, say, Greece and India, we had Bactrian Empire, which was basically led by Indo-Greeks, and on the other front, we had Greco-Roman, which was Greece and Roman Empire, where the two came together. Progenies of the two cultures came together and controlled those areas. Now, if you look at Syria and other region, that was more like Greco-Roman. And if you look at Afghanistan, this was more like Indo-Greeks. So for 2,300 plus years, the physical map of the world and the political map of the world is what we need to look at. So the physical map of the world showcases that not much has changed in 2,000 plus years. But if you look at the political map, a lot has changed. And when we look at the political map, we also realize that India was the center. If OECD countries report or the investigations or the academic research needs to be seen, when India controlled virtually 35% of the global GDP and coming down to 2% of the global GDP or 4% of the global GDP in 1900, 3, 4, or whatever thereafter, has been the journey of India. How did India prosper? Obviously, by trading with other countries. How did these regions flourish? Obviously, by trading with India. Now, over 2,000 plus years of studies, India remained the hub, irrespective of the fact that 100 odd years when Islamic invasions, Turkic invasions, if I can say, were the rule of the day, and we lost a lot of our trade, we lost a lot of our skilled manpower, we lost a lot of business simultaneously. For those 100 years, China took over. And post those 100 years in 14th century and all, We came back to our normalization process when Mughals, so-called Mughals, they were not Mughals, it's a separate story, but when they established themselves in this region, they also gave stability, political stability, and we again bounced back and became one of the regional to global superpower, and 17-18% of the global trade again was controlled by us. So that is the long and short of the economic history of the region. Now the question is that, do the world wants this corridor to flourish? I would say the naysayers will have their say that, oh, this is not possible for XYZ reason. There will be other states coming in. They will have other challenges. I would say, why do we need this corridor in the first place? So if we can focus on those areas and speak to our counterparts or to the naysayers, why do we need it in the first place? We need it because there are geopolitical challenges. The geopolitical challenges to the world are in various formats. One is we saw what happened in the Nord Stream and sabotage. What happened? The European Union and other countries suffered because of that particular chain being broken. We had COVID-19, all kind of supply chains broke off. Suez Canal blockade happened because a ship tilted, the nosedive happened. Now, these are the challenges which the world is faced with. What should happen? Should we continue to struggle? Red Sea, Houthis, this, that, and all. Should we continue to use the same track? Or should the alternatives be available to the world? And if the world comes to the conclusion that alternatives need to be provided to the world, then IMEC is a success story. Now, want IMEC in the format, and will the IMEC will come in next 7 years, 8 years, or 80 years? No one can have a say on that. Without IMEC, are we trading with the region? The answer is yes. And the question is, all kind of estimates, 600 billion to 700 billion to 400 billion. Now, all these figures are put on the table basically to say, oh, since you can't generate so much of money, the project is not possible. I look at it very differently. And my thought is, or my two-bit is, that are we trading with UAE? Answer is yes. Are we trading with Saudi Arabia? Answer is yes. Are we trading with Europe? Answer is yes. Are we trading with Russia and Iran? Answer is yes. If we are already trading with these regions, why is it I2U2 versus IMEC versus INSTC? Instead of this, instead of versus this versus that, why is it not all together? Because all alternatives need to be made available to everyone. You want to take I2U2, you're free. You want to take IMEC, you're free. You want to take INSTC, you're free to do that. Rather than have BRI only solution or have Suez Canal as the only solution. Which one do you want? And I think that's where the game is missing. I think there are vested interests who have a narrow vision, and that narrow vision focuses, oh, if this becomes successful, we are going to fail. Damn. If I become successful, everybody else becomes successful with me, because that's been the history of this damn country for 2000 plus years. India progresses, everybody else progresses with it, and there is peace all around. And that's what we need to discuss. And I would say, IMEC, what is doable is what needs to be done first. And what is doable is, since UAE, India are on the same page, if I were to hear the American voices, the answer was they want I2U2 to succeed, but everything else should stop. We need to convince them I2U2 cannot succeed until and unless IMEC succeeds. Because you can't reach Israel without reaching the UAE and Saudi. And if you reach Saudi and UAE, only then you can have a trajectory towards Israel. Otherwise, Israel fails. Do you want Israel to fail? If you do not want Israel to fail, if you want India-Israel trade to go on, you need to make IMEC up to that point successful at least. So that could be phase one. Because there is interest in I2U2 success, let's focus on that. I2U2 success is a vested interest of US that I-2U2 succeeds. If I-2U2 has to succeed, then India-UAE corridor needs to succeed. And if India-UAE corridor needs to succeed, there is a very short gap between UAE and Saudi by train track. That is between the two countries that will become successful. Let's focus just on this in the first phase. And I'm sure this is all doable. And what is most interesting is that what I heard, the platform called Metri, I think a very distinguished methodology was told that we do not have to look at, like people talk about BRICS and people start say, oh, you have a European Union means euro, you need to have one currency. I say, why can't you trade in different currencies at the same time? Because one currency will never come and we are not even interested because everybody is putting their money in dollars, actually, invested in dollars in many ways. So nobody is really interested in having a new currency. That's a separate story. But taking that example forward, we do not know which system is operationable because every system has been created by different countries at different points in time. Now, till we have a unified system, we will stop working. Answer is no. There is too much of replication of the job and documentation and so on and so forth, including physical emails and physical data being transferred. But I must say, COVID-19 showcased how smart Indians are. I'm sorry for boasting, but this is not, I'm taking pride in myself, but I'm taking pride in 1.4 billion Indians. And I think every countryman has that right to do. So I'm boasting about the prowess and knowledge of my countrymen and the super engineers and super bright people this country possesses. The intellectual capacity of this country is what needs to be recognized by the people. So COVID-19 showcased how COVID was created and how 1.2 billion Indians' data could be managed in a very systemic and methodical way, that everyone got their vaccine in time, without queues, without difficulties, without any challenges. And then we were challenged at that time by the vested interests again, because they wanted to sell their product. We put everything online and we put it online for free. Because as in the morning, our Minister of Youth Affairs said, because at that time he was a health minister, that look, for us, Indian way of thinking is looking after somebody's health is not business, it is service. And you serve with the core of your heart, that's the Indian way. Similarly, while trade and commerce is relevant, we also know that we all need to cooperate. Even if I make little less money, I will not sacrifice my friendship with others. I'm not going to do that. And that's how Indians operate. Little less money, so be it, but at least we remain friends for long term. And this, as spoken, is an intergenerational project. And with this intergenerational, I would want this to finish in my generation, but even if it doesn't, and even if it carries on for the next generation, it is for next generation to see how they flourish and how they work out, how they work around things. But the ideas, core values should remain constant. And in this core value, the platform, which Metri has been created by those super brains, is so smart that no one needs to change their systems as of now. Each one can plug and play on that system. And when each one is plugging and playing on that system, is actually benefiting everyone. But also, if we start using AI simultaneously, we will get to learn that so much of replication may be done away with, and then we can keep accommodating and alterations to our respective systems and keep coming around. What is doable? Let's keep consolidating that bit, and that's where we all need to cooperate and work. And that is a possibility in short term. This is a short-term gain. And with that short-term gain, with the, as was discussed in the morning, that the soft methodologies, or let's say the intangible aspects of the corridor, needs to be discussed, not just the cranes and not just the dredgers and not just the ports, but how the systems will work. And I genuinely felt at that time that you definitely need a lawyer. And the lawyer in me just suddenly woke up and said, God, I got some work to do. And that work has to be about integrating the system, harmonizing the system. And that harmonization is so important. We've done it in the past, and I have a very easy method of working. I'm sure every method requires a lot of hard work, but very easy method of working. If we can be, I always feel we can lead. I feel India has the capacity to lead. I genuinely feel that we have the capacity to put in the hard work, which others may shirk. And in that capacity of being the leaders in the system, harmonizing the labor law, what does it take? And I was very impressed with what Commodore said in the morning when it comes to skilling. Now, a crane operator will be a crane operator in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in India. A dredger will be a dredger in India, whether he works in Yamuna, Ganga, or a sea, or wherever. Can we provide those skills? Can we have a set of skill sets? And can we formalize that skill set? We need plumbing agencies. Can we formalize that? We need custom clearance agents. Can we formalize that? And I always say, how is it that aviation across the globe operates non-stop, smoothly? There is no language problem. There is no problem with tariffs and this and that. How does that system operate? And why is it that aviation, nobody says a word? Who's invested in it? And if there are agencies and people invested in it who have made that possible, can we have similar agencies and people invest in shipping lines? Because shipping lines is the answer for inexpensive, I'm not calling it cheaper, but inexpensive trade routes. And if we can do that, similar formulations can be replicated. And then this region is going to come across. If we are going to have working and gradual working relationship and a thorough working relationship with the region, can India, UAE, Saudi, Bahrain, Oman, Iran, Russia, can we all come to a point that we will have similar methodologies of operational methods? Can we devise SOPs? And in case of dispute, where do we go for our trade dispute solution? Can we do it locally? And for that localization, can we start using, say, Gift City? I mean, I have in my mind, can Gift City be converted into an arbitrational tribunal? Can we make that as a possibility of creating that ecosystem around that, which is also very close to the port area? Can we devise something? And with this comes the rail routes, with this comes the inland routes, with all this comes integration of this zone. So if a small zone can become a pilot for rest of the people to co-opt, I'm sure it'll become a success. It is not INSTC versus IMEC versus I2U2 versus XYZ. This is creating solutions to the problems which the world is faced with. And what are those problems? Nordic lane, what happened, we all know. Nordic stream. We all know nose diving of the ship into the Suez Canal. We all know COVID-19, all the supply chains busted. So we are dealing with the problem. IMEC is not the problem. IMEC is the solution to the problem. And that's what people need to understand, that this is giving alternative thinking and alternative routes, which is not versus anyone. This is pro everyone. And I think that's where we need to work at. There are several pillars of unionship. There are several pillars of cooperation, from marine ecology to marine resources to marine tech to education to management to resource management, capacity building, infrastructure development, economy and trade, energy transition, energy transportation itself. So multiple things on which we can work, and skill set training, of course, which is part of capacity building. All those cooperations are possible, and also creating a hub of integration. And this integration is necessary because when everybody becomes a partner, and that's where our difference comes from rest of the corridors. Just session before, they said or every other corridor failed because India was not the partner. I would put it slightly differently. We are not an exploitative economy. We are an economy of people who believe in the values of heart. And that is so important to deal with because we believe that 2000 plus years of the recent history, I call it recent because I normally look at my history as 5000 BC and 6000 BC. And we were trading at that time. Lothal is one of the dry dockyard at that time. So since we have those transitions, and if I look at my own map, which I very proudly look at, we see India as a peninsular country. To the east and to the west, we were connected. And we did not usurp any trade route. We did not call our trade route as silk, cotton, or whatever else, because we were trading everything, sugar to coddies, to gold, to silk, to cotton, to food, to rice. We were trading everything. So these were trade routes. And imagine if Pakistan was not there, if Bangladesh was not there, this was all India, as recent as 1947. And if this was all India, where was our connectivity? So artificially, we have been snapped. And artificially, our connectivity has been cut. And artificially, world has been deprived of Indian values, both in terms of material and also the intangible values which India gave to the world. So it's time to not let people usurp that space. And I call it usurpation of my space because that trade route belonged to me. But you may call it whatever name you want to, cotton to silk to whatever. But that was Indian trade route because rest of the countries are all artificially created economies and countries. But that artificiality has impacted me, so has it impacted the world. We are creating alternatives. And for creating those alternatives, we all need to work together and tell everyone else, all the naysayers, that look, you have two choices. The choice is to carry on with the existing system, which is Houthis to Red Sea to Suez Canal blockade, or BRI on the other side. The second alternative is to work at the alternatives which we have to offer. With these words, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. First of all, what an honor for me to sit beside you and maybe ask you some tough questions, if you kindly allow me. I think we are expecting Minister Piyush Goyal in about 10-15 minutes. So we'll try to have real fireside chat here so that everybody gets energized for the session to come. Ma'am, when I was hearing you, it was a master class. You wrapped up 5,000 years of evolution of Indian living, the way we evolved in our trade, in our culture, and then various, colonial swaths of history which we passed through and now. I'll try to kind of pin it down on one point, which as a professional has been my pain point, if I could put it this way. Everybody says it's India's opportunity, it's India's moment, India's centuries. The question as an Indian I want to ask, are we Indians ready for it? While we all, successfully handle COVID and various other things, let me give you one example and, please tell me that, this is wrong, Gigi, this is how we are working and this is how we're going to succeed. Let's take example of clean tech. And you guided us through the clean tech and manufacturing mission launch as well. We import 80% of all the clean tech components. We want energy security, we want renewable energy and various forms of renewable energy, and now SMRs and nuclear to help us secure our energy supplies. We want to deal with climate, but the dependencies are 80% we are importing. Our import bill on clean tech is going to surpass our import bill of oil by 2030. Not many policymakers seem to be worried about that. You supported us to drive in a certain way. I think the point I'm making is, unless we manufacture here, what are we going to export?
100% with you.
So how we are going to change our domestic behind the border calculus to tap the opportunity which IMEC is offering? You rightly said it's a solution, it's not a problem. But unless we solve our problems internally and have more to export, what would be export to Middle East or Europe?
So I would say let's forget about export for the time being. Let's look at our energy bill. And I heard, for example, very small, intervention that Delhi Assembly is going to be the first assembly which is going to go 100% solar. With the result, 2 crore rupees a month electricity bill is what they are going to save. Now, my point is, this is very good. You save. At the same time, where are the solar panels coming from? And we have not focused on creating ingots, creating wafers, or creating solar cells. We started doing solar panels by importing cells. Then China, because 90% of the solar cells, etc., are coming from China, they would raise the price of their solar cell so that your panel becomes sort of not workable. It'll get expensive. Now you start producing solar cells, they will raise the cost of ingots. And when you start producing ingots, they will raise the cost of materials because you have not worked at the supply chain. Now, in this case, my question to everyone, not for past 10 years, but before that, what were we doing when the solar tech was being produced by the world? We were sleeping. We have to pay the cost. We have no options. At the same time, doesn't mean we stick to it. It also means we have other possibilities. I normally go wrong in my pronunciation and I call it parasite. It's not parasite, it's perovskite, but I call it parasite in my head. So perovskite is probably the new tech in which we can invest right now because nobody else has put in the money. Even if you get 20% off, it's okay because that will be made in India. Same thing what happened during Covaxin. So you could have paid 1 lakh crore to get Pfizer and so forth and paid that money, or you produced, invested and got your own Covaxin. So the new tech which is available today in which others are not investing, maybe India should own it and start investing and make its own foundation. Even in battery system, because no renewable can run without the battery system. So in the battery system, everybody is going after lithium mining, lithium this, lithium that. So lithium mine is one aspect, but the cost is in refining. And the refining cost itself, because others who were early risers, they have invested and they are ahead of you multiple times. Now, there are two ways of finding solution. One is to chase them or to create a parallel path. So parallel path could be a new research, a new tech, which is vanadium. Are we ready for it? Are we going to invest in that? So my point will be that if we truly want the foundations to change, we do not have to chase. We have to have Indian ways to achieve that and invest in new tech, invest in new agencies and work around those because you have no competitor in that field. And if you make that as your brand, you will succeed faster. Instead of chasing a leader, someone who's already put in 20, 30 years of work or more than that, you will keep chasing and you'll never be able to compete and meet the ends in economy or even in life. You create your own pathways and those pathways need not be in competition with others. Where you stand, that's your path and choose that path.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you're just reinforcing that, we have to push ahead with our own industrial competitiveness across the board. Clean tech is one opportunity. Digital tech is another. Space is another. We have delivered on a cheaper cost bill in all this where we have put our minds and brains together. The other point,
one
please,
intervention.
please.
So a little little knowledge can be dangerous, but little knowledge that I feel I have. China succeeded by getting US investments when it needed and getting its tech from Russia when it needed. And Russia and India have cooperated in space tech a lot. And a lot of space tech is also renewable because in space you do not have fuel to carry. Are we willing to get cooperation from them? Are we working enough on that? Or we've just sort of, kept it for another day? So I think that's another opportunity. And this is the right opportunity when maybe in solar, in Parouette, etc., we should seek help from people and industries where it's possible. Japan can come around. So investing in those kind of technologies and making it available for the civilian use is, I think, is very imperative. And we need to focus on that.
That's a very important point, and maybe that's a cue to CIU board, which you are very much part of, is also to maybe bring all the thinkers and CEOs together on the space technology and see what we can help think through in terms of a mission mode for that. So we talked a lot about economics and industrial policy. Let me ask you a geopolitical question. It seems European relations with the United States are in play. Europe is thinking whether to go with China or United States and how to balance in between. And then they have the bear on the side, which is scaring them day and night. Is there an opportunity for us to kind of really have a strategic handshake with Europe? Everybody says, oh, whole of the commission was here. Okay. Give us a sense of the geopolitical handshake, either that has happened or conceivably possible with Europe, which opens up trade opportunities for us, investment opportunities, technology opportunities. Bearing in mind, when I read Draghi's report on competitiveness, they want to re-energize all of Europe. They want to raise hundreds of billions of dollars of new debt to put in the industry, make it competitive, get gas from wherever, and get them out of where they are in terms of economic slowdown. But at a geopolitical level, can we leverage this Trump opportunity to get a grand bargain with Europe?
So a couple of things. Again, it's as complex as IMEC itself. The question itself is as complicated, and there are multiple corollary to the question. So one corollary is US-Europe relationship. The other corollary is China-Europe and US relationship. Then India-US, India-Europe relationship, and India-Russia relationship. I have a very strange take on this, and the strange take is coming from the European perspective. So Europeans had no problem buying goods from China. No human right issue, no labor cost issue, no overtime, overwork issue, absolutely no issue, because how cheap is the iPhone? Only that mattered. Carbon in between, they'll say some things, but nevertheless continued doing the business because you were getting cheaper goods and you were getting investments, because we all know how China has built the rail connectivity up to Spain and London and how the goods are traveling across. But when German deep tech companies get taken over by China, are they appreciative of that? When Italian brands, Prada to whatever else, get to be bought by the Chinese at the back end, is the Italian people and the government comfortable with that? I think everybody knows the answer. So you are competing against a expansionist power. When the debt economy gets to be created in places like Sri Lanka, while they may be welcoming all the Hamban Tota to everything else, but when they know that the debt is supposed to be paid by the people of the country, are they appreciative of that? As compared to this, when Prime Minister of India travels to Uganda and wherever and says, look, our development cooperation comes not as a debt, but our development cooperation comes to what you want, where you want. We are not going to create stadiums with no roads. We are going to create what people of Uganda want. That's where India steps in. We are not there to make political changes in other countries, and we are not there to take over anybody else's economy or brand. We may have taken over certain companies which were debt-ridden, and that time they needed support, but without being competitor in other sense. So I think Europe has both a place which is not absolutely fantastic, that they are very comfortable with Chinese money and Chinese tech. At the same time, they are not very comfortable with having to take risk and averse to risk and work with India. That's the place we are dealing with. If we can offer an alternate, I'm sure they are going to come after us. If that was not so, 22 trade commissioners would not be coming to India at the same time. So I think there is a deeper sense that they are looking for alternatives. We have to up our game, and it is in that context I'm saying that once you build up to Saudi Arabia, whether Greece is going to up its game and provide that leg connection, the last leg connection to Europe or not, you will see Greece will come forward, and others in Europe will invest in Greece to come forward. They would want that lead to happen instead of depending on other nations. So I think without getting into the second leg, without getting into the northern connectivity, we should mark ourselves up to the Eastern Corridor right now and execute it ASAP. The moment you execute and people see, I think the World Bank, the gentleman who was representing and the India head was saying, oh, 20%. I was just I said, has the World Bank made the calculation right? Because the calculation is 30 to 40%, not 20%. But that's what you see. Everybody's going to undermine it because everybody is comfortable and nobody wants disruption. So I think we need to up our game and show to the world that, look, we promised 30%, but you're saving 40% because trade barriers, this, that has gone, and up to 40% is what you're saving. Why would any businessman give up 40% profit? I'm sure everybody will join in. And thus, we focus on what is doable in the first course.
Yeah, I think well said, as they say, if the pudding is in the eating. If the corporate sector starts eating, then that just demonstrates the success. And if we can get the Eastern Corridor right, I think the Middle Eastern and the Europeans will take care of the northern one, and the rest would get connected. Our final question and on this is the human capacity. You talked about scales and we providing for others, and we have various skill sector councils in country. We have NSDC, we have NSDC International. We heard the labor minister and all that. But are we really reaping our development dividend? And I've been part of that development dividend, but again, maybe I'll quote Minister Goyal here. Our startups are going with the gig economy and more people, serving food from the restaurants to us, rather than real entrepreneurship, real deep tech coming out of it. So, is the development dividend even bringing the benefits for us, let alone for the rest of the world? Can we count on our skill sets to really unpack IMEC and maybe for the world?
Okay, so my question I'm speaking on behalf of the startups and everybody who's involved with technology. So my question to people in the government would be, what have you done to create the fundamental technologies? Google of the world did not become Google of the world in one day. What have you done to create the hardware? We only kept focusing on the software. So you produce software solutions. That's where my question comes, that should we or should we not work with the Russians and the American tech people and create hardware of running the systems? If an Indian can go to US and make internet possible, if an Indian can go and make Mission Mars possible, if an Indian can produce submarine and drones, but the IPR lies with someone else, because we never invested in the basic tech. Instead of questioning the startups who are working hard, surviving, making money, and making everybody else's life easy, we should ask them to come on board on hardware. And hardware they can develop provided we have adequate support system. And I'm very grateful to the government that at least when it comes to defense technology or security purposes, they have started working on those fields, and that's why our exports have gone up. So whether it's creating shields, it's working with DRDO, it's creating our own drone system, it's creating laser-driven systems, we are working at it. So again, I go back, we need to invest in foundational science. And I think that's where we missed the game in the past, but we have 3,000 plus deep tech companies who have worked on it, who are working on it. We have space tech companies. We have several companies who are working on defense technology. I would suggest that ministries, all ministries, need to pick out the subjects and the things where they want Indian startups to work. When we are capable and we have very capable people, all they are looking for is the market. If Government of India can place orders with them, they will produce it for you. So let's start working on that.
So, pardon me, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit. You were part.
Please do.
You were part of government for 5 years. Maybe it's convenient now, out of government, you're saying government should do this. You've said we missed the boat for various things. How confident you are that this time we're going to ride the boat?
So I would say, this is only a suggestion, and that doesn't mean government has not done. And that's why I gave you the example that in defense, we have been successful many ways. And that's why our defense export has gone up. We have been successful. That's why our export has increased to $700 billion, which was just half and less than half 10 years ago. So it's not as if we have not succeeded. We have succeeded, but we have part succeeded. I'm only trying to put the pressure that we need to up our game. And we need to invest more. Like you have brought in PLI. PLI has produced its result in pharmaceutical. And PLI can produce its result in renewable. PLI can produce its result in so many other different tech. And government is trying its best. But everybody needs to come together. We need to have a brainstorming. And I would suggest this team, which has put this program together, needs to have a conversation with the startups on IMEC. What can they do? What do we want them to do? And one short example I will give you. That one problem we were all told that IMEC is an impossibility because who is going to put $600 billion? Okay, that's the question which has been put to all of us. I would say recently I met a startup in Abu Dhabi. It's an Indian-born startup, which says that all kind of investors exist, small-time investors also, who may not have a few 100 crore to invest. They may just have 5 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupee, 2 lakh rupees. But most people are happy investing in real estate because they feel real estate is a solid investment. But 5 lakh, you can't buy a flat and you can't buy a shop in. 1 lakh, you definitely cannot buy anything in Delhi. But this particular so-called the gig economy, no, seriously, it's a platform only. But that platform allows you to own a corner of a shop by investing 1 lakh of rupees, because the cost of the shop could be 50 lakh. Somebody could have invested 10 lakh, other could have invested 20 lakh, somebody could have invested 15 lakh. But by investing 1 lakh, you could own a shelf or a corner of a shop, which you can trade the way you trade your shares. And on that platform, that trading is also possible. That today I have invested 1 lakh rupees in this shop and I get a certain amount of rental in that shop based on my percentage. Tomorrow I want to get out of it. My money has become 1.5 lakh or 2 lakh by then. I can take that out and sell it on that platform. Similarly for IMAC, I would say I was just joking with someone. I said, look, I don't have the money to buy a speedboat, but if 4 people come together, maybe I can buy a speedboat. And on weekend, 4 weekends in 1 month, each one of us can take 1 weekend each. Rest of the days, we allow it for tourist purposes. Is that a bad idea? And will that not serve between India and Dubai a tourist spot? So it's just one idea that our smart tech guys can make things possible, provided we give them the problems. Provided we tell them that, look, I'm faced with this problem, do you have a solution? And if you have a solution, we are all willing to invest and chip in by paying 10,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees, and we'll all come together and we'll all co-own it. And we all become investors and co-stakeholders in that. And I'm sure India has huge potential, and that's how. Can I share one secret? Okay.
If you're not charging for it, please.
No, you guys are paying me nothing. But when we came into power in 2014 and subsequently, I used to chair one committee, and that was public sector undertaking. So I got to learn that one of our PSUs, I'm not naming it, its DG was having his own helicopter and a plane and was traveling all over. I said, why the hell are you not producing this for us? Then you have a private set of travel equipment for yourself. Somebody sort of spoke in my ears that this is what is happening. So I called them. I said, what is going on? And why is this? They said, ma'am, we need 600 plus crore to crash land it. And when we crash land it, then we get the certification. And for crash landing, our auditors don't approve because this is like wasting money. I said, but do you know our budget? How much money are we spending on buying helicopters per year? If you can produce the helicopter, we will save that much money. And India has the capacity to give you 600 crore in 6 minutes. 6 minutes, you just say, such and such PSU needs 600 crore, please invest. Everybody will put in 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, and we will get 600 crores. That is our capacity. And that capacity was showcased during Jan Dhan Yojana. All NPAs happening, this happening, that happening, zero balance, blah, blah, blah. And 4 lakh crore you get in 4 months. This is the strength of this country. And I think earlier we learn our system, our own strength and weaknesses simultaneously, we will be able to achieve our goals. And I think that's what we need to work at.
Oh, thanks for sharing the secret. And I think, one of the insight which I've drawn.
Sorry for being the filler for Piyush Goyal. Mr. Goyal is on his way, so I'm continuing the conversation.
And that's not the reason. We wanted to hear from you, and you kindly agreed to give us the space, not
I'm happy to chat. I'm just saying, if any of you is getting,
maybe I can open it up to colleagues. Colleagues, why don't we make it a bit interactive? Anyone who has a burning question, but it has to be a question to Meenakshi ji, go for it. Now, don't disappoint us, please. No
one. Come on, guys, no question. So Rashtragan kar de phir.
Everybody had a long day.
No questions, please.
Wow. Okay.
That means I haven't done a bad job, or you guys are too tired. One of the two.
Maybe they don't have the microphone. It's all on this side of the shop.
And I'll give my microphone.
Okay, now Anilesh is moving forward.
Anilesh. Okay, so please. Oh, we have a hand at the back. We have a hand at the back. Yeah, please, please.
Okay, go for it.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Pushpak and I'm with RIS. I work as a consultant. I have a background in international politics. And throughout the day, a few times this has been mentioned cursorily that there are some obstructions to IMEC. Countries like Turkey and Egypt have issues with IMEC. But we haven't really dwelt with ways of either bringing them on board, showing it to them or convincing them that IMEC could be potentially beneficial to them as well, or ways of simply countering those obstructions, other ways. So if you have ideas or views on it.
Thank you very much, Pushpak. I think I touched upon this, and I touched upon this subject very directly. And my direction was leave the naysayers for the time being. The inland guys will join in once you produce the result. So our focus should be doing what is doable right now. Have the UAE Saudi connection done, others will come on board. Otherwise, they can suffer what happened in the Red Sea. We have to be very clear and our communication has to be very straight. You say we are offering an alternative. You have choices. We are giving you a choice. You want to continue with Suez Canal? By all means, go ahead. If that works for you, and we are not going to close our business through Suez Canal also. We'll continue with Suez Canal. But this is an alternate route. If this alternate route works for you, it's not Suez Canal versus IMEC. As I said, it's not INCTC versus IMEC or I2U2 versus IMEC. No, no, no. It's not versus anyone. It's these 3-4 options which are available. Please suit yourself and go ahead and do it. If tomorrow at that narrow lane, a ship with its nosedive gets stuck, your choice. Please be free. If you want an alternate route, we are giving you that alternate route. You want to be stuck for 4 months? Please go ahead. Do it. That's how sharp the communication has to be.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions? Thank you. In the front, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Bhavya. I have been working with Chase and now I go to school in fall, University of Chicago Harris School. My question to you, ma'am, is we heard a roadmap given by Mr. Kant in the previous session. Just wanted to have your take on, you touched upon civilizations, you touched upon the values that India hold. According to you, what is the next roadmap or steps that India should take in your view? And secondly, how much more can the youth of the country, become part of this journey? Because right now, a lot of senior leaders in this entire IMEC ecosystem and experts are people who have been in this field for a very, very long time. And young youth may not have that much of, participation in the conversations. So your suggestions of how that can be improved upon.
Thank you very much, Bhavya, because looking at you, I can say youth is very much part of our conversations. And since we are discussing future, I would say my generation lost to this game. We are building it. And we are building it for your generation to benefit from it and future generations to benefit from it. So youth very much necessarily has to be part of the conversation, has to be invested in the conversations, has to be invested in the projects, infrastructure development, capacity building, skill training, running the systems. All that has to be done by the youth. And since I normally make that statement that India is the oldest surviving civilization with the youngest population. And thus, youth has to be part of the story. And because if India needs to grow, it cannot grow without youth being very much part of the story. Going back to what the Prime Minister said, Gyan. So Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari Shakti, they all need to participate for India to grow. And thus, if IMEC has anything to do with the growth story of India, it cannot complete itself without youth participation. So both as investment, capacity building, benefiting out of it has to be youth focused. And we welcome all the youngsters who are sitting here. Thank you for being here because it's all for your future.
And if I could put it on a lighter vein, you're going to derive your pension investments out of these long-term infrastructure projects, because that's where the pension funds of the world invest. Your PFs and all, they get invested in these long-term secure projects which have long revenue lines. So it's very much in our interest, if I could call myself part of the youth.
I would say invest in the speedboat, go for a ride, have a vacation.
That as well. Sure, we will hear your advice. Thank you.
We will follow what Anilesh has to say to us.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very
You've been generous with your time.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing all these insights and a clear path and call to action. Let's show some progress. Otherwise we'll keep talking, as they say, till cows come home. But let's get the Eastern Corridor, deliver something, build on it, and world will come to us.
Absolutely, because we are already working there. We are there as it is. I mean, our business with UAE and Saudi exists. We are there. Our business with Russia and Iran exists. We are already there. So I think we build on these, and it's not A versus B. It's optional. You use it. If you have trade, you use it. If you don't have trade, it's not there. Simple as that. So as I said geography, the political map has changed. The geographical map has not changed. The physical map remains what it is. And these pathways are available. Exploit it for your own good.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for her.
Thank you. Thank you, Jagjeet. Thank you, Meenakshi ji. May I request Priyadarshi Das, if he's around, or Ambassador Davre, if you can help us in thanking Meenakshi Lekhi ji and Jagjeet. Ambassador Davre, please. This is a special Assam Angavastram. Jagjeet Sareen. Thank you. We are just taking 5 minutes break. Piyush Goyal ji is about to reach. He has already started from his office. He'll be here in 2-3 minutes. His advance party has already reached. If you want to take 5 minutes break, coffee is there, tea is there. You want to take and come back, most welcome. Till the time we're just doing the stage setting so that the ministerial session can start straight away. Settle करो. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are about to start the ministerial session. Honorable Minister is around. बस हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया. For the valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Ambassador Verma, Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma, he is Chairman of RIS, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, and Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi to please come forward and let's welcome Commerce and Industries Minister Shri Piyush Goyal. You have stayed along with us all day. We had wonderful discussions on all aspects of IMEC. So we have with us Professor Sanjay Kumar Verma, Chairman RIS, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General RIS, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, he is member of Governing Council of CIEU, National Co-Convener Swadeshi Jagar Manch, Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi, country's former External Affairs Minister and a part of CIU's governing body. To give Honorable Minister the day-long proceedings, a small brief, may I request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi to give a repertoire. Sachin ji, briefly.
Thank you, Anilesh ji. It would be extremely brief. Honorable Minister, CIM, we had very good day-long conversation, almost of 9 hours, and 72 speakers, all different dimensions of IMEC we covered today. Most of the speakers had this idea of point that I think brilliant that we heard from Meenakshi ji in terms of it is not versus but pro everyone, and that was, I think, the point to emphasize on plurality, on connectivity, how India takes forward the time, and also in terms of India's own initiative through national logistics policy, Gati Shakti and Maitri, how all the three are providing the necessary issues for connectivity, corridors, and also in terms of we looking into the major challenges that we are having on volatility, complexity, issues related to geoeconomics, identifying clean energy, issues which are related to calibration, so customs harmonization, digital compatibility, and also trying to emphasize that it's not a transport corridor. It's a corridor for trade. It is a corridor for connecting education, skills. So we had Minister Mansukh Bhai whom emphasized on skills, on education-related initiatives, on standards and regulations, intellectual property rights. But we also had N.K. Singh ji who emphasized in terms of bringing in modalities of engagement on implementation and emphasizing on what kind of issues are needed for common standards on MRIs, and also trying to emphasize on greater access to capital. It is about private sector, how private sector participate, It is also about how we can create greater access to public goods, in what way we can create MDBs, which are with triple windows, so better, bolder, bigger. The role of the World Bank was discussed, more imaginative and more constructive private capital, blended finance to flow in, but also the role of UPI and the payments. So we had people from Germany and France, Italy, who emphasized in terms of how payment compatibility may come in, and also largely in terms of what are the issues that we can really look into. We also discussed possibility of forming a network of think tanks from the IMEC countries who can contribute and take the task forward. We have also decided to go for small voluntary groups that can contribute in terms of fixing up some of the SOPs, Ministry of Shipping with UAE, and under your leadership with UAE, the FTA was done. Your emphasis on identifying those trading partners where mutual respect is there. So this emphasis of yours was well appreciated in terms of how IMEC can really bring in countries who have mutual respect. So this was largely the sort of dimensions that have come in. We would put it together in a more coherent manner and would come back to you with full details. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with all your permission, may I request Honorable Minister to give his keynote remarks. So for you, ladies and gentlemen, we have man, Superman, powerhouse, rockstar, Piyush Goyal.
अनिलेश, आपसे ये उम्मीद नहीं थी. पॉलिटिशियंस को बिगाड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं अनिलेश. हम सबकी बहन and my very, very esteemed colleague Meenakshi Lekhi ji, Ambassador Sanjay Verma, with whom I had several engagements in different capacities over the last 10, 11 years. श्री अश्विनी महाजन जी, जिन्होंने जब मुझे पहली बार कहा कि IMEC का कार्यक्रम करना है, I was really not sure you are serious. I thought कि ठीक है, उत्साह से बोल रहे हैं, तो मैंने कहा जरूर करिए. I promise you. I had not imagined that you'll put it together so quickly. Compliments to you. And compliments to you, Sachin, for putting it all together. I just saw this entire day's engagement. And we talked about it barely 25 days ago, I think. Not more than a month, certainly. And compliments to RIS, compliments to the Council for International Economic Understanding, Dalberg. From what I can see, this must have been a very, very engaging day, covering a large cross-section of issues related to IMEC, also looking at how it can be funded, how it can play a role in international diplomacy, as Meenakshi ji rightly said, going beyond just a logistics or connectivity initiative. And I would believe that it gives us a good food for thought, whatever were the deliberations during the day, the different ideas that came up through 72 speakers, as we just heard him, Sachin, say, must have been quite a repository of knowledge and experience which has come to the fore. And I will certainly be looking forward to hearing more about the summary proceedings of the day and the outcomes or suggestions that today's deliberations would have produced. And I'd like to acknowledge that it's nice to see a cross-section of well-meaning policymakers and thinkers who would have engaged during the course of the day to try and put together a package of suggestions to make IMEC a reality. It's a very befitting topic in this age of turmoil. I remember I was sitting in my office doing some meetings and suddenly it starts flashing. 245% tariffs now. Of course, since then till now, which is about last 6-7 hours, everybody is trying to demystify what really the tariff is. So nobody, I think, has a clue on what product, what is a tariff from which country. So it's really a situation where we are all struggling to cope up with changing times, changing dynamics. Within that, India's offering during our G20 presidency in 2023, proposing this connectivity and economic growth initiative across 3 continents, starting from India through the Middle East, all the way to East Europe, I think truly reflected a very forward-looking, very visionary concept, and something which has now caught the fancy and attention of the world, so much so that even during Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US in February 2025, they discussed about the IMEC initiative in the Indo-US joint statement. And if I may quote from there, it was decided to convene the partners from the IMEC and I2U2 group, that's Israel, India, United States, and the UAE, both IMEC and I2U2 groups to be convened within the next 6 months in order to announce new initiatives in 2025. I think it's a very big endorsement that in this world of turbulence, United States and India and our leaders decided to take forward the IMEC initiative to its next level. And I do believe this, in a way, is an extension of India's global outreach, our own growing relevance in the world amongst world nations, our own leadership in shaping inclusive, future-ready trade infrastructure, which will help bring nations together, bring down logistics costs by as much as 30%, it is estimated, enhance our ability to trade and therefore enhance the volume of trade, the competitiveness of trade. And I do believe that initiatives like IMEC will not only reduce the time to transport goods significantly, that is also estimated to be about 40%, if I'm not mistaken. So bring down transport time, bring down cost of logistics, and therefore make trade seamless across continents, faster, more efficient, and effectively lead to the prosperity of all the nations along this modern day Silk Route, as some people choose to call it. I think it's rightly been suggested, as Sachinji was reporting, that this is a partnership of equals. It's not just about creating a corridor. It's creating partnerships. It's creating synergies in thinking. It's creating opportunities for different countries along the route, rich and developing, so that everybody can prosper. We will not only be linking trade, we will be linking civilizations, we'll be linking cultures, we'll be knitting together the Southeast Asian region, the Middle East corridor, the Middle East nations in the Gulf region, and the mid-European countries or Central European countries. So I think it truly revitalizes huge potential amongst countries along the route. And I think this can become a new global axis of the 21st century. It can provide a huge impetus to businesses along this corridor and also have an effect through to African continent, because through the Middle East, we'll be able to not only connect with Europe, but at a later stage also become a easier connectivity route all the way through to the African continent. This will include railways, this will include roadways, it will have pipelines for energy flow across the route. It could have pipelines for petrochemicals, for manufactured products which are in a liquefied form. It could have gas pipelines. It will also give an opportunity for energy to flow in terms of electricity grids, for example. You've all heard of the one nation, you've all heard of the one sun, one earth, one grid concept of Prime Minister Modi. I think I mentioned it in my last engagement also, which was with the ISA. At the same venue, you get a special discount here. At the same venue, just barely a month or so ago, I talked about the effort, or rather the concept that Prime Minister Modi had visualized nearly 20 years ago or 18 years ago. One sun, one earth, one grid. And he was so much forward-looking in his ideas that he could visualize that the sun has so much energy that it could actually power the entire globe's needs through clean energy, which could be transported through a grid, interconnecting all the nations of the world, meeting their power needs at different points of time, through the sun, powering some part of the world or the other across 24 hours. So it was really a very, very visionary thought that he enunciated nearly 17, 18 years ago. And today, if one was to look at things, I don't believe it's beyond the realm of possibility. I won't be surprised, may not be in my lifetime, or let's say all of us on this stage, we may possibly not see this to fruition in our lifetime. But certainly some of the youngsters in the room that I see may actually enjoy remembering this day sometime in the future, that when they see this culminating into a reality. We've already been in dialogue with Singapore so that Singapore, India could look at an undersea cable for transmitting clean energy. I've had a conversation with Australia, and Singapore is also talking to Australia to see if Singapore-Australia leg could be connected. We are in dialogue with Saudi Arabia and UAE to see if this leg could be connected. So it's the seeds of the idea at the highest levels of our leaders and at the ministerial levels is already sown. We are already engaged in the initial thoughts being, let's say, the number crunching at the initial level being taken up. So you never know how far this could go. And IMEC can be a perfect starting point, taking it from India all the way through to Europe. Both the European nations, the Middle Eastern nations, and India are countries which are very focused on sustainability, which are very conscious of our shared responsibility to bring sustainability in our energy meeting our energy requirements so that we can go for a safer world going forward. And that makes this IMEC corridor even more exciting, even more relevant for the needs of tomorrow. Digital connectivity with optic fiber can also be another very powerful connectivity that this corridor can provide. And we can go on and on. We can keep expanding that. For tourism, we can keep expanding that for movement of people, not necessarily only tourism, also for business or for work through mobility and migration. So it opens up a plethora of opportunities. And therefore, as the Prime Minister said, IMEC is going to be a big game changer like the Silk Route. And therefore, any deliberations that you have come up with, any ideas, are truly very, very welcome. The good part of IMEC is that it respects the sovereignty of every nation. It's not trying to foist one idea on everybody. It's not trying to create an economic union. It's not trying to dominate any of the region. Something which the Belt and Road Initiative is now being recognized as becoming a political tool to try and dominate certain regions and their economic future. IMEC is proposed to be a partnership amongst all the nations in the room, respecting each other's sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and also focusing largely on promoting inclusive growth, sustainable growth amongst all these nations, fostering friendships, not an adversarial kind of it's money is not the only driver. While we will look at financial viability, we are not trying to create a behemoth which is financially unviable. So financial viability will be an important element of IMEC. We don't want to create a huge debt burden on all the countries along the route. But the larger objective is amongst friends. The larger objective is to promote amity amongst nations. And towards that, I'd like to make 5 suggestions as the way forward. Some of it may also delve into whatever you have discussed during the course of the day. If I'm repetitive, then pardon me, because I don't know exactly what's been a part of your discussions. But my own humble offering in the few minutes that I have left before my time is up, I'd like to suggest 5 elements that we could possibly crunch a little further on, deliberate further on, and come up with some concrete suggestions. One, I think this should be seen with the lens of a public-private partnership so that it's cost-effective and it's implemented smartly and efficiently. Let's not leave it only to be a government initiative. Let the private sector drive this initiative. That way we'll be able to ensure its financial viability also, and let the government partner with the private sector. One other advantage this could see is that this opportunity will be planned better, because private sector will be able to actually bring to the table what they really want, rather than the government foisting on them what we think they want. The private sector is competent to also innovate with more cost-effective solutions. So very often we in government or policymakers think in a linear fashion. The private sector will be able to add angularities and innovation in planning this corridor or planning the whole project. So I think also they may be able to add some more innovative ideas. For example, I remember when we were first looking at connecting Kedarnath with railway connectivity and road connectivity, I still remember the humongous cost that was coming up for providing a railway all the way up to Kedarnath. And it had its own ecological issues, environmental issues. Cost was just incalculable, but we had a commitment. We wanted to take the pilgrim all the way up to Kedarnath. But as you get closer and closer, the cost was in multiples, because in the mountains, the tunnels were long. Traversing one mountain range to the other, you really had to go round, and having reached the peak, go back down and go up another range of mountains, as you see in the mountains. But when we dovetailed the ropeway along with the railway network, it suddenly looked so much more feasible, so much more efficient, so much faster. and we'll be able to take the pilgrims to Kedarnath in large numbers, in a cost-effective solution. And you might have seen the Prime Minister has recently approved the ropeway connectivity at the last mile to take our pilgrims to Kedarnath. So I think we need our private sector and our innovators to come up with some new thoughts and newer ideas on how the IMEC corridor can be both practical in its utility and cost-effective in its implementation. Number two, we need to certainly look at beyond the infrastructure that we are creating. Can we look at regulatory forbearance or regulatory connectivity also? Can we try and bring together some more alignment on process, procedures, trade practices, customs union or custom paperwork? Also within nations, for example, UAE, and we are already engaged to bring some alignment in our regulatory practices. If this region has to really be successful, we can't have border checkpoints at every level. So we'll have to look at regulatory connectivity also. So procedures, processes, regulators, our customs, all will have to be aligned to make this corridor a bigger success. And whether we could have interoperable norms, ultimately we'll need one railway system. We can't have standard at some place and broad gauge at another and narrow gauge at a third. So we'll have to have more interoperable systems. Going forward, if we have highways, then we'll have to have some interoperable charging infrastructure across the highways. If we are promoting electric mobility in a big way. So we'll have to think through all of these possibilities and bring nations together. This will ultimately add to scale, because let's say if we bring our charging ecosystem and we align them, then the economies of scale will start kicking in, thereby promoting electric mobility. So we'll have to look at a multifaceted dimension that this project offers. Digitization could be another area. For example, like UPI, we could have common payment systems enabling money flow to be easier and could be settled periodically, monthly or quarterly in the reserve currency of the globe or in dollars. But on a day-to-day basis, every transaction will not need to go through several iterations, only making the banks richer and adding to the cost of transport or cost of trade. Similarly, India and the UAE have been in a dialogue for a virtual trade corridor. Can we extend that through the IMEC corridor? Whether that could become, going forward, like a trade corridor, and with India already engaged with the EU at advanced stage for an FTA. We're already having an FTA with UAE and the possibility of other GCC countries entering into an FTA increasing. I think we've launched one more. Did we launch the Bahrain FTA recently? I'm losing track. Yes, Oman is already under discussion, and we have a couple of more which are in the offing. So right now the train is working on so many tracks that every second meeting I have to refocus on where we are. So we will be expanding our trading relations with countries where we get a fair deal, where we can have equitable and balanced free trade agreements, where India's gains commensurate with what we are offering, a large market of 1.4 billion people, a growing market, the world's fastest growing economy. So with all these trade agreements that we are entering into, with the synergies that we have with different countries, let's say in projects of renewable energy or green hydrogen, the way we are working with many countries in partnership, I think this corridor can help to bridge various other initiatives also, bring us closer to these nations. Third, I think this will also open up for the financial world new opportunities. We could have multilateral financing agencies along this corridor to help promote both the setting up of the corridor and at some stage promoting trade through this corridor. We should explore innovative financing models and see how this could finally be financed. For example, we had green bonds in the past. We could have some IMEC infrastructure bonds, long-term 50-year, 100-year bonds to finance this kind of an infrastructure. Fourth, we should involve industry and the trade association so that we can actually understand what really business wants, what industry associations who represent trade and business are desirous as outcomes of the IMEC corridor. This will help us to promote best practices. It will help us to promote, it will help us to identify bottlenecks that industry is facing so we can couple our economies better and remove the bottlenecks that businesses are suffering from. And lastly, since I am at a think tank event, I think we should get the think tanks and the academics in this region also involved, because they, in some sense, are the dreamers. They are the visionaries who come up with out-of-the-box ideas. So I think engagement between the think tanks in this region will help us in policy advocacy, will help the academia bring research to the table, researching this project, as well as associated what more we can do to expand this project and the contours of this project. Think tanks and academia can also help us in capacity building along this corridor. So it can be a very nice package that can be built up. And these 5 initiatives or suggestions could help us wrap up a viable long-term project so that by the time the Prime Minister convenes the meeting, the next meeting for IMEC initiative, maybe we can flesh out some of these ideas, take it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and help them in their own work, preparing for the next meeting of all the stakeholders. Friends, India's vision is absolutely clear, crystal clear. We want to serve as a reliable, a trusted bridge between these countries in this region. We will play the role of a catalyst. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam has been India's ethos for centuries now. The G20 reflected our vision of the world being one family. We are a trusted partner that supports inclusive growth across the world, that supports efforts towards a sustainable world. And I think the IMEC initiative will not only benefit India, but will benefit the entire world going forward. Thank you very much for your patience and for this opportunity. Time's up, as the school says. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I rarely use adjectives for politicians, but you have just proven me right by giving such a great, insightful remarks, and you own your subjects like a pro. So that's why I use the adjective rockstar minister, and we really appreciate. And your mantra given to many of us, 10 years back, that skill, speed, and the scale. So Ashwini is following that inspiration. So that's why, this IMEC Conclave came up in 25 days. So thank you very much. And now may I request Professor Dash to come forward and propose a vote of thanks, please. You don't want to come? Come. So, sir, he is the brain behind the conclave. He designed and executed along with the Calvert team.
Thank you, sir. Uh, Thank you for giving us the direction to work. As you rightly said, I'm building on that the academia and the think tanks would play the role of capacity building. So under the dynamic leadership of our Chairman, Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Burma and Director General Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, RIS has made efforts in the past few months to energize the track 2 and track 1.5 process for IMEC. Because there are a lot of apprehension in the media that it is a competing initiative to BRI and all these things. So we try to demystify those apprehensions, produce feasibility studies, publications and platforms to sort of generate meaningful policy inputs, possibly addressing those apprehensions and promote better understanding on IMEC and corridors in general. Our workshop in Italy and then subsequently on March 19th with other collaborators, one more follow-up conference and this conclave at this scale, we have developed our own understanding on the subject, which will build on based on your direction today. And we had Honorable Minister of Labor, Mansukh Mandaviya ji, and then we have Minister of Shipping, Sarbanand Sonowal ji. They have given us a rich inventory of ideas. So we have a work ahead for next 2 years, if I say so, for the research teams. So we used to thank all those who, besides the honorable ministers, the top officials, the multilateral development banks, ambassadors of Greece, then diplomatic representatives of Israel, France. So they have given their perspectives of Europe. So on behalf of RIS and CIU and Dalberg, so thank you all, the audience, for coming in good numbers and staying the whole day and contributing to this intense discussion that has happened. It has further encouraged us to work hard and fulfill the wish that the Honorable Minister has said before us. So I wish to thank all the RIS administration, RIS IT, social media, Dalberg, CIU administration, their set of IT and all other supporting setup for helping us building this conclave. Thank you so much.
So, sir, thank you very much. There is a Angavastram which RIS has brought in. Professor. Piyush bhai, there is a and so there's a self-help group in Madhya Pradesh which has created the painting. So now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much that you have taken your time out. The dinner is served next door, so you are most welcome there. So now they'll be removing the curtain. You can easily access the adjoining room.